I live in a world where, after the wars, there are barely any men left. Now, for every man, there are 5 women, and the government gives out wives for money. I'm a blind beggar, barely able to feed myself. But when the last girl fell to her knees in front of me and whispered,
"Please, take me. If you walk away, my father will kill me."
I couldn't take it anymore. I simply took her hand and walked away. That's how I got my first wife. And that was only the beginning. Guys, if you haven't seen the previous parts, you'll find the links in the description and the pinned comment. Now, let's get to the story. Making armor from paper wasn't just some wild, impulsive idea from Qingxiu. In ancient Central Plains China, there had actually been such attempts. During the Ming Dynasty, lower-ranked soldiers and even some officers used paper to make armor. Paper armor wasn't as fragile as it might seem. Once folded and pressed multiple times, and coated with a special kind of oil, the resulting material could be quite solid. In terms of resisting blades, it could in some ways match leather armor. And it cost far less. Paper was obviously easier and quicker to produce than leather. But paper armor had one huge, unsolvable flaw: it couldn't handle water. Because of this, paper armor never caught on for battlefield use. Nobody wanted to be caught in the rain only to have their protection dissolve or even become a liability. But in the western regions, this wasn't a problem at all. The climate there was extremely dry, with rain being incredibly rare. In some places, there might only be 1 or 2 heavy rainfalls a year, and even fruits wouldn't rot due to the dryness. So under such conditions, there was no need to worry about rain damaging the armor. In fact, the dry climate might even make the paper armor more durable. And compared to leather armor, paper wouldn't crack as easily in that kind of weather. All things considered, paper armor seemed perfect for that region. Qingxiu shared his idea with Shui Rengui and Cheng Yaojin, but both of them found it kind of ridiculous. Armor made of paper? It'll fall apart with a touch. This thing won't block blades or bullets, it'll probably tear just by putting it on. They didn't buy it. Cheng Yaojin even grabbed a piece of the cardboard-like paper and tore it easily right in front of Qingxiu. "No kidding, it's just 1 layer." Qingxiu laughed and shook his head. He stacked several sheets, only 4, actually, and the difference was obvious. The paper became much tougher and hard to fold. He gave it to Cheng Yaojin again. This time, it took serious effort to tear, and even then, only just barely. Cheng's face turned red trying to rip it. Given Cheng's unusual strength, this showed how strong the layered paper had become. Damn, that actually took some work. Feels almost as tough as leather. Cheng was gasping for air. Shui Rengui gave it a try too, but didn't find it as hard. "General Cheng, this doesn't seem that difficult to tear." "Hell no, if I were your age, I'd tear it like paper too. Youth has its perks." Shui laughed and nodded. Still, he admitted that once layered, the paper had impressive toughness. If treated properly, it might really rival leather armor. If we could equip the Western Region Army with paper armor, we could recruit more troops. The defense would still be good, and the cost savings would be massive. Qingxiu laid out all the benefits, and the idea became tempting to everyone. They weren't going to wear the armor themselves, but outfitting local troops with it wasn't a bad plan. Cheap, effective, and easily replaced. A win-win situation. "Alright, let's test it out. If it works, we'll swap it in." Shui Rengui agreed right then. But Qingxiu still saw the paper cartridge as the bigger priority. To him, paper armor was just a side benefit, a cost saver. The real game changer was arming the troops with these new cartridges and using them to revamp Tang military formations. He believed this invention was just as significant as firearms. It would definitely transform the Tang army's future. Once this matter was settled, Qingxiu could finally feel at ease handing over local responsibilities to Shui Rengui. He immediately said he was heading back to Chang'an, leaving everything here to Shui. Including his official post, Shui would take over his position. Shui didn't mind. He had already acted as Qingxiu's replacement in managing the Western region. "How long will you be gone this time?" "No idea. Maybe a year, maybe 3 or 4. If you handle things well, I might never come back." Qingxiu smiled. "Wouldn't it be better if you took over the Western region for good?" That's when Shui realized Qingxiu wanted to let go of this burden and return to Chang'an. "Everything depends on me? Why not?" "I didn't mean it like that. Just that, the Western region is really important. I'm not sure I can handle it." "You've been here for over 3 years. Still not ready?" Even so, Shui was nervous. By now, he knew the Western region inside and out, its layout, its politics. In fact, because he was so hands-on, he probably knew more details than Qingxiu did. If he wasn't fit for the job, no one else was. Still, he felt Qingxiu was more suitable for this role. After all, the Tang dynasty's strength here was built by Qingxiu, step by step. Don't sell yourself short. One day, you might even outrank me. Qingxiu patted Xue's shoulder and laughed. You're joking, right? Xue shook his head. He couldn't imagine anyone in the entire Tang court reaching Qingxiu's status. That's why you've got to push yourself. Don't assume you're lesser than others. Qingxiu put down his firearm. The western region is yours now. Do a good job. If I ever come back, I want to see it better than it is now. Of course. Xue agreed on the spot. If the region declined under him, he wouldn't even be able to face himself, let alone return to Chang'an. Uncle Cheng, what about you? Qingxiu turned to Cheng Yaojin, wondering whether he planned to stay or return to the capital too. I don't really care. I just came along for the ride. If you're not sticking around, I've got no reason to either. Cheng said with a chuckle. At this point, Lao Cheng's intentions were very clear. He clearly planned to return to the capital with Qingxiu. Qingxiu didn't mind Cheng Yaojin's decision. After all, the old man had long since stepped back from the front lines and did whatever he liked. Qingxiu had no reason to give him many orders. But for Xue Rengue, this was a bit of a headache. Cheng Yaojin staying here was quite helpful to him. Although Cheng no longer held an official military position, his presence provided a steadying influence for the soldiers. Compared to the young Xue Rengue, sometimes Cheng's relayed commands were more effective. Also, Xue's entire team here was quite young. Having a veteran around was definitely useful. Ultimately, Xue Rengue just didn't have enough capable people under him. The Tang Empire was expanding too quickly. The founding generation of generals wasn't enough to meet current needs. If Qingxiu hadn't picked Xue Rengue to take charge in time, things might have gone the way Hou Junji had hoped, with all affairs in the western regions falling to him. Qingxiu promised Xue that after returning to Chang'an, he would continue selecting capable civil and military officials to send out west. By the way, that guy I brought along, Wang Xuanzi, you should make use of him. Train him well. He might turn out to be a rare talent who's good with both pen and sword. Xue immediately thought of that clever-looking Wang Xuanzi and felt a bit uneasy. He seemed too calculating, and Xue didn't trust people like that on the battlefield. Can this guy be trusted? Xue frowned. Boss, it's not that I doubt your judgment, I just feel. You'll see when you use him. Talents like this come once in 100 years. Qingxiu laughed. Of course, he's no match for you. Guys like you only show up once every 400 or 500 years. Everyone likes compliments, especially when they come from someone as capable as Qingxiu. Xue couldn't help feeling a little proud. If it's your arrangement, I'll do my best. Even if he's got no talent, I'll force one out of him. Qingxiu was relieved to hear that. Uncle Cheng, get ready. I'm planning to bring the entire workshop team back to Chang'an. Qingxiu gave more instructions to Cheng Yaojin. All the craftsmen I brought from Chang'an will return with me. If there are any skilled locals willing to move to Chang'an, they can come too. Lao Cheng immediately understood. Qingxiu didn't plan on coming back to the western regions again after this trip. I'll go take care of it. Just as Cheng was about to leave, he thought of something. By the way, there are some local people skilled in farming, forging, and weaving. They're not part of the workshop, but they're still talented. Should I bring them too? Excellent idea. Qingxiu had no objections. The more skilled people he could bring, the better. Once everything was arranged, Qingxiu got ready to pack and leave. Just then, he happened to see a group of soldiers leading newly selected horses past the door. He immediately thought of Hou Junji. That old guy was still raising horses. The western regions urgently needed manpower. Leaving a seasoned general doing logistics work like that was a waste. Xue Rengue, after I leave, you decide what to do with Hou Junji. After thinking it over, Qingxiu handed this responsibility to Xue. Xue understood right away, Qingxiu was doing him a favor. If Hou Junji was released by Xue, he'd owe him a debt. That kind of favor would keep Hou in check no matter what tensions remained. Xue nodded. Don't worry, boss. I'll take care of it. Now Qingxiu could leave for Chang'an without worry. I'm out. From today on, all my duties are yours. I won't interfere with Qiyu's affairs anymore. He handed his firearm to a soldier nearby and suddenly felt light as a feather. Sure enough, ditching responsibility felt amazing. A few days later, a notice was posted throughout the Lulan and Gaochang regions. The message was clear: anyone skilled in a trade, farming, blacksmithing, weaving, animal husbandry, could register at the Tang army camp. When Duke Qing returned east, he'd take them along to Chang'an. Each person would receive 10 taels of silver and 3 bolts of cotton cloth for the journey. After arrival, they'd be given land and housing based on circumstances to ensure they could settle in. Of course, the condition was they had to be truly skilled. Otherwise, they wouldn't be accepted. As soon as the notice went up, the entire western regions were buzzing. Forget the rewards, just the chance to live in Chang'an was enough to make people line up. In local minds, Tang's eastern heartland was practically heaven on earth. Fertile farmland, abundant rain, not like the western regions, where even in an oasis you had to eat sand. Not to mention the rich resources of the Tang Empire. Hey, you're pretty good at farming, right? Got some talent, why not sign up? I hear even carpenters count. That's a real skill too, right? These Tang folks have high standards. Don't know if our skills are good enough, but it's worth a shot. Soon, artisans and craftsmen from all over the region rushed to sign up, hoping to travel with the Tang army to Chang'an. Even though the general skill level here was lower than Qingxiu's own craftsmen, among all these people, a few decent ones could still be picked out. Qingxiu wasn't choosing them just for labor. More importantly, they knew how to make top-tier tools unique to the western regions. Technology always advances through exchange. Even backward methods can have valuable elements. Qingxiu wanted to bring them to Chang'an to promote more exchange and broaden local horizons. Hopefully, this would inspire the people of Chang'an as well. That was his real goal. When it was time to depart, Qingxiu realized that far more people were following him back to the western regions than he had expected. He originally thought he could bring only a few hundred people at most, but after gathering them all, the number reached over 1,000. Even the rations and supplies they had prepared weren't enough. They had to postpone the return and restock supplies. Just as Qingxiu was reorganizing, Cheng Yaojin brought more good news. Not just from Gaochang and Lulan, craftsmen from other nearby western region countries also heard that you're willing to bring people back to Chang'an. They've come to register as well. Should we bring them too? Qingxiu was overjoyed when he heard this. Of course, bring them. Bring as many as possible. Not only will I accept them, I'll even cover their travel expenses. Gaining talent while weakening opponents, it was like sucking their blood. Of course, he had to do it. Once this door opened, the results went far beyond what Qingxiu or the other countries expected. They all thought it would just be a few craftsmen switching sides. But instead, craftsmen from across many nations left in large numbers, even bringing their families, all to join Qingxiu. Many highly skilled craftsmen even brought their apprentices and pledged allegiance to the Tang dynasty. Even if some of them couldn't be taken to Chang'an, as long as they promised to live peacefully, they could settle in Gaochang and Lulan. Though they wouldn't go to Chang'an, the living conditions in Gaochang and Lulan were still far better than in their home countries. After all, everyone wanted a better future. This move, which pulled the rug out from under them, hit the western region leaders harder than expected. Before they knew it, most of their blacksmiths had fled. They had to urgently seal their borders to stop more people from escaping. No one expected that a small tactic by Qingxiu would nearly drain their domestic productivity. It forced them to once again face the huge gap between them and Tang. It wasn't just military strength, even just the name of the Tang dynasty had far more appeal than their own national identities. After this incident, everyone in the western regions knew Qingxiu was returning east to Chang'an. This brought peace of mind to some enemies who had been quietly opposing the Tang army. But they didn't realize that while Qingxiu was leaving, he was leaving behind an even more aggressive Shui and Gue. For them, this wasn't good news. In fact, it might be even more troublesome. But at that time, no one thought about this. Especially the Arabs. Once they heard Qingxiu was leaving, they were certain the Tang's top strategist was gone. From then on, they believed they could make steady gains in the western regions and gradually push the Tang back to reclaim the upper hand. Halandan was especially confident. He even sent a letter to politely bid Qingxiu farewell, saying it was a pity he couldn't see him off in person. When Qingxiu received the letter, he just smiled faintly. This guy really thought he had already won. There was still a long road ahead. Soon he would find out what kind of opponent Shui Rengue really was. Once news of Qingxiu's return reached Chang'an, both the common people and the court were stirred. This time, everyone learned that Qingxiu didn't plan to return to the western regions after this. For the court, this meant the western regions were now self-sufficient and no longer needed supplies shipped from inside the passes. Emperor Taizong, Li Er, was especially excited. Even before Qingxiu crossed the pass, he sent someone with a letter, asking Qingxiu to report the size of his returning group. He wanted to prepare a banquet in advance to welcome him back. But when Qingxiu's reply arrived, Li Er was stunned. Qingxiu's returning group numbered over 3,000. Most of them were craftsmen from the western regions. Qingxiu even asked Li Er to prepare extra banquets for them. If this letter hadn't come from Qingxiu himself, Li Er would have thought it was a joke. How could he come back from the western regions with so many people? Still, Li Er didn't question him. Since it was Qingxiu's doing, he must have had his reasons. He immediately ordered preparations for the banquet and arrangements for the new arrivals. But before they were even done, Qingxiu sent another letter. He asked Li Er to begin counting undeveloped land both inside and outside the passes. He planned to use his own money to buy all the wasteland from the court. These areas had once been developed during the Northern and Sui dynasties when the population was large. But after the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, population dropped sharply, people either died in war or migrated into the interior. The farmland was abandoned. Although the early Tang government redistributed land and promoted farming, the fertile land inside the passes still hadn't been fully utilized. No one wanted to go to the more barren borderlands. So this land remained untouched to this day, used only occasionally by herders. Why is Duke Qing buying so much wasteland? Li Er was puzzled. But since Qingxiu wanted it, Li Er didn't mind. No one else wanted the land anyway, better that Qingxiu take it. Not long after, Qingxiu's massive group finally arrived in Chang'an. The long journey had been exhausting, but when those from the western region saw the grand and bustling city of Chang'an, they were completely shocked. They couldn't imagine that such a massive city existed in the world. The height of the city walls alone was like a mountain. Not to mention the wide streets and vibrant life. Their own capitals were barely better than villages in comparison. These people were like country bumpkins entering a metropolis. Once inside, they didn't even dare step forward, looking around nervously with wide eyes, afraid to miss anything. Fortunately, everything had been arranged in advance. After a short tour of the city, Qingxiu led them to settle temporarily outside the city and enjoy the court-prepared banquet. But their table manners weren't great. The officials and soldiers in charge of hosting them were dumbfounded. Why even give them chopsticks if they're just going to grab with their hands? My dog eats better than this. They act like they haven't eaten in 8 lifetimes. Where did Duke Qing find this group of beggars? Have they never seen food before? Everyone was talking, and some couldn't help but laugh. But once Qingxiu arrived at the banquet with Li Er, no one dared laugh anymore. They quickly stepped aside and stood silently with proper posture. As soon as Qingxiu and Li Er arrived, the entire place fell silent. The western region people who had been focused on eating quickly put down their food and stepped down from the tables to pay their respects. Greetings to Duke Qing. Although they knew Qingxiu, they didn't recognize the man beside him and assumed he was some high-ranking noble. Qingxiu smiled and said, "Everyone, don't just greet me. This man here has a much higher status than I do. He is the Holy Emperor of the Tang dynasty." The moment he said that, the crowd was shocked as if struck by lightning and instantly knelt to the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. "Greetings, Your Majesty the Emperor. Greetings, Your Majesty the Emperor. We lowly people didn't recognize Your Majesty's noble presence. Please don't blame us. We have offended you, please forgive us, Your Majesty." They knelt and kowtowed in panic, as if they feared the emperor would have them executed. In their minds, Qingxiu was already like an immortal. So the emperor of a great heavenly empire must be an even higher divine figure. If they didn't kneel properly or offended such a being, surely they would be punished by the heavens. All right. Seeing how terrified they were, Li Er gestured for them to stop, but they kowtowed even harder. He had to order them to stop before they finally did. Still, they didn't dare get up. Li Er looked at their tattered clothes, pale faces, and thin bodies and couldn't help asking Qingxiu, "These are really the craftsmen you brought from the western regions?" "Of course. Why would I lie to Your Majesty? If you hadn't said so, I'd have thought you picked up a group of beggars along the Hushi corridor." Your Majesty jests. But indeed, the western regions are plagued with tyrants. For many people, just filling their stomach is already a blessing. They live in worse conditions than those at the end of the Sui dynasty. Qingxiu waved his hand. "Everyone, rise. This isn't the western regions, no need to behave like that." Hearing him speak personally, they looked at each other and finally stood up slowly. But none of them sat down again, they stood awkwardly in place waiting for orders. This sight reminded Qingxiu of what the common people looked like when he first arrived in Tang. Back then, they too worked themselves to death all year, yet barely earned enough not to starve. Anyone who's lived like that will end up behaving this way. "Everyone, eat first. You've had a hard journey, eat and drink well. There's still much work ahead." Li Er kindly told them to sit and eat. They hesitated, then sat down nervously, but didn't eat as wildly as before, even their chewing was careful. Seeing this, Qingxiu knew that as long as he and Li Er were there, the guests wouldn't be able to eat properly. So he quickly found an excuse to pull Li Er away. "You bought all that wasteland from the court, was it for them?" Walking out of the banquet, Li Er asked. "Yes. Leaving that land idle is a waste. Now that we have craftsmen and laborers, farmers, blacksmiths, carpenters, it's best to let them develop it." Qingxiu smiled. It wasn't like he lacked fertile land. In fact, he had plenty of rich soil that his own people couldn't even finish cultivating. But he intended to reserve that land for rewards or for distributing to landless locals of the Tang. As for these outsiders, if they could turn wasteland into farms and live decently, Qingxiu considered that good enough. This time back, Li Er had many things he wanted to ask and discuss with Qingxiu. But Qingxiu excused himself early, saying he wanted to rest at home. Li Er let him go. Of course, Qingxiu didn't really plan to rest. After being away so long, both he and his wives had endured enough loneliness. Sure enough, as soon as he arrived home, his waiting wives rushed up and surrounded him. "Husband, you've been gone so long. Did you miss me? Why didn't you come back sooner? You said a few months, it's been almost half a year. Now that you're back, don't leave again. Stay here in Chang'an, it's so much better. Oh, I've missed you so much lately." All the wives spoke at once, overwhelming Qingxiu. Someone even started touching him all over, making everyone blush with anticipation. "All right, don't worry, my ladies." Qingxiu laughed. "Being away from Chang'an all the time bothers me too. I've missed you deeply. Honestly, I dreamed of you all many times at night." That made all the wives giggle and tease him playfully. Zhang Sun Pingting smiled sweetly. "Husband, if that's true, then what did you dream about doing with us?" Qingxiu gave her a knowing look, then suddenly pulled her into his arms. She gasped in surprise. "Take a guess, what do you think I dreamed?" His hands started wandering, making her breath quicken. She didn't dare look up. Seeing Zhang Sun Pingting being treated like this, the other wives couldn't hold back anymore. They hadn't seen their husband in over half a year. Of course they couldn't wait. "Husband." Cui Yuran was the first to approach, hugging his arm and rubbing her chest against it. "It's getting late, how about?" Qingxiu understood their desire. He picked up Zhang Sun Pingting and strode into the room. The rest of the wives followed close behind, afraid to be left out. That night was full of passion, a private springtime scene that lasted till morning. The next morning, Qingxiu walked out full of energy, tidying his clothes, leaving the sleepy-eyed servants in shock. He'd gone all night with his wives and still looked this refreshed in the morning? Truly impressive. "Erguzi, I haven't seen the girl Ruyuan around? She's been spending time with Miss Li lately. They're even training martial arts together. If I'm not wrong, they should be at the training grounds east of the city." Qingxiu couldn't help but laugh. Those two really got along. Despite their age difference, they acted like they were the same age. Looks like he didn't need to worry about them getting along anymore. Eastern part of the city, swordsmanship training hall. That day, many apprentices had come early to practice sword techniques. They had just changed into their training clothes and were getting ready to begin. Suddenly, two girls, one older, one younger, walked confidently into the training hall. Both girls were extremely beautiful. The older one had a curvy figure that could easily make people daydream. The younger one was clearly very young, nearly the same height as the sword on her back. But her fair cheeks and delicate features already showed the signs of future beauty, like a carved jade doll. When they walked down the street, they attracted everyone's attention. But once they entered the hall, the trainees, who had been eager to train, scattered like frightened birds. The once crowded hall instantly formed a large empty space around the two of them. Wherever they walked, the vacuum zone followed. At that moment, Qingxiu arrived and happened to witness the scene. Though he didn't know the details, he could guess what had happened. He let out a soft chuckle. A staff member at the hall, seeing a new face, quickly came up. "Sir, are you here to study swordsmanship? Come with me, I can assign you a teacher, you're sure to benefit." "Wait, it's you!" The worker's eyes went wide when he saw Qingxiu. If Qingxiu hadn't stopped him, he might have shouted out loud. Why did everyone back away when those two girls arrived? Qingxiu casually tossed the staffer a piece of silver. He happily caught it, grinning. "So generous of you, Duke, Master Qing. You saw it yourself. Those two ladies aren't ordinary. The older one is Li Yingqi, daughter of General Li Jing, the Duke of Wei. I don't know who the younger one is, but she clearly comes from a prestigious family." Qingxiu nodded slightly. "So the apprentices kept their distance because they're from noble families and didn't want to cause trouble by accidentally hurting them?" "Not at all." The staffer laughed. "It's not just that they can't afford to offend them, they can't beat them either." When the two girls first came to the hall, no one knew who they were. They looked delicate, so no one paid them much attention. But they insisted on practicing swordplay with the apprentices. Most didn't want to fight them, beating women wasn't something to brag about. But the girls kept pushing for sparring matches. Li Yingqi even offered a reward, 5 taels of silver just for a match, 20 taels for a win. That price tempted many. But whoever fought Li Yingqi ended up defeated in less than 5 rounds. Some sore losers then challenged the younger girl, Qing Ruyuan, but fared even worse. None lasted more than 10 moves before getting knocked to the ground. No one could understand how such a tiny girl could swing her sword with such speed and strength. Their performance looked like they were storming the place, which forced the hall's top disciple to step in and challenge Li Yingqi. To be fair, he did have some skill and managed to fight evenly with her for a while. But that only made Li Yingqi more competitive, and she stopped holding back, eventually injuring him badly. Li Yingqi didn't deny responsibility. She paid generously for treatment and even brought a doctor from the Huichun clinic. That's when everyone realized her true identity. They couldn't beat her and didn't dare offend her. So now, everyone kept their distance, not wanting any trouble. See? Now when those two show up, everyone stays away. Even if you offered 10 taels of silver, no one would dare spar with them. The staffer sighed. Honestly, I think it's fair. They pay up front for sparring, cover medical costs if someone gets hurt, pretty decent deal. Qingxiu smiled. Sounds like you're eager to fight them yourself? I'd like to, but these noble ladies won't waste time with someone like me who doesn't know martial arts. The staffer sighed again, then asked if Qingxiu was here to study swordsmanship and if he should find him a teacher. You think I need that? Qingxiu's reply left the staffer speechless. Made sense, Qingxiu was a battlefield legend. He had killed more men than this hall had trained. How could he possibly be impressed by these fancy moves? Well, I'll be nearby if you need anything. The staffer returned to his duties and had someone bring Qingxiu tea and fruit. Qingxiu originally planned to greet Li Yingqi and the girl, but seeing how excited they were, he decided not to disturb them and sat to drink his tea instead. One sip in, he frowned slightly. The tea wasn't bad, it's just that after drinking the distinctive teas of the western regions for so long, he was no longer used to Central Plains tea. If I came back a year later, I probably wouldn't even be able to eat Central Plains food anymore, Qingxiu chuckled. After a quick warm-up, Li Yingqi and Qing Ruyuan took off their swords and began scanning the hall's apprentices like they were picking prey. Their gaze made the apprentices nervous. They all lowered their heads and busied themselves, avoiding eye contact. Hey! Anyone here brave enough to spar with me today? Don't be scared, I'm not going to eat you. Li Yingqi called out a few times, but no one answered. In fact, they all stepped back. Can't beat her, but at least we can avoid her. Seeing this, Li Yingqi lost interest. So boring. Let's just practice together, sister. They won't fight us anyway. Qing Ruyuan's soft, childish voice was another blow to the apprentices, but none of them could argue. Even if it wasn't Li Yingqi, none of them could beat that little girl either. Just then, one apprentice asked the guy next to him, "Those two girls look so weak, why are you all acting like cowards, not daring to step up?" The apprentice he grabbed quickly tried to avoid him and signaled him not to ask too much. This guy, who didn't know who Li Yingqi was, wasn't a local from Chang'an. He was a drifter from outside the pass. Ever since water wheels became widespread and noble families were dismantled by Qingxiu one after another, productivity had skyrocketed. Grain and supplies among the people had greatly increased, and even farming families could now support people not working the land. Those idle people, if motivated, would study hard to take civil exams. Others, aimless, wandered around learning martial arts. The ones with some martial skills, drifting place to place, called themselves Yoxia, wandering knights, though most of them had nothing to do with chivalry. Many were lawless troublemakers. The prisons of Chang'an still held quite a few Yoxia to this day. These people lived wherever they landed, working as laborers or temporary bodyguards, guarding gates or homes. If they could survive a day, they'd drift another. This man was exactly that kind of wanderer, always struggling for money. He came from outside the pass, wanting to study swordsmanship in the Central Plains. He raised money for 3 months, running around shops in Chang'an, just to afford tuition at the training hall. Even now, he had to pick up side jobs every few days to support himself. He had never seen Li Yingqi or Qing Ruyuan in the hall before and was puzzled. You dare mess with those two? Whether it's their background or their skills, you can't compare. You're from outside the pass, just keep your head down and train your sword. Yeah, don't get involved. The last guy who fought them couldn't get out of bed for a month. When the wanderer heard that, his eyes lit up. I know about that guy. He got 200 taels in compensation. But he paid for it. Most people wouldn't survive a beating like that, everyone sighed. The wanderer was tempted. He stepped forward. You two want a sparring partner, right? Li Yingqi was stretching when she heard that. Her eyes lit up immediately. Usually, when someone volunteered to be her sparring partner, they were softer than wooden dummies. But this man's physique and stance clearly marked him as a skilled swordsman. At the very least, he was better than most of the others here. Now this would be fun, finally, someone who wouldn't just get beaten senseless. Qingxiu had originally wanted to test Li Yingqi's swordsmanship himself, but now this man had caught even his attention. One look, and Qingxiu noticed his sword-carrying posture was unusual. It resembled the stance of someone used to handling sabers, with steadier grip and stronger force. Clearly, he had practiced sword, or saber, for years. Unlike these hall apprentices who only memorized forms, this guy had real skill. Li Yingqi might have met her match. In fact, Qingxiu suspected she might not win. "If I fight you once, do I get paid?" the man asked bluntly. Li Yingqi blinked, then said, "Of course. If you spar with me, I'll give you 2 taels. If you accept the challenge, 20 taels. Even if you lose, you still get 5 taels. If you get hurt, no matter the medical cost, I'll compensate double." That got the wanderer excited. He agreed immediately, no one could hold him back. "Miss, you better keep your word." He took off his robe, revealing muscular arms covered in scars, shocking to see. Qingxiu stood up. Those weren't sword or blade wounds. The dense, star-shaped marks looked more like smallpox scars, but they weren't. From Qingxiu's years in battle, he knew only one thing could cause that: artillery. Not a direct cannon hit, but fragments from a shell exploding nearby, shrapnel and sand sprayed into his skin. Only that would leave such irregular scarring. Artillery damage didn't just come from the blast, but from the metal storm that followed. This man had survived a close-range shell burst. Not just luck, he had extraordinary physical resilience. But what confused Qingxiu was this: he was clearly Han. Even if he'd been in battle, only the Tang army used artillery. How had he gotten wounded like that? Qingxiu kept his thoughts to himself and continued observing. Li Yingqi perked up. She raised her sword to take her stance, but before she could react, the wanderer raised his blade and struck with force. No formality, no greeting, he launched into the fight with a heavy blow. Li Yingqi, used to proper sword duels, wasn't expecting this wild style. She quickly switched her stance and raised her wooden sword to block. Smack! The blow was so powerful, it sent her staggering back several steps. She almost couldn't block it. Gasps rang out. No one expected this plain-looking wanderer to have such brutal strength and skill. Does that count as a win? The man saw that Li Yingqi had retreated out of bounds, something even she didn't expect. "Time to pay up, 20 taels." Li Yingqi was still stunned by what happened. Once she steadied herself, she snapped back. "It's not just one round. However many times you win today, you'll get 20 taels each time." The man frowned. "You're all talk. How do I know you'll keep your word?" Li Yingqi sneered. "Ask the people behind you. Let them tell you if I keep my promises." He turned and saw everyone nodding confidently. That reassured him. "Fine. But I already won once. Shouldn't you pay something now? Didn't you say I'd get 2 taels just for accepting the challenge? You're really something. It's a sword duel, yet all you care about is money." Li Yingqi, annoyed, pulled a coin pouch from her chest and tossed it to him. "After today's matches, however much is in there, it's all yours. If it's not enough, I'll make up the rest." The man's eyes gleamed. He stepped forward and caught the pouch immediately. He weighed the coin pouch slightly and realized it was even heavier than he expected. Delighted, he quickly stuffed it into his robe. "Miss, you're really generous. This is more than enough, no need to add more. No matter how many rounds we fight today, I'll be here. Stop the nonsense. And just now you attacked by surprise. I wasn't ready when you struck. That win barely counts." Although Li Yingqi said that, she knew deep down that the opponent's sword strength and force were terrifying. Even if she had been prepared, she likely would have lost just the same. She wasn't a spoiled or unreasonable noblewoman. It's just that she'd rarely met a match before. Being defeated right away by someone threw her off completely. In fact, anyone with some skill watching could already tell, Li Yingqi probably wasn't his match. People were also confused. Why would someone with such skill be willing to spar with apprentices of such a low level? Qingxiu's expression turned serious. He understood that sparring with this kind of opponent wasn't just about winning or losing. It was about avoiding injury. This drifter clearly didn't hold back at all, every move was full strength. The two prepared again. This time, Li Yingqi took the initiative and lunged forward with her sword. Her movements were quick, sharp, and hard to block. But the wanderer defended with brute force, simply raising his sword in front of him. Li Yingqi saw through his move and shifted her angle skillfully. Her wooden sword was about to strike his chest. But he suddenly changed form even faster, turning his block into a sweeping lift, and forcefully knocked her sword away. The impact made her hand go numb. She couldn't even hold her sword, it dropped to the ground. "I lost." Li Yingqi stood stunned, staring at her sword on the floor. Nothing she said now would matter, she had lost, and clearly. She had attacked first, and still lost. No excuse would hold. "I concede," Li Yingqi said, admitting defeat without hesitation. The wanderer cupped his fists and said, "Thanks for the match. Now, about the silver you promised. Before he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. He spun around and struck behind him with his wooden sword. Someone had thrown a teacup at him. He deflected it with his sword. But the teacup carried such force that even though he shattered it mid-air, the impact numbed his hand, and he couldn't grip his sword anymore. It fell to the ground. He staggered back 2 steps, his hands trembling, unable to make a fist. His face was full of shock. He knew he had encountered a true master. Liangqi was speechless. The opponent she couldn't last more than 3 moves against had just been disarmed by someone throwing a teacup? Ingqi, if you want to study martial arts, you should go to the military camp. Train with real soldiers who've been through battle, that's where real skill is forged. Qingxiu walked to the center of the training hall. As soon as he appeared, everyone fell silent. So it was Duke Qing who acted, no wonder. Greetings, Duke Qing. Everyone bowed immediately, even the wanderer knelt, but Qingxiu stopped him. That's enough, no need to kneel. The wanderer looked at Qingxiu with reverence. I didn't know it was you. It's truly my honor to have exchanged a move with Duke Qing today. Though exchange a move wasn't quite right, Qingxiu had only thrown a teacup and still disarmed him. Qingxiu looked the man over, took out a coin pouch, and tossed it over. The man instinctively caught it. But then he hesitated. Sir, I've done nothing to earn this, why are you giving me money? You just won a match. On the arena, as long as no one dies, everything is fair. But since this involved Ingqi, I can't just stand by. Think of this as an apology. Liangqi had lost badly, she looked embarrassed. Since she was Qingxiu's woman, he had to help her save some face. He knocked her sword away, then disarmed her opponent in return. That evened it out. The man wasn't stupid. From what Qingxiu said, it was clear there was more between him and Liangqi. He accepted the money without further hesitation. Hey! Why didn't you come to see me first when you got back? Liangqi was thrilled to see Qingxiu. She ran over and grabbed his arm, beaming. Qing Ruyuan even hugged Qingxiu's leg and called out happily, Daddy. The little girl hadn't been this happy in a long time. Everyone watching was stunned. No one expected the fierce little girl to be Duke Qing's daughter. But on second thought, it made sense. Anyone who stuck so closely to Liangqi must come from a special background. Qingxiu laughed, you really dared to fight. That man's martial arts are no joke. If he went all out, you'd be hurt within 10 moves. The way it ended, he clearly held back. Liangqi looked disappointed. Her skills were top tier even among soldiers in Chang'an. Yet someone who could defeat her so easily was extremely rare. The training hall's manager came over, smiling, hoping to please Qingxiu. Duke Qing, please come to the private room. I didn't know you were here. Forgive me for the poor hospitality. Qingxiu nodded casually and asked the wanderer, what's your name? Sir, I am Zhang Tai from Hedong, he replied. From what I saw, your skills don't look like formal training. Have you served in the military? You truly are a veteran. You saw right away. Zhang Tai quickly replied, years ago, I fought in the Goguryeo campaign. Back then, I was under your command. When he mentioned Goguryeo, Qingxiu immediately understood how he got those artillery wounds. So those injuries on your arms, Qingxiu pointed. Were they from friendly fire during a charge? Zhang Tai said nothing, only nodded and sighed. To be honest, I was lucky. The others with me, sigh. Zhang Tai clearly didn't want to recall those memories. When Qingxiu sensed there was something deeper behind his words, he ordered the training hall's manager to prepare a private space for them to talk. Take this, Qingxiu said, handing him some silver. The manager hurriedly pushed it back. I couldn't possibly accept this. Serving you, sir, is my, all right, thank you, Duke Qing. Qingxiu's expression shifted slightly, and the man quickly corrected himself and took the silver. Qingxiu led a few people to a private room to rest. Once seated, he asked Zhang Tai to recount everything from the beginning. Zhang Tai looked hesitant at first, but Qingxiu said, if something's weighing on you, I'm sure it's not just your burden alone. Tell me, and maybe I can help more than just you, maybe your comrades who've suffered the same. Hearing this, Zhang Tai realized he should speak honestly. I hadn't thought it through. Since you want to hear it, Duke Qing, I'll talk. Zhang Tai was one of the Hedong soldiers first deployed to support the Liaodong front. When their unit entered battle, most of the soldiers weren't yet familiar with artillery use. During one assault on a city, the commander gave a poor order, artillery support was called in while they were charging. The artillery crew was already inexperienced, and during the chaos, they fired directly into their own troops. This wasn't even an isolated incident in the Goguryeo campaign. Qingxiu had heard of 3 such cases. Of course, those who made command errors or misused artillery were all severely punished by Qingxiu, stripped of their positions immediately. I only know that during the assault on Guangzhou, the artillerymen were replaced by archers. Some mishandled the powder and set off explosions. I heard over 500 men died in that one blast. Remembering this, Qingxiu's face turned grim. Those men didn't die for glory on the battlefield, they were killed needlessly, without honor. You know about that, Duke Qing? Zhang Tai was surprised. Of course. Artillery misfire is a huge deal, especially killing so many of our own. How could I not know? Qingxiu frowned. What exactly happened to you? As Zhang Tai explained, his own injury also occurred during the assault on Guangzhou. That city was a key military stronghold for Goguryeo. Without artillery, it couldn't be taken. But they didn't have enough trained gunners, so temporary trainees were sent to the front. Zhang Tai and a dozen comrades had just reached the walls, preparing to climb the ladders, when a cannonball from behind landed right in their ranks. Half of them died on the spot, the rest suffered fatal injuries and died within days. Zhang Tai was lucky. He was only hit by shrapnel and sand, severely wounded but with no internal injuries. Still, he hovered near death for over 2 weeks and survived with scars all over his body. Some grains of sand were embedded so deep they couldn't be removed. He spent more than 6 months recovering. By the time he was ready to return, the war was already over. Although they technically won that battle and he received an official reward, the comrades killed by friendly fire never received compensation. Each time he asked, they told him it wasn't considered a battlefield death, or that the Ministry of War was still processing it. Time passed, and nothing changed. Zhang Tai couldn't let go of the fact that his comrades, killed by friendly fire while serving the court, got nothing in return. Because of this, he left the army and returned home. He didn't want to farm, nor waste his martial skills, so he became a drifter, using his abilities to earn small money and sometimes learn local techniques. After hearing his story, Qingxiu's face turned dark. He hadn't known that the soldiers killed by friendly fire had never been compensated. Zhang Tai saw this and quickly said, "I didn't mean to anger you, Duke Qing. I wouldn't have said anything, but you insisted." Everyone in the army knew how much Qingxiu cared about the troops. Saying this to his face was nearly an accusation of neglect. "Why would I be angry at you? If you hadn't spoken up today, who knows how long I would have stayed in the dark. I thought the soldiers harmed back then were already compensated, so I didn't follow up. I was too careless." Qingxiu was furious. This wasn't a minor issue. Likely, because there were few involved, the Ministry of War delayed it, then forgot it entirely. That negligence had seriously damaged Qingxiu's reputation. After all, he was the one who had urged the court to start the Goguryeo War. The artillery and gunpowder weapons used were developed under him. Those who were wounded or died, if they or their families got nothing, they would surely blame Qingxiu. He could handle the blame, but he couldn't accept those who gave their lives for him being left with nothing. "You all have suffered too much these years," Qingxiu looked at Zhang Tai and sighed. "I owe you all. Your words are enough, Duke Qing. We served the court. In the end, we won that war, and that's what matters." Zhang Tai felt emotional. Just hearing these words from Qingxiu was enough for him. Qingxiu immediately said, "You've been drifting for years, with all these injuries. What will you do in old age?" "Well, I just take it one step at a time. People like me can survive somehow. Better off than those brothers who died on the spot." Zhang Tai gave a bitter smile. Qingxiu thought for a moment. "In that case, I have a task for you. From now on, you'll work for me." Zhang Tai stared at Qingxiu in disbelief. He truly could not imagine how someone as minor as himself could be of service to Qingxiu. "You don't agree?" "Of course not. As long as Duke Qing arranges it, I will surely do my best." Seeing this man trembling with excitement, Qingxiu felt even more guilty. These soldiers had always been willing to die for him, yet only after many years did he learn of this. He truly felt sorrowful. Putting aside idle talk, Qingxiu immediately produced silver and gave it to Zhang Tai, instructing him to go handle the matter he had arranged, and admonished him to act as soon as possible. With Qingxiu's arrangement made, Zhang Tai wasted no time and departed immediately. Once Zhang Tai left, Qingxiu returned to the training hall, where he found the disciples even more respectful and fearful of Li Yingqi and Qin Ruyuan. If before they only kept a respectful distance from Li Yingqi, now that they had learned the little girl's true identity, their fear was complete. In the eyes of the people, the status of Duke Qing was second only to that of Li Er. To offend the child of such a great figure would be no different from provoking divine wrath. No one wanted trouble. Seeing Qingxiu return, they immediately stepped aside, bowing respectfully to him. "All right, you all have already paid your respects once. Why this act again now? Go about your own tasks." Qingxiu waved impatiently, and they hurried to their duties. "This time you've returned, you won't leave again so easily, right?" Li Yingqi wrapped her arms around Qingxiu's arm and held on for a long time, unwilling to let go. She feared that if they parted again, Qingxiu might leave for half a year and not return. Of course. I've missed you lately, that's why I came back especially. From now on, why would I leave? Qingxiu smiled. Li Yingqi's cheeks instantly flushed. She couldn't help but mutter softly, "Smooth talker, you're not doing it for me." Though she said that, her eyes were full of unhidden joy. Clearly, she enjoyed Qingxiu's words. As for the little girl Qing Ruyuan, she clung to Qingxiu and cried out for "Daddy," begging him to properly teach her the sword technique. "Daddy, you promised to take me into battle later, but you haven't even taught me sword technique yet." This remark reminded Qingxiu. Although he often demanded the little girl to practice martial arts, he had never personally instructed her. Reflecting, his ability to dominate the battlefield stemmed from a strength and speed even Zhang Rengue could hardly look back upon. It was not that Qingxiu broke through by strength alone, for martial arts are, after all, based on roughly equal physical ability, then further enhancing combat power to decide victory. If one can win purely by strength and speed, then martial arts become unnecessary. Now thinking back, Qingxiu had roamed battlefields for many years, killed countless enemies, and seen many martial arts and techniques. He hadn't merely traveled south and north, he had traversed every route reachable in this era's transport capacity. If I could gather the strengths of 100 schools and research a martial art, that wouldn't be bad. The moment that thought appeared, Qingxiu's ideas started to surge. He was somewhat impatient to try it out. Since that's so, allow Daddy to think it over well. Qingxiu took a wooden sword, held it in his hand, and wanted to perform a sword-style move. At that moment, the disciples at the hall were all attracted, turning to watch him. Since this was a martial art used by Duke Qing, it was naturally top tier. If not seized now to learn a little, it truly would be a waste of opportunity. However, Qingxiu looked at the wooden sword in his hand. Although thoughts rushed like a spring, he still could not form a starting move. Not because he was rusty from disuse, but because he had seen too many sword arts and saber styles, and for a moment did not know which to use. Just in the Tang people, there were nearly 100 kinds of martial arts and sword or saber styles. But those moves were too mechanical to Qingxiu's view, basically useless. The Tang army's trained sword and saber techniques were indeed good, powerful, very effective on the battlefield, and suited to formation tactics, but the flaw was lack of flexibility. The moves were too simple and crude. And his time in the western regions had shown him Arabs and desert folk who excelled with short swords and short blades. Their sword techniques gave him new insight. Perhaps because they were used to curved knives or short swords, their sword tech was extremely flexible and swift, very suited to close combat, the flaw being that they rarely achieved one-strike victories. It could be said, in Qingxiu's eyes every sword technique had some flaw. Ultimately none were as good as deciding by direct strength over finesse. Of course, only he could think this way. For most people, the old-fashioned path of honest study of sword tech was still the way to gain advantage in combat. With this in mind, Qingxiu followed his mental concept, casually put the sword into a beginning posture. This movement looked casual but was wholly natural, the stance seemed flawless. This move made the watching apprentices' eyes shine, they had never before seen this kind of sword path. With this as guidance, a scheme of sword control emerged in Qingxiu's mind. He instinctively followed his thought to demonstrate the sword tech step by step. Very soon his motions were like flowing clouds and water, every move and posture came naturally and completely. Qingxiu quickly immersed himself in it, and the others who were observing were dumbfounded. They had inherited sword techs for so long, yet this was the first time they knew a sword could be used like this. It could slash like a knife, thrust like a spear, even sweep like a staff. It seemed in Qingxiu's hand he merely used this one sword and it replaced all cold weapons. Such sword tech they never had any chance to see ordinarily. Now seeing it, no one was not shocked. They felt that the time they spent learning their previous sword tech was wasted, it could not compare at all. Li Yingqi watched even more seriously. As a sword art expert she could see the gold content of this sword tech more than anyone. In the end, Qingxiu concluded with one smooth slash, retrieved the sword in his hand. The sword tech he had thought of in a moment was now fully shown. Even he had not expected he could create a sword tech in such short time, and from start to finish so clear, with no flaw whatsoever. Before this, Qingxiu had not attempted similar drills, purely because he had seen so many martial arts, and at this moment fully comprehended them, enabling him to create a unique sword tech. He looked up and saw all the apprentices staring at him in awe, the entire hall silent. They had not yet returned to themselves from the shock just now. Li Yingqi was the first to break the silence. "You just now with that sword technique, when did you research it? So many moves unheard of, unseen before." Qingxiu shook his head slightly. "I only just now thought of it in my mind, and couldn't help but perform it. I didn't research it beforehand." Lianqi was speechless, and her look toward Qingxiu became even stranger, full of shock and admiration, as though at this moment he transformed into a god in her eyes. Duke Qing, your sword technique is excellent. We today have truly experienced it. Your sword technique, looking across the world, is perhaps unmatched. This sequence is really strange. Today I first learned that a sword can be wielded like this. The apprentices' cheers and exclamations weren't out of flattery, but genuine praise and amazement. Today they had truly had their eyes opened. All of you are too kind. But this is just a little insect's craft. Qingxiu smiled faintly. If you all think it's not bad, could any one of you perform my sword sequence again? I want to see for myself its strengths and flaws. Although this sword technique came from him, as its user he found it hard to see its merits or flaws from his own first-person view. The best way was to have someone else perform it exactly, so one could observe and then refine. When he said this, the assembled crowd went dumbfounded. They'd only seen it once. How could they immediately go and perform it? Even the simplest basic sword route required repeated practice and study to perform properly, let alone a complex, refined technique like Qingxiu's. I think I remember one of the moves just now. May I demonstrate it for you? One apprentice stood and tried to mimic the sword, and indeed could show a rough approximation. Good, Qingxiu said at once. He recognized that the move exactly matched one he had created just now, though the action was very rough and far from standard, just a dim imitation. Do you remember any of the others? He asked. The apprentice, hearing this, looked embarrassed. He stuttered that he only deeply remembered that one move. Qingxiu, though a little disappointed, was not surprised. After all, not everyone is a martial arts genius. You remembering that one move is already not bad. If you want to study this sword technique, you may follow me. At Qingxiu's words, the man's face lit up. He could hardly believe his ears. So Qingxiu was saying he would take him as a disciple. Thank you, Duke Qing. He immediately moved to bow in the rite of disciple acceptance, but Qingxiu stopped him. Why get excited? I did not say I accept you as a disciple. I only said I can guide you in sword art. Qingxiu of course wouldn't casually take a disciple. If done improperly it could bring trouble. But spreading this sword technique widely, he did have that in mind. Though not a formal disciple taking, having Qingxiu personally teach was still a rare chance. He kept thanking him repeatedly. Seeing the opportunity right before them, the many quiet apprentices began clamoring one after another, saying they'd memorized parts of the moves. I remember that move just now, let me show you. No, your opening move is wrong, it should be like this. May I try first, please? They scrambled to show themselves, each wanting Qingxiu's favor. But ultimately many of them were of mediocre talent. Even that first apprentice just barely managed to show the outline. That's enough. If you all are interested, I can teach you, but now don't waste your efforts. Qingxiu signaled them not to waste time anymore. They felt disappointed at once. They had thought it was a golden chance, and yet they couldn't gain Qingxiu's regard. They realized their talents were ordinary. Daddy, let me try. The little girl, who'd been silent at the side, suddenly tugged Qingxiu's sleeve and volunteered. You remembered everything just now? Sort of, but I didn't remember a lot of the moves and maybe not very standard. Qing Ruyuan shook her head, looking not very confident. Then you try. Qingxiu handed her the wooden sword, but she shook her head and refused. She preferred her own heavy sword. Qing Ruyuan gripped the sword on her back, inhaled deeply, then with a low stance she drew the heavy sword and at once adopted the opening posture of Qingxiu's sequence. The gathered apprentices gasped. This little girl, at her first attempt, was able to integrate it into her own habitual sword style so smoothly. Then Qing Ruyuan swung the heavy sword, and following her memory she executed the sword sequence step by step. Although the first time using it, each move was fluid and swift, as though she had practiced it for years. This Duke Qing's lady is too gifted, she only watched once, and can fully perform it. We've wasted so much of our lives, couldn't match even a little girl. If only we had that kind of talent. Not only did the apprentices say this, the armed forces of Chang'an had not expected this girl's talent either. Though her use was obviously less smooth than Qingxiu himself, when he watched her sword route he still could make out some key clues and issues. And in a moment his mind figured out how to optimize those moves. Finally, when Qing Ruyuan finished the last form and placed her sword down, she was panting heavily. Though her sword technique was now pretty advanced, her stamina was finite. This sequence had consumed considerable strength. Daddy, it seems there were a few parts one didn't fully show. Teach me a few more times later, I'm sure we can restore it almost exactly. The little girl wiped sweat from her brow and exhaled. Evidently she wasn't fully satisfied with her performance. But even so, she had already made the other apprentices blush with shame. A girl under 10, whose sword talent was so terrifying, if she were at their age, they wouldn't last a single round with her. Good girl. Qingxiu gently patted Qing Ruyuan's little head, his eyes full of approval. This girl's talent even he found incredible. If it develops further, she will surely become a great talent in both civil and military affairs. Daddy plans to refine and improve this sword technique once more. When it's perfected, I'll personally teach it to you, definitely better than what you saw just now. Qingxiu made the promise on the spot, listening to the little girl's joyful smile. Then I'll wait for Daddy. The others looked at Qing Ruyuan with deep envy. They were indeed coveting this set of sword techniques. Not because of Qingxiu personally, but because they truly saw the uniqueness of this sword style. They all wanted to ask Duke Qing to teach them, but obviously it would be very hard to persuade him to cultivate and instruct such small figures like them. Qingxiu saw the thoughts in their minds, and after a little thought he said to the crowd, "If you all think this sword style of mine is feasible, I can give you an opportunity. As long as you can meet my requirements, you can become my first batch of registered disciples to study." Those words immediately gave the crowd great hope. One by one they pricked up their ears and waited to hear Qingxiu's requirements. Afterwards I will return home and further refine this sword style, then I will write it down and create an initial entry-level screening. As long as someone can within the time I set meet my requirements, or be outstanding among you, I can accept them as a registered disciple. To take a step back, even if you do not reach my requirement, you can still wait until later when this batch of disciples graduates and the sword style is widely spread, then you can study and learn. Qingxiu did not want to keep the technique secret. If this sword style indeed reached his expectations, he would naturally want to spread it widely, and the more people who learn it, the better. However, the first batch of disciples is critically important. For teaching a sword style like this it is hard to guarantee no dilution, so you want the first batch of disciples to be at a high level, so that later it can spread more broadly. This promise indeed caused endless reveries among the disciples. Although it was only a registered disciple, as long as you can attach to Qingxiu, any title is worth trying. Even if you get no benefit from Qingxiu himself, outside people hearing that title will nevertheless be respectful. In future walking the martial world you naturally get no small advantage. By the way, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. Qingxiu again added, I'm not only screening from this single dojo. In the city of Chang'an, any martial arts dojo that studies martial skills is within my selection scope. If you have heart to compete, you must try even harder. The people exchanged glances. Every person clearly saw the urgency on the others' faces. In Chang'an City there are more than a dozen large and small studios, and the number of people practicing martial way is not less than 2,000 or 3,000. Being noticed by Duke Qing is not so easy. Us few here don't need to sabotage each other. I'm afraid the entire dojo can only have perhaps 2 or 3 people be selected. Better not let outsiders take advantage. Yeah, we must think of a plan. The crowd were all quite worried. Once the realm of the sword immortals expanded, the hostility between them was quickly set aside. Having your own senior brothers get selected is always better than someone else being chosen. At least later you have the closer proximity. Li Yingqi also at once said, I want to learn this sword technique too. She was far less shy than those disciples, much more straightforward. Of course Qingxiu would not refuse. But looking at Li Yingqi's hopeful face, he suddenly had a somewhat interesting idea. Why don't you become my first disciple? Li Yingqi upon hearing those words immediately widened her eyes. She thought she misheard. What's the matter, are you not willing? Not at all. The moment she said that her cheeks reddened. She suddenly realized whether she should have acted more demure. This woman's heroic air combined with this little woman posture gave an inexplicable strong contrast. At this moment Qingxiu looked at her, and in his heart he felt a sudden flutter. Compared to back in the day, Li Yingqi was truly becoming more charming. Afterwards you come back to my residence with me. Conveniently I have some techniques which are not suitable to display here, can teach you privately. All right, Li Yingqi's cheeks flushed immediately. Of course she knew what Qingxiu meant. The next day, morning court. Qingxiu early in the morning appeared at the court. Even Lier doubted whether he saw wrongly. Duke Qing had just returned not long ago, how come in less than 2 days he already came to morning court? According to his former habit, shouldn't he take some time to relax first, then come to morning court? Or just simply not come at all? But it's good that he came, it spared himself having to notify Qingxiu of anything. Immediately at court it was declared, orders to bring up memorials, start the audience. As usual, there weren't many troublesome matters, mostly some ordinary things. This year from the spring, around Sangzhou the water wheels again need maintenance and part replacement. The works department just submitted a memorial asking the court to approve funds for water wheel maintenance. The water wheels at Sangzhou weren't just maintained last year? How come they need maintenance again? Reporting to your majesty, the local water flow is too turbulent, the water wheels are damaged faster than in other regions, so frequent maintenance is necessary. Then arrange it. Anything else? Recently in the Liaodong region, digging at the Liao River area uncovered quite a bit of coal slag, it should be another new mine vein. Li Er and various ministers discussed how to handle the governmental affairs. Qing Xiu sat beside with eyes closed resting, not participating at all. Until Li Er approved the last memorial, he felt somewhat tired, looked up and found that today's morning court had already lasted more than 1 hour. Below obviously some ministers had lost stamina, yet still forced themselves not to slack off. Li Er originally intended to immediately declare adjournment, but unexpectedly at this moment Qing Xiu stepped forward, indicating to him that he had something to say. Your Majesty, do you mind if I delay some time? Li Er knew that if Qing Xiu did not have a very urgent matter, he basically would not speak on the spot at court. Since Duke Qing has an important matter, naturally you may speak freely. Li Er indicated for him to continue. Originally the ministers who thought the adjournment would begin, hearing Qing Xiu speak their hearts let out wails, but given his status they could only continue to listen with a stiff face. Minister Du, you as Secretary General of the Department of War, I have some questions for you. Qing Xiu directly began mentioning Du Ruhui. In the military of the Great Tang, what is the position of the soldiers? Du Ruhui puzzled why Qing Xiu would ask this. Duke Qing, what do you mean? Minister Du, you just need to answer me. This is naturally no need to ask. The military is the most important element of the country, related to a nation's life and death, not to be neglected. Du Ruhui with hardly any thought said immediately. Since Minister Do you also understand, why then treat the soldiers in the army so harshly for so long? In the long run how can the soldiers still serve effectively? Hearing Qing Xiu speak like that, it was obvious he had hidden meaning in his words. Maybe he knew some shocking inside information that hadn't yet reached the court. Even Li Er was interested. Du Ruhui was completely confused. He thought back on everything he'd done since becoming Minister of War and didn't understand. He had always tried to maintain military supplies for the various army regions and avoided interfering with frontline decisions and command. Especially after the Western Region War began, when the frontlines urgently needed support from the court, he had done everything possible to fill the gaps Qing Xiu required. Although he knew there were some corrupt elements in the Ministry of War, and he did indeed show favoritism at times, he believed that didn't affect the bigger picture. The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. He had to ask, if it's as Duke Qing says, then how have I mistreated the soldiers? Your Majesty can testify, I've always done my best in all matters of the Ministry of War. Qing Xiu slowly said, when it comes to the front lines, Minister Du has never been derelict, I agree with that. But once off the battlefield, even after leaving it, your mistreatment of soldiers is something I have not exaggerated. He was well prepared. He took out a booklet from his robe and, in front of everyone, presented the information he had gathered for the entire court to hear. The booklet detailed how soldiers were treated after retirement and what compensation they received from the court. The Tang army's pay wasn't low. Besides money and silver, soldiers received monthly food rations like rice and flour. Soldiers didn't even need to spend their pay, the court-issued rations were enough to support a family. But once a soldier retired, the compensation became almost non-existent. If a soldier had performed meritorious service during military campaigns, and it was recognized, they could receive some money and grain from the court every 6 months. But without merit, once discharged, they'd receive not a single coin, just fade into the crowd. Worst of all, even if they were injured or disabled during service, without merit, they couldn't get a penny in pension or compensation. Many soldiers were left disabled after a single battle, dismissed and sent home, and could only struggle to survive with their injuries. Sometimes the savings from their service weren't enough to pay for treatment. Some couldn't even support their families due to disability, falling into poverty, even losing their homes and loved ones. For so long, how can soldiers dare to give their all on the battlefield, or be willing to lead charges? Qing Xiu publicly questioned Du Ruhui. The ministers exchanged looks. No one spoke. They mulled over Qing Xiu's words. But Du Ruhui, after thinking seriously, actually questioned back with some confusion, what's wrong with that? Since the former Han dynasty, from the southern and northern dynasties to the former Sui, hasn't it always been this way? This comment wasn't well received. The current Tang dynasty's treatment of soldiers was far better than the old phubbing system used in past dynasties. Back then, there was no pension for death or injury, and soldiers had to provide their own armor, weapons, and food. The court only gave minimal base pay. If you earned military merit, you could rise in rank, gain land or money. But with no accomplishments, you'd retire in obscurity with nothing but wounds. In that era of 300 years of constant war, the saying, "joined the army at 15, returned at 80, was no exaggeration. By comparison, today's reformed phubbing system under Qingxiu gave soldiers more rations and pay. Even though there wasn't much retirement compensation, after years of service, a soldier could save a little. At least from Du Ruhui's point of view, the court was already doing a decent job. And he wasn't the only one. Many court officials felt nothing was seriously wrong. But Li Er had deeper insight. He directly asked Qingxiu, "Do you think the current military pay system is flawed?" "Yes." Qingxiu nodded. "Soldiers are different from farmers, workers, and merchants. They go to war risking their lives. Maintaining military strength is vital to both nation and people. To keep up morale, you need generous pay. If a soldier, while charging into battle, is constantly thinking about how he'll survive with injuries, no one to care for him, and can barely feed himself, how can he fight with everything he has? Take the Turks as an example. When they fight weaker enemies, they're fierce and fearless, rushing in to grab spoils. But when they face equal or stronger foes, they hesitate, afraid to charge, afraid to die. Isn't it because they all have worries holding them back, afraid to fight with everything on the battlefield?" Qingxiu's points were sharp, making many officials realize things they'd never considered. Many military officers present had personally fought their way up since the chaotic end of the Sui dynasty. They deeply understood that soldiers usually only fight to win, not to lose. If they have the advantage, morale is high. But when things are stuck or going badly, it's hard to maintain morale. Especially Li Er, who had spent half his life in war, understood the military best. Today, though the Tang army often won battles against bigger forces, one key reason was their advanced equipment. This made them feel superior against any enemy. And their generals had strong cohesion. From veteran generals like Cheng Yaojin and Li Jing, to the new generation like Qingxiu and Shui Rengue, all were unmatched on the battlefield. Just standing there, they could inspire the troops to fight to the last man. Although the power of example was important, generals are still human. They age, they die. When there's a gap between generations, military morale can easily shake. That's why, before new generals rise, something else is needed to motivate the troops. As long as you find an effective replacement, morale will never waver. And as Qingxiu said, money. Simple and brutal. There's nothing money can't fix. If there is, you just didn't spend enough. If it's as you say, how should the military system be changed? Li Er was clearly interested in Qingxiu's ideas. And not just him, every official in court wanted to hear Qingxiu's proposal. Speaking of it, it's actually simple. Qingxiu had already thought out the plan, and directly on the court floor laid it out step by step. The first step is to arrange for the soldiers in the army a place when they retire and leave the army, and also money. Those who have meritorious service need no further mention. The pay and grain the court now gives them is already sufficient. The focus is those ordinary soldiers who have no meritorious service, busy for years and then leave the army. Although they have no meritorious service, they are still an important part of the army and cannot be ignored. Qingxiu's proposal is, as long as someone serves in the army for 3 years, on leaving the army they will be paid a large sum of money as compensation. If it's 6 years or more, that sum will be doubled. If they serve 10 years, then they may be granted land, so that after leaving the army they still have means of livelihood, and this piece of land must ensure they can support a family. In this way, soldiers can join the army with peace of mind, and needn't worry that after leaving the army they have no means to live. Secondly, compensation for those soldiers wounded or disabled during military service. According to the Ministry of War's rules, those who die in battle naturally receive a non-trivial compensation passed on to their families, and those disabled receive less, but at least should be given some guarantee, so that on the battlefield they will not fear being injured. As Qingxiu said, giving land to the disabled is superfluous. They already have reduced labor ability, so unlikely to have surplus capacity to farm. Moreover, disabled persons are easily exploited by local bad gentry. Giving land to them would 8 or 9 times result in losing it. Better for the court to distribute every month a certain amount of grain and money to them. Of course, this does not mean the court will feed idlers forever. It is also a burden for the court. They should from time to time assign some duties commensurate with capability to these disabled persons. Let it be that they work for the court gives pay and rations. Giving these disabled soldiers a place to stay is a win-win. With these two methods proposed, everyone present thought it seemed feasible. They put themselves in the shoes of those soldiers who went to war. This seemed to allow them to go to the battlefield more assuredly and fight. Even if they become disabled, once back in the country the court will support them, and they need not worry that disability means no means to live. If the only downside is to be mentioned, it is that the court's burden will increase. After all, the vast majority of soldiers after leaving the army will be given a severance payment. I know what you all are worried about. Qingxiu saw them silent with their heads lowered and understood. Now the court's financial income is very ample. From various newly annexed territories after founding the state, the tax revenue has already far exceeded the initial costs when the government mobilized troops. Now we are merely taking out a portion of these gains, distributing it to soldiers. That is only right and proper. What do you all think? After a brief discussion among the ministers, they finally each expressed their stance. The majority supported Qingxiu. Duke Qing is absolutely right. I also believe this can greatly boost the army's morale. Although the court's expenditure will increase, compared to the income, these expenses are nothing. Your Majesty may adopt Duke Qing's opinion. I think it feasible. Voices of support rose one after another. Even Du Ruhui was lowering his head and carefully pondering these matters. He indeed could imagine such a military reform's effect on improving soldiers' morale, but this decision is too major and must be carefully weighed. Not just Du Ruhui, Li Er was also carefully weighing, afraid there might be trouble he didn't foresee. Not all good decisions should be applied immediately, and many decisions may not actually be as beneficial as they appear. The Tang Empire is an extremely large and complex system. Any decree adjustment will entail changes in many sectors. Now the Tang still exists in a dual system of phubbing, militia, and recruited soldiers. At least currently it is in a fairly good balance. If, as Qingxiu demands, reform is done, the phubbing system will vanish completely, meaning the court's relationship with soldiers will officially shift to recruitment and management. The phubbing system appeared in the northern and southern dynasties, and significantly improved army combat power. Clearly this system is still in an upward phase. If it is abandoned now, can the recruited soldier system perfectly replace the phubbing system, or even further increase army combat power? No one knows. Who knows whether the recruited soldier system won't cause soldiers' fighting spirit to decline? Maybe soldiers will serve only for a meal and a bit of pay. Qingxiu saw Li Er's hesitation, and indeed understood such matters need much thought, especially for a ruler like Li Er. Your Majesty, this matter should be looked at carefully. The phubbing system, up to today, already has many defects. If one day the Tang stops external expansion, no conquered lands to distribute, how can you maintain the army's combat power and morale? This statement directly hit the core of the phubbing system and its unavoidable trouble. The reason soldiers under the phubbing system were willing to bring their own rations, armor, weapons, even mounts to join campaigns, was because after each victory they could be granted lands. But today, the lands conquered by the court in external expansions have already reached vast barren regions of the western regions. Giving desert lands thousands of miles away to soldiers, isn't that forcing them to rebel? Although in the Central Plains and Guangzhou there are many fertile lands remaining to distribute, sooner or later they will run out, and at that time the phubbing system will completely collapse. Although currently this issue is still early, to Li Er it was almost certain when that day would happen. He was well learned, knowing that the descendants of emperors and generals each generation become less capable, therefore he did not believe descendants would handle things better. Better to abolish the phubbing system before its defects fully appear, and in his generation do all that can be done. Duke Qing's proposal today indeed let me see something new. I shall carefully deliberate this matter. Li Er declared his position on the spot. Though externally he said he would deliberate, in fact he was strongly moved. Even if military reform may bring temporary pain, the court of civil and military officials is currently at its peak, the founding elders are in their prime, even he himself is in his strong years. Even if trouble comes, united together they can surely control it. In that case, Your Majesty please deliberate more. Qingxiu nodded slightly. But then he suddenly looked at Du Ruhui. Minister Du, besides this, there is one more matter I must bring up with you. It is quite important. At this, Du Ruhui again looked at Qingxiu with some puzzlement. What matter? Duke Qing, please speak. This matter might not be a big deal to Lord Du, and there aren't many people involved either. Qingxiu spoke slowly. Lord Du, do you still remember those soldiers who were accidentally injured on the Liaodong battlefield years ago? Du Ruhui frowned and thought for a long time before suddenly realizing, he finally remembered what Qingxiu was referring to. A few days later, in the sword dojo in the east of the city. Qingxiu was now in a private room of the dojo in closed-door training. Recently, he had been thinking about how to further refine his sword manual. Though he could have practiced at the training ground in his residence, in the dojo he could often see disciples training hard, which gave him more inspiration. Over this period, he had already explored most of the sword technique, but the last move still didn't feel perfect. No matter how he adjusted it, it still seemed flawed, and it didn't tie the whole set together. Just this one move had already taken him nearly 3 days of deep thought, and he still felt like he was just one step away from finishing it. This feels a bit better. He mimicked a few moves in the air, then once again fell into thought. Maybe it's just that no sword technique can be truly perfect. Maybe I should leave it as it is. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. A disciple reported that someone outside was asking to see him. Not seeing anyone, Qingxiu rejected it without thinking. He was at a critical stage in his closed-door session and didn't want to be disturbed by trivial people. Since he returned to Chang'an, people from all walks of life came looking for him almost daily, trying to get close or build connections. Especially after he secluded himself in the dojo without the guards from the Duke Qing's residence, many people came swarming like flies, which was extremely annoying. 9 times out of 10, the ones outside were just here to cozy up to him. Why see them? Just as he was about to continue focusing on his sword work, someone suddenly barged in, pushing aside the disciple guarding the door. "Hey! What are you doing?" Before he could finish, he was shoved aside, and a large figure squeezed into the room. "Kid! You've been back in Chang'an for so long and didn't even call me to hang out? Just shut yourself away alone?" The voice was way too familiar. Qingxiu paused, turned his head, and saw Cheng Yaojin's rugged face grinning at him. "You brat, did you forget about me? Uncle Cheng, how can you say that?" Seeing that it was Cheng Yaojin, Qingxiu instantly lit up. The disciple who heard Qingxiu call him Uncle Cheng immediately broke out in cold sweat. In Chang'an, someone surnamed Cheng with such a noble status could only be that General Cheng. He had actually dared to block someone like that earlier. If held accountable, he was in big trouble. Cheng Yaojin ignored the trembling disciple and just barked, "Kid, go get us 2 jars of beer." "General Cheng, beer is only sold at Baiweiju. This is a dojo, we don't serve alcohol," the disciple replied nervously. "Forget it then. Just bring whatever you've got, not too strong, I've got stuff to do tonight." Seeing that Cheng Yaojin didn't hold it against him, the disciple breathed a sigh of relief and rushed off to get the wine. Cheng Yaojin sat down and grumbled, "Heard you've been locked up here working on some sword manual? You, interested in this kind of fancy stuff?" "It's not necessarily just fancy stuff." Qingxiu smiled. Soldiers in the army just need to follow commands and move in formation, so they focus on standardized tactics and physical training. But when it's martial artists in one-on-one or one versus many fights, it's hard to completely overpower your opponent with brute strength. That's when skill matters, sword techniques play a role. "Well, that's true," Cheng Yaojin curled his lips, unconvinced. "If you can't win, just train harder. Nothing strength can't break. We Han warriors can fight off 5 barbarians at once because we're tougher." Qingxiu knew it was pointless explaining further. Cheng Yaojin, Shui Rengue, Li Jianshan, they were all naturally gifted warriors. With a good weapon in hand, one swing could break both armor and man. And they loved to fight. Born generals. For them, no amount of technique could beat good armor and a high-quality broadsword. So Cheng Yaojin couldn't really understand how important these seemingly useless moves were for normal people. While they were talking, the disciple returned with the wine. Cheng Yaojin took a sniff and frowned. "This yellow wine smells off. Whatever, this is a dojo, not an inn." He took a sip and casually picked up Qingxiu's sword manual to flip through it. He had assumed it wouldn't be anything special. After all, he'd seen countless martial arts techniques. Even if this one had its traits, how different could it be? But the moment he opened it and read through, he was suddenly surprised. Although the manual had specific sequences, every move seemed to leave space, able to adapt to many variations. Most sword styles he'd seen were rigid. At first glance they might seem powerful, but once you figured them out, the weaknesses were easy to spot. But this sword style, even if he spotted potential flaws, if he were up against someone of equal skill, he wouldn't dare to act rashly. He felt that those openings looked like deliberate traps. "Qing, kid, this sword manual of yours." Cheng Yaojin frowned. "It feels like some kind of trap." "Trap?" That made Qingxiu laugh. Cheng Yaojin sure knew how to describe things. "I'm serious." Cheng Yaojin said sternly, "Look, every move in here leaves room and has lots of offensive potential. If you go defensive against this style, you might be okay. But once you attack, you're in trouble." The guy really was an old fox. He immediately saw the brilliance of the sword style. Just like Qingxiu's tactics on the battlefield, he always believed that failing to use strategy against the enemy was the biggest mistake. He'd applied that same logic to swordsmanship, every move designed to bait the opponent. As soon as they attacked, they fell into the trap, with no way out. Only someone like Cheng Yaojin, a hardened veteran, could see through it. Anyone else would spot an opening and charge straight in. Of course, it was only because Chang Yaojin had time now to study and observe the sword techniques closely that he could sense all the hidden killing moves within them. If Qingxiu had used this sword style to fight him in a real duel, Chang Yaojin knew he wouldn't have had the focus or time to distinguish which moves were traps and which were actual killing strikes. As soon as he got caught in that hesitation, Qingxiu would have seized the chance to defeat him on the spot. That said, this only applied against opponents on his level. If the opponent's strength and experience were far below his, brute force would be enough to overcome skill, no need for tricks. After reading through the sword manual, Chang Yaojin realized it wasn't complete. The final move clearly hadn't been finished, probably because Qingxiu hadn't been satisfied with the ending. Kid, if I were an old wandering swordsman, I'd have to learn this style. But if you want me to help spread it around? Chang Yaojin looked troubled and shook his head. I wouldn't recommend others to learn it. Qingxiu was slightly stunned but quickly understood. You think this sword technique is too hard? Exactly. Chang Yaojin could see the style had both offense and defense, covering everything. It didn't rely on any single routine. To him, it was already close to perfect. But that kind of high return required high investment. The difficulty level of this sword technique was not low, in fact, it was very high. Especially with all the transitions and variations, it tested one's reactions and combat experience heavily. For Qingxiu, it wasn't hard, thanks to his rich battlefield experience, it even felt simple. But for ordinary disciples struggling with the sword, this would be killer. Even after 10 years of practice, they'd struggle to master it. Just because of that, Chang Yaojin found it hard to recommend it to anyone. Qingxiu had already been aware that this sword style wasn't easy to learn, but now he realized he'd made the same mistake as Chang Yaojin. Because of his own talent, he underestimated the time and effort it would take for others to reach his level. Even if he wanted the sword style to be perfect, if no one could learn it, it was meaningless. He put his heart into creating it precisely so others could study it. If it didn't produce results, it wasn't worth it. If that's what you think, Uncle Chang, do you know how to simplify this sword style a bit? Qingxiu asked. He was good at refining the sword style to perfection, but simplifying it was a different challenge entirely. Every bit of simplification meant sacrificing intricacy, which was hard for perfectionist Qingxiu to accept. It's not that Chang Yaojin was dumb, he was straightforward. Not dumb, just direct. Qingxiu could make something complex flawless, but when it came to making something simple even simpler, Chang Yaojin was better at that. Chang Yaojin thought for a moment and gave some direct suggestions for changing a few moves in the sword style. Each point was carefully discussed between the two. Before they knew it, they'd spent the whole day on it, not even touching their wine. By late night, the revision had taken shape. Reading through it again, Qingxiu felt the difficulty and accessibility had reached the perfect balance. Any harder and it'd be too difficult, any easier and it'd ruin the style. In their eyes, there was nothing more to adjust. Come on. Chang Yaojin, now itching to try it, grabbed a wooden sword and tossed one to Qingxiu. Qingxiu caught it mid-air and smiled. Uncle Chang, looks like you've never really used a sword. Not afraid you'll lose. Nonsense. Chang Yaojin picked up his wooden sword. Doesn't matter what weapon, I've got enough real combat experience to make anything work. All right. Qingxiu didn't say more, he raised his sword and attacked. He didn't use his lightning-fast speed. Instead, he moved like an average swordsman, launching a standard attack. Chang Yaojin had read the whole manual and even contributed to some of the moves, so he was confident facing Qingxiu. He stepped forward to counter, but quickly realized something was wrong. In Qingxiu's hands, the sword technique flowed brilliantly. Each move was broad and powerful but left no gaps. Even when a flaw appeared, once Chang Yaojin tried to exploit it, he instantly realized it was a trap, and got countered. After several rounds of this, he became hesitant, afraid any gap might be bait. Just mentally, the fight was exhausting. Add in getting constantly pressured by Qingxiu's blade. After dozens of rounds, Chang Yaojin couldn't hold out and quickly admitted defeat. Damn. Youth really is everything. I'm too old for this. Chang Yaojin rubbed his waist and muttered, can't keep up with you youngsters anymore. Even so, he knew he was just making excuses for himself. Even if he were 30 years younger, he might have lasted a few more rounds, but beating Qingxiu? No way. Well fought. Qingxiu put his wooden sword away, while Chang Yaojin quietly hid his behind his back. It was way more damaged. He couldn't control his strength well, but Qingxiu had perfect control. If they'd used real metal weapons in a life-or-death duel, Chang Yaojin's blade would have snapped long ago. Kid, this sword style of yours is worthy of founding a school. I'm not just saying it, there's no other sword technique in all of Chang'an, or even Guangzhong, that compares. Chang Yaojin declared. Qingxiu felt the same deep down but restrained himself. Let's wait. I think I can still improve it. We'll talk about founding a school later. Even if he wanted to, he wasn't going to teach it himself. He came back to Chang'an for peace and quiet. If he kept busy even here, why write the sword manual at all? Besides, this whole sword project started on a whim, no need to pour his life into it. Uncle Chang, you and I have spent a full day exploring, are you perhaps exhausted? How about I treat you to a big meal, and we drink a good cup, how about it? Qingxiu put away the sword manual and proposed. Yes, that's good. Chang Yaojin laughed heartily, just right, I'm a bit hungry now, and we didn't drink enough earlier either. Didn't realize it's so late, shall we find a place in a moment? As he was speaking, he unintentionally glanced out the window and suddenly was shocked. They and Qingxiu had been so absorbed in their research that they didn't notice it was already high sun in the sky. He clearly remembered he had come in the afternoon to see Qingxiu, but the two of them were so absorbed that they completely lost track of time, and the whole night had passed without noticing. Not only Chang Yaojin, even Qingxiu himself felt surprised. Even in his tactical research he had not been so absorbed before. He had never experienced this unique state before. Even though the whole night had passed, he did not feel any fatigue. Uncle Chang, don't you want to take a nap first? Nonsense, I'm this excited, how could I sleep? Better to go have a drink first. Then how about we go to my Baiweiju for a drink? Hearing Qingxiu mention Baiweiju, Chang Yaojin's eyes lit up. He quickly said, good good good. This time you must bring me your Baiweiju's craft beer, the kind reserved for your mansion, not that common stuff you get on the market. All right, I'll have them bring out the latest brew, nobody in the market's tasted it yet. Qingxiu's words made Chang Yaojin even more excited, and he enthusiastically prepared to set off. As the two stepped out of the private room they happened to see the disciples who were practicing sword techniques. The two appearing surprised them greatly. They knew that yesterday Chang Yaojin and Qingxiu were researching in the private room, but didn't know that they'd worked the entire night inside, and still looked full of energy. They don't even need to sleep? Greetings, Duke Qing. Greetings, General Chang. The disciples respectfully bowed. Qingxiu and Chang Yaojin smiled, signaling them to stand. Kids, last night General Chang and I spent the whole night tweaking this sword manual of mine, and now we've almost got it working. As long as you're not extraordinarily slow, you'll basically be able to learn it. When the time comes and I open the sect in Chang'an City, you'll be lucky, nowhere else will you be able to learn such exquisite sword techniques. Chang Yaojin slapped his hand bold and declared it out loud. He really was a little lacking in occasion sense. After all, they were in someone else's sword dojo. Making such big announcements felt a bit like grabbing the dojo's disciples for themselves. But the proprietor hardly dared to care about that, and he wasn't about to argue. Qingxiu and Chang Yaojin brought him far greater profits. If all of Chang'an knew that these two big shots produced a new sword style in his dojo, that was a heavyweight add. Soon he expected more apprentices to come to his dojo. Even if all his current disciples left to study with Qingxiu, it would still be a massive gain. Duke Qing, since your sword technique is already mature, could you show us a little demonstration so we can have our eyes opened? One disciple stepped forward and asked. That caused many to side glance. They all wanted to witness something grand, especially since this sword style had just been produced. They wanted to be among the first to see it. Qingxiu, though in a good mood, had just done a round of demonstration with Chang Yaojin and didn't want to show again. Moreover, they might not even understand. Everyone, if you're interested, you can look yourselves. General Chang and I are going for a drink and rest. Qingxiu didn't waste words. He took the sword manual from his bosom and put it on the table. Interested? Just look. This move by Qingxiu almost stunned the crowd. They never expected him to be so generous and unguarded, casually showing it to others. He seemed entirely unconcerned that his sword technique could be exposed. That instead made everyone afraid to approach. Though each looked at the manual with great desire, not one dared to reach out. Chang Yaojin grew anxious. Kid, this is your exclusive supreme technique. You're just showing it like this? I created this sword manual so it might be passed down in the world. The more who see it, the better, only then will it be preserved for all generations. Otherwise, if I just keep it in my hand, should I take it into my coffin and let it be lost? Qingxiu looked completely indifferent. If possible, he would even let everyone in the world view it. As for monopolizing, to him, it wasn't needed at all. He didn't need this sword technique to dominate the martial world, nor did he need it to make extra income. Hearing those words, the crowd felt somewhat dazed. His behavior indeed differed greatly from other martial artists who cling to their private methods, preferring to take them to their graves rather than teach free. Qingxiu left the manual for them to observe, and walked out of the dojo's door. The crowd exchanged looks, then all hurried forward to look through it. Back off, back off. The dojo's proprietor immediately gestured for everyone to step back. What's the rush? This came from Duke Ching himself, his handiwork. If you break it, can you afford to compensate? As he spoke, he took the manual in his hand. Take turns, everyone will get a chance, don't be impatient. At the same time, Zhang Tie was driving a carriage, full of joy as he headed to the dojo, and he was chatting and laughing with the people inside the carriage. Can you believe it? Duke Ching really has no airs toward us. He talks to us like equals, not looking down at us, keeps us in mind at every turn. I heard before that Duke Ching is easygoing and never treats people poorly because of their rank. Now hearing you say it, it's true. So this time Duke Ching finally agreed to help us? Of course, he said that we old soldiers who served the country got quite a bit of credit, so he'll take extra care of us. Brothers, we'll be all right from now on. If only old Zhang had made it through last winter. If he had, maybe he'd have the money now to treat his illness. Zhang Tie and the other men in the carriage chatted as they rode. The men riding with Zhang Tie were all old veterans who'd been injured together on the Goguryeo battlefield, and most of them carried disabilities. Some missing an arm, some missing part of a leg and supported by crutches. Clearly these were disabilities caused by the war and shellfire. The task Qingxiu had given Zhang Tai earlier was to gather all the old soldiers who were accidentally injured by friendly fire on the Goguryeo battlefield, so Qingxiu could meet them in person. In recent days, Zhang Tai had naturally been busy with this matter. Since the regions beyond the pass were too far away, he first gathered the old comrades who lived within the pass and arranged for them to meet Qingxiu. After all, many of his old brothers were now poor and struggling because of their injuries or disabilities. They really lacked money. He wanted Qingxiu to help them with their difficulties. Among them, quite a few were coming to Chang'an for the first time. They had never seen such a bustling city, and the closer they got to the city center, the more amazed they became. They chatted and laughed along the way, and before long, they reached a rather busy district. The street there wasn't too narrow, but there were crowds of people and many carriages passing by, making it feel quite packed. Zhang Tai temporarily pulled the reins to stop the horse, waiting for the road to clear a bit before moving forward. At that moment, a luxurious carriage passed beside Zhang Tai's. For some reason, Zhang Tai's horse suddenly snorted heavily, neighed loudly, and startled the horses pulling that luxurious carriage. Those horses reared up, letting out a loud cry, shaking the whole carriage violently. Even the coachman almost fell off. A burst of screams came from inside the carriage. Clearly, the passengers had been jolted hard. Then came a string of angry shouts. What's going on? Are you blind? You can't even drive a carriage properly. I almost fell just now. You nearly killed me. The yelling didn't stop, and the terrified coachman quickly explained through the curtain. Please don't be angry. It wasn't my fault, the horse was suddenly startled just now. I couldn't hold it in time. The rude voice from inside cursed again, who's the fool that scared my horse? The curtain was lifted, and a young man stuck his head out, his face full of arrogance. When he appeared, the people on both sides of the street immediately panicked and scattered, not daring to stay. This man was none other than Yuqi Baolin, whose name was famous throughout Chang'an City, and second only to Qingxiu. Of course, it wasn't a good reputation, he was a notorious local bully. Even gamblers on the streets avoided him. Many had been beaten in his gambling dens. Zhang Tai was an outsider and didn't know Yuqi Baolin's name or his notorious background. But the man's arrogant tone irritated him. Yuqi Baolin immediately spotted Zhang Tai, who was driving the carriage. It was obvious to him that Zhang Tai's horse had frightened his. He snapped, "Old fool, can't even control your horse? What kind of driver are you? If you'd injured me, you and everyone in your carriage wouldn't have enough lives to pay for it." Anyone else in this situation, seeing Yuqi Baolin, would have swallowed their anger, apologized, and tried to appease him. But Zhang Tai didn't know who Yuqi Baolin was or how powerful his family was. He and his brothers had long suffered at the hands of corrupt officials, especially since all of them were disabled veterans who never received any compensation. Now, facing another arrogant official's son, he felt both disgust and fury. Zhang Tai snorted, "Young master, this really is my fault, I should have checked the calendar before heading out. I didn't expect to run into a barking mutt today. My mistake." Yuqi Baolin froze on the spot, his face instantly turning pale. He never imagined someone in Chang'an would dare talk back to him, especially in public. He was used to everyone lowering their heads before him. Except for a few people even his father couldn't handle, no one dared raise their voice to him. The onlookers were all stunned. This man actually dared to talk to Yuqi Baolin like that. He's done for. He's going to die today. He must be from out of town. Who else would dare provoke Yuqi Baolin? Let's get back. If this turns bloody, we don't want to be caught up in it. The crowd that had gathered to watch quickly backed away. No one dared stay close. You were talking to me just now? Yuchi Baolin said through clenched teeth. Zhang Tai acted as if he hadn't heard, snapping the reins and trying to move on. Seeing this, Yuchi Baolin's rage exploded. He drew a bow from the carriage, aimed at Zhang Tai, and loosed an arrow. But his aim wasn't very good. The arrow flew past Zhang Tai's ear and struck the horse in the neck. The arrow sank deep into the horse's neck. The horse let out a cry and collapsed heavily, nearly overturning the whole carriage. Zhang Tai turned pale, almost falling off. When he looked back, Yuchi Baolin was still glaring coldly at him. Bastard, you're lucky today. Your horse died in your place. Next time I see you, it won't just be a horse that dies. Yuchi Baolin tossed the bow aside and pulled the curtain closed, but right then, the sound of a blade being drawn rang out. Zhang Tai said nothing, immediately pulling out his saber and charging forward. Yuchi Baolin's shot had clearly been an attempt on his life. If his aim hadn't been so poor, Zhang Tai would already be dead. He was a battlefield soldier, a rough man. To him, words and rules meant nothing. If someone tried to kill him, he would fight back. It was a fight to the death, no other choice. His comrades in the carriage shouted for him to stop, but Zhang Tai ignored them. All he wanted now was to cut that arrogant young man to pieces. Yuchi Baolin couldn't see what was happening outside, but hearing the sound of steel, he laughed coldly. Someone dared draw a blade on him? Fool! He sat calmly in the carriage while his bodyguards outside immediately drew their swords and stepped forward to block Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai charged, slashing down, but one guard raised his sword to parry, pushing forward with such force that Zhang Tai staggered back several steps. Before he could recover, the guard swung again with overwhelming strength, keeping him completely on the defensive. Zhang Tai was a hardened soldier, yes, but still just an ordinary fighter. He couldn't compare to the elite guards trained by Yuchi Baolin's household. After only a few exchanges, he was completely overpowered. Then the other guards rushed in together, surrounding and attacking him from all sides. Zhang Tai initially found it hard just facing one opponent. Now, under attack by many, it was twice the difficulty against 4 hands. In the chaos, someone kicked him at the back of the knee. Zhang Tai staggered and fell to one knee. Then another person punched him hard in the face from the front. That punch nearly knocked him out. Then fists and kicks rained down on his body. He lost his ability to fight and lay on the ground, only able to hold his head in self-protection. Seeing Zhang Tai being beaten with no resistance, his old comrades, even injured, couldn't sit quietly. They shouted and rushed in to fight back. Are these people looking to die? Yuchi Baolin saw that most of these old soldiers were wounded or handicapped, some had damaged legs or arms, and found it laughable. These shameful things, aren't you better off lying at home? You come onto the street and provoke me, and you don't know when to stop. Tell them, injure or maim them if you must, but don't kill so many, otherwise my old man will have trouble handling it. Sure enough, these old veterans with disabilities were no match for the thugs and guards. They were quickly knocked down, grouped together and beaten. Even so, they showed no fear. Though beaten, they clustered together for mutual protection. Don't hold back. Yuchi Baolin, seeing them still united, shouted again, for these people, give them a bit more injury each, make sure they cannot rise for the rest of their lives. The thugs perked up at this. One dragged the fallen Zhang Tai out, raised an iron club, and smashed it down on one of his legs. Thud! A muffled sound accompanied the cracking of bone. Zhang Tai's face twisted in pain, yet he gritted his teeth and made no cry. The thug wasn't satisfied. He hit again, several times, and you could clearly see the bone in the lower leg bone caved in. Zhang Tai still made no sound, instead he cursed. Little bastard. If you've got guts, kill me today. Back on the battlefield I got hit by cannon fire, death didn't scare me, why should I fear a bullying brat like you? Yuchi Baolin, watching Zhang Tai's leg broken, was very pleased. But hearing Zhang Tai's curse, his face hardened. You can still talk tough? I think breaking one leg of yours is too light. Yuchi Baolin got out of the carriage and took an iron club from someone, raise his other leg. While Zhang Tai and his men were being humiliated, it just so happened that Qingxiu and Chang Yaojin were passing by this street section, discussing what to eat with their drink. The crowd's rowdy noise and the sounds of fighting caught their attention. Qingxiu asked a passerby, "What's going on in there? A fight broke out?" The man, originally enjoying the spectacle, got interrupted and glared, "Can't you see for yourself? What are you asking me for, mother-ah, it's you." He saw it was Qingxiu and went pale, thinking of his earlier impudent words. He knelt down and kept bowing, apologizing. "I was just asking, what exactly happened? I was wrong. I dare not. I won't speak out of turn again. Please spare me." Seeing the man keep kowtowing, Qingxiu sighed and asked someone else. This new person responded respectfully. Earlier, young Master Yuchi Baolin and others got into a conflict on the street. Now they're fighting inside. Hearing Yuchi Baolin's name, Qingxiu wasn't surprised. This bad young master, if he didn't cause trouble daily, he'd feel uncomfortable. Just stepping back, Qingxiu thought, even if Yuchi Baolin didn't start it, he had been upset with him for a while. The brat needed discipline. As he pondered how to deal with Yuchi Baolin, an old woman said, "It's not a conflict, it's young Master Yuchi bullying them. Look at this group, all injured veterans, how can he hit them so hard?" Hearing this, Qingxiu's face turned steel blue. He pushed through the crowd, ready to intervene. Chang Yaojin didn't want to get involved. After all, he was acquainted with Yuchi Jingda's family, but seeing Qingxiu ready to not let it go, he followed reluctantly. "Qing kid, after all his father is Yuchi Jingda, an official in the same court, give him some face." Chang Yaojin tried to persuade Qingxiu to hold back, but Qingxiu acted as if he didn't hear. When he burst through the crowd, he saw Zhang Tai's one leg broken, and the other pinned under the carriage wheel by the thugs. Yuchi Baolin held the iron club, looking disgustedly at Zhang Tai, who glared at him. "Kid, when I swing this club next, if you don't scream, I'll break both your arms and you'll crawl around the ground like a worm for the rest of your life." Zhang Tai sneered, "Breaking my arms is boring. If you're a real man, smash open my skull, then you'll count as a man." Yuchi Baolin flew into rage and raised the club to strike Zhang Tai's head, clearly aiming to kill. The iron club dropped, but before halfway it was struck by a flash of cold light. The impact rattled Yuchi Baolin's wrist so his bones seemed to tremble. The club slipped from his hand and fell. Yuchi Baolin howled in pain, stepped back several paces, and his thugs rushed to help him. "Damn it, are you blind? Didn't you see someone throw something at me and not stop him?" Yuchi Baolin's insult cut off as he noticed the object on the ground. His arrogance vanished instantly, replaced by fear and shrinking steps. The thing his club hit and flew off was a black staff sword. He was very familiar with that weapon. In all of Chang'an only one person could use it. He looked up and met the gaze of someone who made his whole body shiver. "Good, long time no see, Duke Qing." Yuchi Baolin's heart thumped wildly, but he forced himself to mask his emotion and squeezed out a smile. "Young Master Yuchi, it's been a long time since we met." Qingxiu narrowed his eyes and stared at Yuchi Baolin in front of him, showing clear disgust. "When Prince Xiao died beyond the pass, you wasted a lot of my time in the western regions dealing with that mess." Yuchi Baolin forced a laugh. "Why does Duke Qing bring this up now? I don't understand." "Whether you understand or not, you know it in your heart. The matter of assassinating Prince Xiao, Qingxiu, for the sake of framing others, still has not revealed the truth. Of course, holding this knowledge means he effectively holds a small lever over Yuchi Baolin. That made Yuchi Baolin, who already feared Qingxiu, not less afraid. Yuchi Baolin dared not prolong this topic. He was thinking of how to sidestep. Qingxiu leaned forward, inspecting Zhang Tai's injuries lying on the ground. "Don't worry, he's not dead yet." Zhang Tai cracked a grin despite his pain, "Much weaker than when I was on the battlefield." Hearing that, Qingxiu felt some guilt. They'd suffered a lot back on the battlefield. Now many returned to Chang'an with injuries, only to meet this bully. "I'll handle it." Qingxiu glanced at the injured old soldiers who were helping each other up. Though each had swollen faces and bruised bodies, none asked Qingxiu to step in on their behalf. "Gentlemen, please bring a few of the old soldiers aside to sit for a bit. Go to Huichun Hall and summon a doctor, say it's by my order." Qingxiu gestured respectfully to the spectators. Surprised, they immediately moved forward to help. By now even the dumbest person could see Qingxiu had a deep connection with the men being beat up. With Qingxiu's temperament, today's matter likely would not end easily. Yuchi Baolin also realized things were going badly. He barked at his subordinates, "Why are you standing there dumb? Hurry up and pick up Duke Qing's staff." One thug hurriedly scrambled to pick it up, but his foot was suddenly pinned by someone's foot, preventing him from lifting it. The thug stared, surprised, then when he saw whose foot it was, Qingxiu's, he backed off in fear. "We haven't met for so long, and you let these filthy lackeys pick it up for me?" Qingxiu looked at Yuchi Baolin with contempt. "I find their hands dirty. Why don't you, young Master Yuchi, go ahead and pick it up yourself?" Yuchi Baolin's face went alternately red and white, angry yet terrified. This was a huge public humiliation in Chang'an, for someone of his standing to pick up something himself and hand it to Qingxiu. And facing Qingxiu's gaze, his flames of anger vanished, only fear remained. Leaving aside Qingxiu still holding the small secret over him, with his position and ability, Qingxiu could easily manipulate Yuchi Baolin. Even Yuchi Jingda dared not cross Qingxiu. "Hehe, Duke Qing, you flatter me. Just a small gesture." Yuchi Baolin forced a smile and, under all eyes, bent down, picked up the staff sword, and handed it to Qingxiu with both hands. "Thank you, sir." Qingxiu made a motion to take it, but just as he grasped it, he seemed to let it slip slightly and it fell again. "Sorry, I must have not rested well yesterday, couldn't hold it. Kind sir, may I trouble you to pick it up again?" At that moment Yuchi Baolin truly wanted to punch Qingxiu in the face, but fear overrode him and he obediently bent down and picked it up again. If he had suddenly attacked, by the time his fist was halfway out, Qingxiu would already have slapped it away. "Duke Qing, be sure you hold it steady this time, heh. This staff sword's material is good, if you damage it, it's truly a pity." Qingxiu casually took the staff sword and said without changing expression, "I thought you had a backbone. Though you mistreat the weak, you wouldn't bow easily to those above you. But now it seems, young Master Yuchi, you're also good at bowing to the small?" Yuchi Baolin flattered, "Duke Qing, you're mistaken. As colleagues and friends, I was just helping, a small favor, nothing to speak of." Qingxiu knew this was his attempt to save face in front of everyone, but Qingxiu did not give him the indulgence. "That's mistaken. General Yuchi wouldn't dare call me friend." "Young master, how can you say that?" With those words, in front of all Chang'an's people, Qingxiu stripped Yuchi Baolin of his facade. He left no respect, even argued sharp to sharp. The crowd was secretly pleased, finally someone publicly humbled him. So truly one needs Duke Qing to discipline these kinds. Good that Duke Qing's back. Indeed, just now did you see how badly those men were beaten? They broke arms and legs. So cruel, they were old veterans missing limbs and yet they weren't spared. I say Duke Qing is downright polite. While the crowd whispered, Yuchi Baolin's anger grew. He couldn't tell exactly who said what, and couldn't lash out now, he only swore to remember that person. Yet facing Qingxiu, he dared not slack. He forced a smile, "Even if Duke Qing doesn't treat me as a friend, it matters not. As long as you say the word, anything can be done." The more Yuchi Baolin said that, the more Qingxiu detested him. Qingxiu stopped wasting words. "Those men just now, have some connection with me. Qing kid." A burly man pushed through the crowd and shouted to Qingxiu. It was Chang Yaojin. Earlier when Qingxiu moved to stop the conflict, Chang Yaojin chose not to appear. After all, he also had ties with Yuchi Jingda. Directly helping Qingxiu humiliate his son might bring trouble. Now seeing Qingxiu still pressing Yuchi Baolin, Chang Yaojin stepped in to mediate. "Uncle Chang." Yuchi Baolin rushed to him like a lifesaver. "Long time no see, sir, you're back too. You brat, what are you up to stirring things everywhere lately? Those just now were Duke Qing's men, are they yours to provoke?" Chang Yaojin immediately scolded Yuchi Baolin harshly. Yuchi Baolin wisely lowered his head, he knew Chang Yaojin was helping smooth the matter. The worse Chang Yaojin ranted, the more awkward Qingxiu's concession would be, maybe the matter would fade. "Kid, always careless. If I'd known you were bullying those old soldiers, I'd have slapped your face long ago." Chang Yaojin kept up his severity toward Qingxiu. Qingxiu nodded occasionally but remained expressionless, unclear if he heard. Yuchi Baolin, sensing things, offered, "Uncle Chang is right. I promise I won't stir up trouble and won't pick fights with Duke Qing's men." "Bullshit." Chang Yaojin scolded again. "Not just Duke Qing's men, no one you can bully. If I catch you doing it again, I'll deal with you myself." Yuchi Baolin hurriedly took the ladder down. "To make it right, I'll cover all the medical expenses for those few, and more. I'll personally offer compensation and apologize. Until you forgive me, I won't rest. How's that?" Qingxiu said nothing, his look alone froze Yuchi Baolin's half-put-on smile. "Qing kid, I think he is sincere. Why not accept his proposal and end this here?" Chang Yaojin clapped loud and low-voiced to Qingxiu. "I hate that brat too, but his father is Yuchi Jingda, our colleague. We must show some face." Chang Yaojin wasn't afraid of Yuchi Jingda. He just saw better to leave a line to avoid future friction. Also, Yuchi Jingda and Li Er's relationship was deep, not just ruler and official. Back when Li Er was campaigning, Yuchi Jingda was his trusted general. They often charged together, they risked life together. And at the Xuanwu Gate incident, Yuchi Jingda forced Li Yuan to abdicate as his bare-handed enforcer. After Li Er ascended, despite Yuchi Jingda growing arrogant, Li Er tolerated him, shows how valued he was. Otherwise how could Yuchi Baolin have gotten away with being arrogant until now? "Uncle Chang, if you could deal with Yuchi Baolin, would you want to try?" Qingxiu asked. Chang Yaojin's face flickered. "Of course I'd like to, but I can't interfere. And we can't either." "Then Uncle Chang, don't worry about it. You just watch." Qingxiu ignored Chang Yaojin, walked forward, put Chang Yaojin behind him. "Damn it, I give up dealing with this." Yuchi Baolin didn't know how to offend both sides. He waved his hand and looked aside. "Uncle Chang, you see, doesn't concern him. This is between you and me, don't drag others in." Qingxiu cut off Yuqi Baolin impatiently. Duke Qing, indeed I was wrong today. Had I known they were your men, even if my horse got startled, I would have turned away. Yuqi Baolin grew more nervous, even his words tangled. Please allow, each of them I'll grant 100 gold as compensation, every last bit. By now Qingxiu was disgusted with Yuqi Baolin to the extreme. He coldly asked, as you say, if those men were ordinary civilians without connections, would you consider beating or even killing them so lightly? Chang Yaojin's cursing grew harsher, and the more he cursed, the less willing Qingxiu was to speak, so perhaps this matter would be muddled over quietly. Of course, that's how they both thought. This brat never opens his eyes. If I had known he was bullying those old soldiers today, I would have slapped his face to stop him. Chang Yaojin, with grim expression, reprimanded Qingxiu. Qingxiu nodded occasionally but remained expressionless, unclear whether he heard. Yuqi Baolin sensed the situation and said, Uncle Chang's teaching is correct. In future I dare not stir up nonsense, and I absolutely will not provoke Duke Qing's men. Bullshit. Chang Yaojin cursed again, it's not just Duke Qing's men, no one you can bully at will, or next time I see it, I'll deal with you personally. Yuqi Baolin immediately tried to use a way out. How about this, I'll cover all the medical expenses for each of those men, and beyond that I'll properly compensate them, personally apologize, and beg their forgiveness. Until you all forgive me, I won't ease up, how's that? Qingxiu said nothing. He still looked at Yuqi Baolin coldly, his gaze was so cold the smile Yuqi had just forced back faded instantly. Qing kid, I think he's sincere in regretting. Let's do as he says and call it done. He really is sincere, how about it? Chang Yaojin, in his big-mannered way, tried to persuade again. He whispered to Qingxiu, I dislike that brat too, but no choice, his father is Yuqi Jingda and we serve in the same court, we must give some face. Chang Yaojin wasn't afraid of Yuqi Jingda. He just believed leaving a line helps avoid future trouble. Moreover, Yuqi Jingda's relationship with Li Er was deep, not just lord and minister. Back when Li Er campaigned, Yuqi Jingda was his trusted general, they often charged side by side, life for life. At the Xuanwu Gate incident, Yuqi Jingda forced Li Yuan's abdication. Though Yuqi Jingda became arrogant later, Li Er tolerated him, showing how important he was. So how could Yuqi Baolin still act arrogantly now? Uncle Chang, if you could deal with Yuqi Baolin, don't you want to try? Qingxiu asked. Chang Yaojin's face flickered, of course I want to, but I can't step in. And we can't either. Then Uncle Chang, you don't need to handle it. Just watch. Qingxiu ignored Chang's words, walked straight forward, setting Chang behind him. Damn it, I'm done with this. Yuqi Baolin didn't want to offend either side. He waved his hand and looked aside. Uncle Chang, you see. It's got nothing to do with him. This is between you and me, don't drag others in. Qingxiu impatiently interrupted Yuqi Baolin. Duke Qing, today this matter indeed was my fault. If I had known they were your men, even if they startled my horse, I'd just have walked away. Yuqi Baolin grew more flustered, his words tangled. How about this, I'll send 100 gold each as compensation for those few men, none less. By now Qingxiu was disgusted with Yuqi Baolin to the extreme. He coldly asked, as you say, if those men were ordinary civilians with no background, then you struck them, even killed them, would it still not matter? Yuqi Baolin was suddenly speechless, though that was indeed his thought. Qingxiu's palm traced the staff sword. He did not hide the killing intent honed by seas of corpses. Yuqi Baolin could hardly bear the shock, he instinctively backed several steps and indicated his guards to step forward. But those guards didn't dare clash with Qingxiu, just one stare from Qingxiu made them fall back in fear. I'll of course reimburse them. Don't say 100 gold, if need be, I'll pay 1,000, I don't need you. Qingxiu's staff sword tapped the ground with a crisp sound, Yuqi Baolin's heart hammered. I have only one demand, which leg you broke of his, I will break the same leg of yours. Yuqi Baolin's legs went weak, he almost cried. What do you mean? It means, you broke his leg, I break yours. Then today's matter is done. Qingxiu's tone was calm, as if negotiating business. Chang Yaojin's face changed drastically. If Qingxiu really did that, he'd be at war with Yuqi Jingda forever. Publicly shaming his son was bad enough, breaking a leg would be irreparable. Of course, Qingxiu didn't care. Yuqi Baolin routinely humiliated citizens in Chang'an, bullied men and women alike, his father's status protected him. Yuqi Jingda was a much higher level figure, and Qingxiu treated father and son alike. Yuqi Baolin nearly collapsed, his body went slack and his guards rushed to support him. Qingxiu's displayed killing intent and ferocity left no doubt, if he didn't break a leg today, the matter would never end. My father certainly will not act like this never happened. Serving in the same court, you shouldn't do things so drastic. Yuchi Baolin instinctively tried to threaten Qingxiu with his father. His voice quivered. I don't seek to humiliate you, but you should know. Qingxiu raised the dull end of the staff sword to aim at Yuchi Baolin. Even if your father were here, I'd still break your leg. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. When this was said, the crowd of citizens all secretly felt pleased. They thought shaming Yuchi Baolin was enough. They were satisfied. But they didn't expect Qingxiu to raise the stakes, break a leg. That's the son of Yuchi Jingda. Yet Qingxiu made it sound as light as breaking a dog's leg. If this goes through today, tonight I'm going home and celebrating. Serves him right. I say breaking one leg's not enough, break all four. Duke Qing truly did well. The crowd whispered again, feeling vented. Yuchi Baolin could only place his hopes on the followers behind him, but they had already been scared out of their wits by Qingxiu. How could they possibly risk their lives for him? Anyone not involved, get out of the way, or face the consequences. Qingxiu said it flatly, but that alone was enough to make those lackeys and thugs move aside on their own. Yuchi Baolin now stood alone, facing Qingxiu, with no way to retreat. Since we serve in the same court, these matters aren't really. Yuchi Baolin still tried to appeal to their shared status, but Qingxiu didn't even take his words seriously. He stepped forward, lifting his staff blade. Before Yuchi Baolin could even react, a dark shadow flashed before his eyes. Startled, he instinctively tried to raise his hand to defend himself, but sharp pain suddenly shot through his left shin. He stumbled and fell straight to the ground. Ah! Lying face down, Yuchi Baolin clutched his broken leg and howled in agony, while even his followers didn't dare come forward to help. The more pitifully he screamed, the more the crowd watching felt deep satisfaction. Finally, it was his turn to be humiliated. This has nothing to do with personal grudges today. Qingxiu flicked his blade staff. Even if the people you beat weren't my men, I wouldn't let you get away with bullying commoners. This debt was bound to be paid one day. If you want to keep your other leg, you better learn to behave yourself. Take your master and scram. Only after Qingxiu barked the order did the thugs dare to step forward and carry Yuchi Baolin away. But even with a broken leg, the guy still raged arrogantly at those around him, useless. Every last one of you. His people didn't even care about his tantrum, they just hurriedly helped him out in shame. Once he was gone, the crowd finally dared to speak up loudly. Lord Qing did great. That brat has been bullying the people for years, just because his father's a high official. Everyone in Chang'an hates him. If not for Lord Qing, those guys would have acted all high and mighty again today. Good job. You really gave us face today, my lord. Forget breaking his leg, there are barely a handful of people in this city who even dare speak up to him. Praise poured in from every direction. No one disagreed, Qingxiu had done the right thing today. Some even regretted not jumping in for a few hits themselves, but they didn't have the guts. Qingxiu smiled faintly. This wasn't personal. The guy is just too arrogant, I couldn't stand it. If anyone needs to testify later, I hope you'll all be fair and just. Everyone understood what he was hinting at. Yuchi Baolin was, after all, the son of Yuchi Jingda. Though his leg was broken, this wasn't the end of it. Chances were, it would even require the emperor to personally step in. The crowd all promised they wouldn't let Qingxiu down. Only Chang Yaojin looked worried. He didn't know what to say. Qing, was it really worth doing all this just to vent your anger today? He looked troubled. The emperor really values Yuchi Jingda. When this comes up, even his majesty will have a tough time with it. Tough time? Then don't bother dealing with it. Qingxiu didn't care. At most I'll pay him back. 1,000 taels of gold for one leg should be enough. It's just money, worth it if it teaches him a lesson. Cheng opened his mouth to argue, but in the end, he held back. Forget it, he'd just play the role of bystander today and not get involved. They had originally planned to grab a drink, but after this drama, neither was in the mood. Chang Yaojin took his leave first. Though gone, he was already thinking up an excuse to skip morning court for a few days, claiming illness. Qingxiu, on the other hand, went straight to Huichun Hall. He was still worried about Zhang Tai and the others who'd been badly beaten. As he arrived, he saw several of Sun Simiao's disciples carrying medicine boxes out. Greetings, Lord Qing. Cut the formalities. How are the ones just brought in? Qingxiu interrupted them sharply, getting straight to the point. They're okay. Took a heavy beating, but no fatal injuries. Please follow me. They had already settled Zhang Tai and the others. When Qingxiu entered the ward, the wounded veterans, freshly bandaged, were startled and quickly greeted him. We're injured and can't rise to greet you, Lord Qing, please forgive us. We're in a sorry state today. Sorry you had to see this. We've barely arrived in Chang'an and already caused you trouble, Lord Qing. We feel terrible. They were genuinely surprised he had come in person, such a high-ranking figure treating them with this much respect. No need for that. Qingxiu took a seat inside and waved them off. Wir sanktieren. Just then, the door opened again. Zhang Tai hobbled in with a cane. Ah, Lord Qing. Zhang Tai lit up with joy. Didn't expect you to come personally. No nonsense. You just broke your leg and you're walking around? Qingxiu frowned. Haha, it's nothing. Compared to what I've been through, this is minor. Besides, those kids told me it's just a fracture, not enough to cripple me. Zhang Tai sat down slowly. Damn it, if it weren't for those guards earlier, I'd have chopped something off that brat myself. Qingxiu replied, the guards with him aren't ordinary. And his background is big too. But I paid him back, I broke his leg. Zhang Tai was shocked. He didn't expect Qingxiu to go that far for him. Good. I can't stand those spoiled brats. Someone else asked, Lord Qing, who is that guy anyway? Even you say he's got powerful backing. He's the son of Yuqi Jingda. Protected by his father, he struts around Chang'an like he owns the place, no one dares touch him. When the others heard who it was, they were stunned. They, being seasoned veterans, knew exactly who Yuqi Jingda was. If Yuqi Baolin's men had actually killed them in the street, they probably would have gotten away with it, even throwing money at it wouldn't have brought justice. What shocked them even more was that Lord Qing had actually gone and broken Yuqi Baolin's leg in return. I broke this man's leg not just because you all have ties with me. Even if it had been a stranger beaten by him today, I would still have broken his leg. Qingxiu let out a cold snort, as if what he broke was just a dog's leg, not even worth mentioning. Zhang Tai said a bit anxiously, but this person is Yuqi Baolin, after all, it might cause some trouble. Cut the crap. If you just slashed him back then, you wouldn't be this torn up about it now. Qingxiu didn't want to waste more words. These few, are they the veterans who were accidentally injured by their own men on the battlefield back then? Mentioning this matter made their expressions dim. Though it hadn't been their fault, they still felt deeply ashamed. Others returned home with war injuries and could at least say they were wounded serving the nation. But these injuries, they couldn't even speak of the reason with pride. I can still contact a few people outside the pass. Letters have already been sent. They should arrive in Chang'an within a month at the latest. But these few brothers, they really needed help right now, so I brought them to see you first. Qingxiu understood immediately, and it was true. These men were injured and disabled. They couldn't work or farm, so of course they needed support urgently. One veteran said with some shame, when we first returned to our villages, the village chief and some folks did help us out with a little money. But we aren't skilled in farming, and life has only gotten worse these past years. Sigh, it's embarrassing to even talk about. Though he could guess, Qingxiu still asked, the local officials didn't offer you any aid? The veteran replied, it's not that they didn't give anything, but it wasn't much, barely enough to eat. Another added, even that came from the county magistrate's own pocket. It was just enough for one person to scrape by. But if there's a wife and children at home, it's not enough. When this came up, a few men's expressions clearly turned gloomy, though they said nothing. Qingxiu noticed and understood, they probably had families depending on them. These years must have been especially hard. Zhang Tai looked embarrassed. Honestly, this shouldn't be something Lord Qing should have to worry about, but they really, so I brought them here. Qingxiu waved him off, signaling there was no need to explain. After a moment's thought, he said, I don't have much silver on me now. I'll have someone send over some from my residence soon to help you get through this period. I've already spoken to the Ministry of War. You'll receive compensation. Until then, use this money to get by. The veterans were clearly moved and all bowed to thank him, promising to return the money as soon as the government funds arrived. We really had no choice, our families are starving. Otherwise, we wouldn't dare come ask you for help. One of them said awkwardly. It's just a small favor, not much money. Qingxiu didn't mind. Here, give each of you 50 taels of silver, will that be enough? The smiles on their faces froze, turning into stunned disbelief. Are you serious? One man couldn't help blurting out, staring in shock at Qingxiu. He thought he'd misheard. 50 taels per person, that amount was unimaginable. They had hoped maybe for 2 or 3 taels each, just enough to get by. This kind of generosity was overwhelming. Actually, we don't need that much. Just a few taels would help a lot. Even Zhang Tai began to stammer. It's fine. It's just some silver. If it's not enough, come find me again. If you feel guilty about it, just pay me back later when you're doing better. Qingxiu truly didn't care about the money. If needed, he could even give them a few times more. But for many reasons, giving them too much wouldn't be a good idea. So 50 taels was the upper limit. Though he offered the money, after a short discussion, they decided they couldn't accept that much. We know Lord Qing is generous, but we can't take rewards we didn't earn. Just asking for silver is already shameful, taking this much is too much. An older veteran with one disabled arm stepped forward. They agreed, they'd take no more than 50 taels total. Each person would get a few taels, just enough to make it through the year. If the government delivers our compensation, we promise to repay Lord Qing immediately. Qingxiu wanted to refuse, such a small amount didn't need repayment. But seeing their determined faces, stubborn as veterans tend to be, he didn't push it and simply agreed. All right then, I'll wait for your repayment, don't forget. Qingxiu said with a grin. They all laughed and promised they'd definitely pay him back, no matter what. But how are you supporting yourselves right now? Even with their injuries, it was clear they weren't the type to live off others if they could help it. I manage. My hands still work, I make paper figures and paper dogs, or weave straw sandals, then cart them into the city to sell. I'm okay too. Just missing a few fingers. I can still swing a hoe, even if it's slower, it's still work. I set up a stall in the city and sell snacks. People are curious and always buy something. When they spoke of these things, they didn't sound bitter. Instead, they seemed proud they could still earn a living. That was truly admirable. Qingxiu was deeply moved, these men didn't blame the world or anyone else. As long as they could survive, they were content. My friends, I swear by my title, you will get what you deserve. The government won't ignore you. Not only will there be compensation for your injuries, but you'll each have a job where you can support yourselves. You won't need handouts. You'll live by your own hands. His words made their eyes light up. Compared to monthly stipends, that's what they truly wanted. Despite their injuries, they still carried the pride of soldiers, always wanting to prove they were no different from anyone else. At the very least, to prove they could still live on their own. With this promise, the few veterans felt content. No matter what, it was Duke Qing who personally guaranteed them today. With his status, even if things didn't work out in the end, they wouldn't have a single complaint. Just then, the door to the ward was knocked. An apprentice poked his head in. Duke Qing, someone outside sent word, they'd like to see you. Qingxiu didn't even need to move to guess who it was. His Majesty is quite well informed. Qingxiu was about to get up, but Zhang Tai asked nervously, is this matter going to be a big problem? If too many people get involved, just say we were the ones who started it, let us bear the responsibility. That's right, this matter started because of us. You shouldn't be dragged into it. General Yuchi has a special status. If things get tense with him, it'll be hard for you to work in the court later. Just push the blame onto us. Everyone stood up and said Qingxiu could shift the responsibility to them. Although Qingxiu would never let them take the blame, nor could they bear it, their attitude made Qingxiu feel very gratified. At least it showed him that he hadn't helped the wrong people today. Qingxiu gestured for them to sit down. Don't worry, if I couldn't handle today's matter, why would I take it on in the first place? You all don't need to concern yourselves with it. With that, he walked straight out the door, telling them to stay put and recover, not to worry about anything else. Even so, the people left in the room exchanged uneasy glances. It didn't feel right to leave everything for Qingxiu to deal with alone. Well, Duke Qing told us not to interfere. Let's just wait and not cause more trouble for him. Qingxiu's guess was right. The person who came for him was from the palace. Li Er had sent for him. Originally, Qingxiu thought Li Er had summoned him to argue with Yuchi Jingda. But when he arrived, there were only Li Er, Cheng Yaojin, and Zhang Sun Wuji in the Taiji Hall. Once Qingxiu entered, the attendant who brought him withdrew, leaving just the four of them. Your Majesty. Qingxiu cupped his hands in salute to Li Er, acting as if he hadn't noticed the troubled expression on Li Er's face. Why isn't General Yuchi here? Today I didn't plan to call General Yuchi. Just you three with me. Li Er didn't waste words and signaled everyone to sit. Though he didn't say it outright, his attitude made it obvious. Li Er planned to handle the matter without involving Yuchi Jingda. As for today's incident, Yuchi Baolin had just gotten his leg broken, and I already knew. Li Er cleared his throat. I know Yuchi Baolin is indeed hot-headed, but you broke his leg in the street. That kind of thing. Li Er looked troubled, but Qingxiu noticed that his expression didn't fully match his emotions. He glanced at Zhang Sun Wuji, who gave him a subtle look. Without saying anything, it still helped Qingxiu grasp the situation. He immediately replied, I didn't intend to make things hard for Yuchi Baolin. And what happened today wasn't just because he injured my men. This person has long acted arrogantly in Chang'an, often bullying civilians and showing no respect for the law, relying on his father to do as he pleases. Your Majesty, is that reasonable? Li Er frowned and said nothing, clearly signaling Qingxiu to go on. I injured Yuchi Baolin today as a warning, to at least make him stop acting lawlessly towards ordinary people in the future. Then Qingxiu spread his hands, as if to say he'd accept any punishment Li Er decided on. Of course, Li Er wouldn't really punish Qingxiu over this. Especially since, my good son-in-law, do you know? It's not just Yuqi Baolin, his father, Yuqi Jingde, has done plenty of outrageous things too. Zhang Sun Wuji suddenly spoke. I've heard a little. From what I know, neither of them is very decent. More than just not decent. Liasai deeply. Last month, there was a wedding in a village outside the city. Yuqi Jingde happened to pass by with his men. Upon hearing the bride was beautiful, he insisted they stop the bridal sedan so he could have a look under her veil. Qingxiu was shocked. A bride's veil could only be lifted by the groom. Even if it accidentally fell, it would be seen as scandalous by her husband's family. Letting another man see her first would be a total disgrace for the couple. And then? Please go on, Your Majesty. Yuqi Jingde holds such high status, no one dared to defy him. The sedan bearers put the sedan down and stepped aside. But the bride was tough. No matter what they said, she refused to lift the veil. In the end, it was one of Yuqi Jingde's attendants who yanked it off. What kind of behavior is that? Li Er was so angry he slammed the table, almost swearing. A founding general of the empire doing such vile things among civilians, just saying it was shameful. Zhang Sun Wuji continued, and it didn't stop at unveiling her. After seeing her beauty, Yuqi Jingde said he wanted to take her back as a concubine and ordered the bearers to carry the sedan to his residence. He actually did that? Qingxiu frowned. But knowing Yuqi Jingde's character, it wasn't entirely unbelievable. We never expected Yuqi Jingde to insist on taking the bride. But the woman was brave. When the sedan passed over a small bridge, she tried to throw herself into the river. Zhang Sun Wuji shook his head repeatedly. There aren't deep rivers outside the city. If she jumped, she wouldn't have drowned, right? Qingxiu asked. You're right. The water was shallow, so she didn't drown. But she hit her head on a rock at the bottom and was unconscious for several days. After all that, Yuqi Jingde lost interest and let them go. Qingxiu thought that was the end of it, but old Cheng suddenly snorted. If only it ended there, there's more to this story, which you probably don't know yet. Everyone turned to look at him, surprised he'd say that. You ruined their wedding, injured the bride, and still didn't leave them alone. Li Er's face turned even darker. Chang Yaojin continued, after going through that incident, the family didn't dare go confront him. They just closed their doors and brooded in silence, not even daring to hold a proper wedding ceremony. They simply bowed to heaven and earth and called it done. In the end, the bride's father happened to complain a bit while chatting with some neighbors, and somehow those words made their way to the Yuqi family. Then they summoned the old man to their residence. Although they eventually let him go, a few days later, the old man died. If anyone claimed that the old man's death had nothing to do with the Yuqi family, nobody would believe it. Li Er's face turned grim. He opened his mouth to say something, but ended up staying silent. This family was simply unlucky to have crossed paths with Yuqi Jingde, someone who never let a grudge go. Even after being bullied like that, they had no way to fight back. If anyone else was bullied, they could still try to seek justice from the authorities, but with Yuqi Jingde involved, who could actually handle him? Even if Li Er himself knew about it, he found it hard to deal with. Never mind the saying about the emperor being subject to the same laws as the common people, that was the right kind of nonsense. Yuqi Jingde had rendered enormous service founding the dynasty and helping Li Er ascend the throne. Even considering the opinions of the other founding ministers, Li Er couldn't punish him easily. But being difficult didn't mean Li Er didn't want to deal with him. In fact, he wanted to more than anyone else. The reason was simple: if this man kept acting so arrogantly, one day he'd make a huge mistake, possibly even challenge Li Er himself. Qingxiu could see through Li Er's thoughts, but as the ways of emperors are secretive and hard to pin down, he didn't say anything directly. He just sighed. These two, father and son, are really alike. If Yuqi Baolin inherits the title one day, who knows how many more tyrants their family will raise. Chang Yaojin and Zhang Sun Wuji stayed quiet at that moment, and it was Li Er who broke the silence first. When I first came to power, I didn't understand why Liu Bang killed so many of his own founding ministers. Whether it was Han Xian, who had great military merits, or Lu Wan, who followed him before his rise, none were spared. But now, I truly understand. An emperor doesn't have control over everything. When the founding emperor of Han did that, it must have been out of necessity. Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin and Zhang Sun Wuji shuddered. That statement carried heavy meaning. Li Er must not be allowed to go down that path. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Although Yuqi Jingde has disregarded the law, he still has merits, and he protected Your Majesty many times in the past. Yes, exactly. Many difficult tasks of our dynasty were carried out by Jingda, even at the cost of his reputation. Though he has acted inappropriately, punishment shouldn't be too severe. Lier waved his hand to interrupt them. I understand. That's exactly why I'm trying to figure out a proper way to handle this. He knew they feared that once he took action against a founding minister like Jingda, he wouldn't stop there. They also feared he might come after them next. The relationships among the founding ministers were very delicate. Cheng Yaojin and Zhangsun Wuji did want to reign in Jingda, but in a way, they were helping him. Before Jingda or his son made a truly catastrophic mistake, it was better to give them a warning and get them to back off in time. That was much better than trying to clean up after a major scandal. As things stood now, Jingda would most likely face a reduction in salary or a symbolic demotion, just a warning. But if he ever did something truly outrageous, then it would be too late to fix. But Lier's thinking was the opposite. Ever since he had dismantled the power of the 5 great clans and the 7 prominent families, reclaiming vast lands, wealth, and commerce for the court, he had clearly seen the benefits of centralizing authority. Now that the noble clans had been dealt with, the founding ministers still held great power. Finding chances to weaken their influence or authority was definitely a good thing. The 3 of them each had their own agenda. Only Qingxiu had no stakes in this and could see everything clearly from the outside. That's how it always was between monarchs and ministers, conflict without outright confrontation. Even though they depended on each other, power struggles always ran underneath. Your Majesty, may I say a few words? Qingxiu cleared his throat. I punished Yuqi Baolin to give him a lesson. But given General Yuqi's temperament, he surely won't let this go. When that time comes, I hope your Majesty will judge fairly. After all, dealing with General Yuqi won't be easy for me. Lier inwardly rolled his eyes. You? Afraid of Jingda? If that were true, how could you have broken Yuqi Baolin's leg in broad daylight? Duke Qing, let's not speak in circles. Let's be frank. Lier said seriously, I don't want to see General Yuqi continue behaving so arrogantly. It's bad for him and bad for the court. I plan to use this incident to properly discipline him. So, how do you think this should be handled? Since Lier had laid it out clearly, Qingxiu didn't pretend anymore. Just as your Majesty said, I also believe General Yuqi should be punished. If your Majesty agrees, I have a way. Seeing Qingxiu so confident made Lier a bit uneasy. He quickly added, that doesn't mean I want to crush General Yuqi completely, after all, he has contributed to the empire. I understand. Please hear me out before deciding. Half an hour later, Qingxiu and Cheng Yaojin left first. Zhangsun Wuji stayed behind with Lier to discuss the feasibility of the plan. Clearly, they both thought Qingxiu's plan would work. As soon as they left the palace, Qingxiu said, General Cheng, you really put in a lot of effort trying to deal with General Yuqi. Cheng Yaojin was slightly taken aback, then laughed, you really do understand me. Of course. You're just using this chance to warn Jingda, hoping he won't go too far and make the emperor so angry it can't be fixed. It might look like you're tattling on him, but you're actually helping him. Cheng Yaojin sighed. At this point, there was nothing more he could do. Back on the battlefield, Jingda and I fought side by side. We saved each other's lives, we have a bond stronger than blood. Even if we've drifted apart since the founding of the empire, that past still means something. If the roles were reversed, he'd do the same for me. Qingxiu understood. He simply said, Uncle Cheng, let me say this up front. I have no personal bond with Jingda, and that precious son of his has caused me no end of trouble. All I can promise is that I'll make sure he doesn't lose face too badly. Don't hold it against me. Cheng Yaojin nodded slightly, but after hesitating for a moment, he still spoke. Kid Qing, this matter is indeed the fault of Jingda and his son, but could you give me some face and not push him into a dead end in the future, all right? Cheng Yaojin knew what Qingxiu was capable of. Once he set his mind on dealing with someone, even the most powerful aristocratic families like the 5 surnames and 7 clans couldn't escape destruction in his hands. Although Jingda had great merits, he had become so arrogant that even Lier couldn't help wanting to punish him as a warning. Cheng strongly suspected that with just a bit of pressure from Qingxiu, Jingda might not even be able to keep his title. Moreover, he didn't have the deep background of those powerful clans and couldn't withstand Qingxiu's open and covert methods at all. Don't worry. As long as it's not someone I'm at life and death odds with, I always leave a way out, for the sake of meeting again in the future, Qingxiu said calmly. He truly hadn't planned to destroy Jingda completely, but only if the man knew when to back off. So many troublesome things happened today, and we didn't get to drink. Why not come with me to Baiweiju later and have a drink? If it had been before, Cheng Yaojin would have gladly agreed to such an invitation. But now, his mind was filled with all these issues, he had no interest at all. Kid, I'll come to your place another day and drink with you personally. Let's skip it for today. Cheng Yaojin waved helplessly and turned to leave. So be it. Qingxiu watched him go, then turned and boarded his own carriage. Let's head home. While others had horse-drawn carriages, only his was a motorized one, standing out brightly on the street. While the court meeting was long over, Yuqi Jingde had only just found out that his son had his leg broken in the street. Furious, he rushed home to ask and was dumbfounded to hear that it was Qingxiu who did it. How did you provoke him? Yuqi Jingde knew his son often caused trouble, but he was a man who understood how things worked. He knew exactly who could be messed with and who absolutely couldn't. He would never deliberately provoke someone that even he would have trouble dealing with. Based on what he knew of Qingxiu, although he sometimes went overboard, he would never act without a reason. Yuqi Baolin must have given Qingxiu a reason serious enough to break his leg in public. Yuqi Baolin had originally planned to hide something, but how could he fool this old fox of a father? After a lot of stammering, Yuqi Jingde eventually dragged the truth out of him. He broke your leg over a few common soldiers? I don't even get it. He said those soldiers were his men, and each of them was injured to the point they could barely walk. Yuqi Baolin grew more agitated. I think he just used it as an excuse to beat me up. Yuqi Jingde remained calm. Unlike his son, he didn't immediately curse, he just frowned and paced back and forth. He didn't really believe Qingxiu would stand up for a few veterans. It must have been something either he or Baolin did that truly offended Qingxiu. Of course, that was just his assumption. He couldn't imagine that Qingxiu genuinely saw those injured veterans as real people, not expendable tools. Yuqi Jingde thought long and hard but couldn't recall having offended Qingxiu. Even if there were small frictions, it shouldn't have escalated to this level. What did you do to provoke Qingxiu? The moment his father asked that, Yuqi Baolin felt a chill down his spine. What came to mind was that past incident when they tried to assassinate Prince Xiao outside the frontier. But then he thought, although that was troublesome, it had indirectly helped Qingxiu. He wouldn't go after him over that. I didn't offend him. Father, I'm not stupid, what good would it do me to go provoke Qingxiu on purpose? Hearing that, Yuqi Jingde burst into a rage. No grudges between us, and he wants to bring disaster to our whole family? Does he think we're some stinking beggars from outside the frontier, free for him to insult as he pleases? Seeing his father's fury, Yuqi Baolin tried to fan the flames. I think it's because since Qingxiu came back from the western regions, he sees himself as some great hero and doesn't even respect you anymore. Father, you're a founding hero of the dynasty. Even if your contributions don't match his, you're not like those lowlifes at court. When His Majesty fought to conquer the empire back then, you followed him through life and death. At Xuanwu Gate. At that moment, Yuqi Jingde's face darkened. He coldly stared at Baolin. How many times have I told you, not a word about Xuanwu Gate, not even between the two of us. Yes, yes. Baolin shivered in fear, realizing he had touched a sore spot with his careless words. But that aside, what Qingxiu did really was too much. If we let this slide quietly, the whole court will think I'm afraid of him. Yuqi Jingde couldn't swallow his pride. But he also couldn't just go over to Duke Qing's mansion and break someone's leg in revenge. Even imagining it made his hair stand on end. Doing that would mean all-out war with Qingxiu, no chance for peace ever again. Tomorrow, I'll impeach him in court. No matter what, I won't let this go. He still believed that with his relationship with Li Er, the emperor wouldn't let him suffer unjustly. They had risked their lives together, after all. You stay home and rest. I'm going out. Yuqi Jingde stood up. By the way, what did the doctor say about your leg? He said the bone was damaged, but with proper setting and 3 months of rest, it'll be fine. In the end, Qingxiu had shown some mercy. Otherwise, Baolin's leg would have never recovered. Yuqi Jingde, though thinking Li Er would take his side, still had to admit Qingxiu's position and achievements were terrifyingly high. If he really wanted to target him, Jingde alone wouldn't be enough to stop it. This trip he was about to make was to find someone suitable to help him deal with Qingxiu. While Yuqi Jingde was racking his brain trying to come up with a plan, Qingxiu had already tossed the incident aside. Right now, he was more focused on the progress of building another steam engine. Since returning to Chang'an with his craftsmen and taking some time to rest, Qingxiu had purchased a plot of wasteland and built a new manufacturing workshop there. And this time, in the workshop, he had added many things that hadn't been used back in the western regions to improve efficiency. He creatively installed fixed pulleys in many areas to help with lifting heavy objects, which greatly reduced the physical strain on the craftsmen. More importantly, Qingxiu also invested a large amount of money and manpower to forcibly dig a canal that would pass through the manufacturing workshop. Although from his current perspective, digging a canal just to use a water wheel for power conversion seemed both wasteful and forced, under the circumstances, he had no other choice. As long as the steam engine could be put into operation, all the investment would be worth it. Duke Qing. At that moment, the craftsmen were laying out blueprints. When they saw Qingxiu personally arrive, they all stood up to greet him. "Sit down, carry on with your work, don't mind me." Qingxiu waved his hand, signaling they didn't need to worry about him. "How are you finding this new workshop?" "Of course. Why didn't we think before about installing fixed pulleys in the workshop? These things are really useful. This saves us a lot of effort. Before, the workshop had to keep 7 or 8 strongmen on hand. Now we can do the work ourselves." Each of the craftsmen spoke with bright expressions. They were really starting to feel the benefits brought by Qingxiu. Qingxiu smiled and said, "The fixed pulleys are nothing. Once the canal outside is dug, at least 3 water wheels can be installed. They can forge day and night, with much greater efficiency." Everyone was immediately overjoyed. As expected, the conditions in Chang'an were much better. Back in the western regions, they hadn't used water wheels not because they didn't want to, but because the area was too dry and the water flow was too weak to power large water wheels. Small water wheels couldn't meet the power needs of the workshop, and with such limited water resources in the western regions, digging a canal just for this purpose would have disrupted civilian and irrigation water supplies. But inside the pass, there was no need to worry about that. Especially since Qingxiu had already taken control of the Yellow River source. After a few years of recovery, the flow of the Yellow River into the central plains had increased. In fact, several areas of Chang'an could now dig canals and build water wheels freely, without affecting any other water usage. Chen Xiaomu thought it was a bit wasteful. If it's just for the workshop, digging such a big canal might be too extravagant. That must cost a lot of silver, right? You don't need to worry about that. Qingxiu patted Chen Xiaomu's shoulder. Even if the money spent is a lot, as long as we can improve efficiency by even 1%, it's worth it. If you all want to make my spending worthwhile, then work harder on improving the steam engine. The original steam engine had been left behind in the western regions. Qingxiu hadn't planned on bringing it back. It had a basic form, but still had too many flaws and wasn't ready for practical use. And more importantly, the steam engine was too heavy to transport back. This time, he wanted Chen Xiaomu and the others to start over completely, to redesign and refine the steam engine from the ground up. As he'd said before, even if the performance improved by just 1%, the money spent wouldn't be wasted. Previously, he had aggressively done business, seized control of the salt trade from the court, and taken over financial routes from various local powers, all to prepare for today. Spending money on this kind of thing was the right way to use it. The next day at morning court, Yuqi Jingde had already prepared to impeach Qingxiu in court. He planned to dramatize the situation, exaggerate his son Yuqi Baolin's injuries, and get Li Er to side with him. But as soon as court began, he was stunned. Qingxiu didn't show up. Even though he'd prepared a whole set of arguments to counter Qingxiu, there was now no place to use them. Still, he stepped forward and reported directly to Li Er, submitting a formal impeachment. "Your Majesty, this subject has a matter to report." Seeing Yuqi Jingde voluntarily stand up, Li Er immediately guessed what he was after and couldn't help feeling a wave of disgust. But outwardly, he still acted calm. "Speak, my loyal subject. Yesterday, my son was leisurely strolling through the city when he accidentally bumped into a few pedestrians. He originally wanted to reason with them, but unexpectedly, one of them pointed a knife sheath at my son's nose and cursed him." Yuqi Jingde went on at great length, describing how his precious son had been insulted and bullied. In the end, he had no choice but to defend himself. Those who provoked him had poor martial skills and were easily knocked down. Then, Qingxiu showed up and, without any explanation, beat Yuqi Baolin harshly, even mocking him afterward and insulting Yuqi Jingde himself. The more he spoke, the more worked up he became, almost to the point of tears, as if he and his son were the true victims and Qingxiu was the violent aggressor. If it weren't for the fact that everyone present knew the Yuqi family's character, they might have actually been fooled by his emotional performance. Even Cheng Yaojin and others who knew the truth were amazed by Yuqi Jingde's acting skills. If Qingxiu had been there to witness it, he would have had to give him credit for the performance. Though Li Er was annoyed by what he heard, he still acted shocked. After Yuqi Jingde finished, he feigned surprise and said, "I truly didn't expect Duke Qing would do such a thing. Are you saying Yuqi Baolin didn't provoke him at all?" "Far from provoking, he didn't even dare show any disrespect." Yuqi Jingde gritted his teeth and said with grief, "My son has always deeply respected Duke Qing. Even at home, he often praises him for achieving such unprecedented accomplishments at such a young age. Li Er paused for a moment, then said, "If this is true, I certainly won't take his side. I will handle the matter impartially. You have my assurance." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yuchi Jingda was very pleased with Li Er's response. He felt his goal had been achieved. He could already imagine Qingxiu being scolded in court by Li Er, possibly even forced to apologize and compensate him. If that happened, he, Yuchi Jingda, would surely shine in court. But things didn't go his way. For several days afterward, he waited at court every morning, and Qingxiu simply didn't show up. Even when he asked Li Er to order Qingxiu to attend court, Li Er just gave a troubled response. "I already granted him permission years ago. If he doesn't want to attend morning court, he doesn't have to. After all, he just expanded Tang territory by 1,000 miles in the western regions. How could I make things difficult for him?" That response left Yuchi Jingda speechless. It really was a fair point. The unspoken message was clear: if you could achieve what Qingxiu did, you could skip court every day too, and I wouldn't say a thing. Yuchi Jingda had no idea that in the past few days, Qingxiu had been out enjoying himself every day with his wives and concubines, and occasionally practiced swordplay with his daughter. In addition, he was also pushing the Ministry of War to hurry up and finalize the benefits for the veteran soldiers, so he had been extremely busy. Compared to that, Yuchi Jingda's little mess wasn't even on his radar. Only after Qingxiu had enough leisure did he remember Yuchi Jingda's issue. The next day, he slowly showed up to morning court. Yuchi Jingda hadn't held out much hope for that day, but as soon as he saw Qingxiu in court, he was so emotional he nearly cried. He had been waiting for this day far too long. But what surprised him was that even though Qingxiu showed up, Li Er acted like he hadn't seen him and proceeded to discuss state matters with the other ministers, without mentioning the incident at all. Not until Li Er finished discussing with the ministers did Yuchi Jingda finally have a chance to speak. "Your Majesty, since Duke Qing is here today, shouldn't we take the opportunity to discuss that previous matter?" Li Er paused for a moment and then slapped his forehead like he had just remembered. "Ah, I see. So that's what you meant. There have been too many things lately, I truly forgot about that for a moment." Then he turned to Qingxiu. "Duke Qing, you didn't attend court these past few days. Yuchi reported to me that you broke his son Yuchi Baolin's leg in the street, was that true?" Qingxiu didn't avoid the question and answered boldly, "Yes, it's true. And at the time, many citizens on the street saw it. Anyone can testify." Li Er asked again, "Did Yuchi Baolin provoke you before that?" "Not at all. Not only did he not provoke me, he even showed great respect when he saw me, afraid of being rude. General Cheng can confirm that." Yuchi Jingda didn't expect Qingxiu to dismiss his son's behavior so easily and was instantly delighted. Qingxiu had taken all the blame himself, how could the emperor not take his side? "Your Majesty, please bring justice." Yuchi Jingda didn't miss the chance to cry out and ask Li Er to stand up for him. Li Er pretended to look troubled. "Duke Qing, you've made great contributions to the country, but if Yuchi Baolin didn't provoke you and you still injured him seriously, how can this be justified? Since I must uphold justice, then this matter must also be." "That's fine. Your Majesty need not hesitate, just handle it fairly." Qingxiu didn't dodge responsibility at all. "I injured him, and that's that. No matter how much I say, it won't change the fact. If compensation or medical expenses are needed, Yuchi can name the amount, I'll pay every coin." Even Yuchi Jingda didn't expect Qingxiu to admit defeat so easily. He was secretly pleased. "Actually, my son's injury isn't that serious. Though his leg bone was damaged, he'll recover after a few months of rest." Yuchi Jingda put on an extremely generous face. "The medical expenses aren't a concern, but my son has been depressed at home. I just hope Duke Qing could personally visit and apologize, it might help his recovery." This demand caused quite a stir among the ministers. That condition was harsher than asking for money. Everyone knew that ever since Qingxiu rose in the court, no one had ever seen him apologize or be humbled. He had always stood above others. If Yuchi Jingda really pulled this off, even if it wasn't an apology to his worthless son, but just one to himself in public, he'd boast about it for the rest of his life. Will Duke Qing really agree to that? Sure, he's powerful, but don't forget that General Yuchi also made great contributions and has a deep bond with His Majesty. Maybe Duke Qing's worried the emperor might side with him. If he actually apologizes, that'll kill all the fun. Honestly, I can't even imagine it. Let's just watch. By the look of Duke Qing today, maybe he really might. The ministers buzzed below, clearly ready to enjoy the drama. Qingxiu remained silent for a moment after hearing Yuchi Jingda's words. At that moment, Yuchi Jingda held his breath, waiting for Qingxiu's response. This matter can be considered. To everyone's shock, Qingxiu agreed readily, without even haggling. If a sincere apology from me can help Yuchi Baolin recover better, then why not? Yuchi Jingda was overjoyed and was about to speak when Qingxiu suddenly changed the tone. But if Yuchi Baolin deserves an apology, doesn't the couple from Chen family in Hedong village deserve one too, from General Yuchi himself? Hearing the mention of the Chen family, Yuchi Jingda's face changed instantly, and whatever he was going to say got stuck in his throat. The Chen couple were the bride and groom he had forced to stop their wedding procession and made the bride lift her veil. He hadn't feared the consequences at the time. After all, the local authorities in Chang'an wouldn't dare touch him. The matter was bound to be buried. But if Li Er heard of it, that would be trouble. Li Er was known for caring deeply about the people and for correcting miscarriages of justice. If he found out about this, it absolutely wouldn't be brushed aside. The local authorities might not be able to handle Yuchi Jingda, but would Li Er let it go? The Chen family? Li Er feigned ignorance and looked at Yuchi Jingda with confusion. Yuchi Jingda avoided his gaze, not daring to meet his eyes. Qingxiu pressed further, General Yuchi hasn't forgotten the Chen family incident, right? Even if not them, as far as I know, your precious son hasn't exactly behaved honorably in Chang'an either. I don't mind apologizing to your good son, but shouldn't he also go and apologize and make amends to those people? At this point, Yuchi Jingda completely lost his earlier aggressiveness and shriveled up. Now he understood why Qingxiu had seemed to back down and not confront him. It was all planned. No wonder Qingxiu didn't attend court these past days. He must have been investigating my affairs during this time. Yuchi Jingda cursed silently. What he didn't know was that Qingxiu didn't need several days to gather information. His network in Chang'an had already collected every detail. All he had to do was ask, and he'd get anything he wanted. I don't quite understand. Duke Qing, please explain clearly, what exactly happened? Li Er still pretended to be clueless. At this point, Yuchi Jingda finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Duke Qing, wait. Yuchi Jingda quickly said, those are just outside rumors and slander, most of them aren't true. As an official of the court, how could I do such things? Your Majesty mustn't believe them blindly. As far as I know, there are many rumors about me circulating out there right now, but they're all smears and lies. Please, Your Majesty, do not believe them. Li Er immediately put on a look of sudden realization. So that's it. I was just wondering why so many people out there were slandering you, so this is the reason. In that case, I must hear Duke Qing speak in detail. If these rumors are truly troubling you, I will certainly uphold justice for you. Yuchi Jingda grew anxious, fearing Qingxiu would speak out, and hurriedly tried to stop him. Duke Qing. Those people outside believe whatever they hear, you won't be like them, will you? Whether it's just rumors or the truth, once I say it and the evidence is presented, won't we all know? Yuchi Jingda was so flustered he began to lose control, almost panicking. If Duke Qing believes I went too far before and is unwilling to apologize to my son, then let's just drop the whole matter. He clearly feared that if things continued, all his scandals would be exposed, and he didn't dare push the issue with Qingxiu anymore. No need. One matter is one matter. Why confuse them? Qingxiu ignored Yuchi Jingda completely and directly revealed the incident involving the Chen couple in court. Some ministers had heard bits and pieces about the Chen couple, but none had the full story, each only knew fragments. Now, with Qingxiu bringing everything out in full detail right in court, the entire hall was stunned. They all said it's better to break 10 temples than one marriage, and yet Yuchi Jingda had destroyed a newlywed couple like this, possibly even causing the bride's father to die from it. This was truly outrageously arrogant. Of course, many court officials also took some personal benefits now and then, but usually minor ones. Li Er turned a blind eye to that. But if things went too far, oppressing the people and abusing power, Li Er could not tolerate it. Just last year, a county magistrate had forcibly taken a civilian girl as a concubine. The usual punishment would have been dismissal and maybe 20 years in prison. But to set an example, Li Er chose to increase the punishment and had the magistrate beheaded on the spot. Although Yuchi Jingda had rendered great service, this kind of crime crossed Li Er's bottom line. Not only was it a violation of the law, more importantly, it destroyed the image and authority of court officials in the eyes of the people. If they couldn't restrain themselves right after the founding of the country, what would happen in future generations? Qingxiu glanced at Li Er and had to admit to himself, this man really could act. He had clearly known about this long ago, but now he acted like he'd just learned it, with barely restrained anger in his expression and posture. My minister, is this true? Li Er looked at Yuchi Jingda with a dark expression. And not exactly. Yuchi Jingda was momentarily speechless and couldn't say a single word in defense. If General Yuchi thinks I'm slandering you, how about summoning the Chen couple to court and confronting them? Qingxiu looked meaningfully at Yuchi Jingda. And as far as I know, many people witnessed what happened that day. I could easily produce at least 10 witnesses. At this point, Yuchi Jingda wished he could slap himself, cursing himself for being too careless. After it happened, he should have immediately driven the Chen couple out of the Central Plains, as far away as possible. But at the time, he figured bullying a few commoners wouldn't cause trouble, so he didn't bother. Who would have thought it would come back to haunt him now? Yuchi Jingda forced himself to argue, "If you say so, then let's summon the couple tomorrow and confront them." "Why wait until tomorrow? Can't we call them today? Or are you planning some tricks tonight?" Qingxiu had hit his exact plan. Yuchi Jingda had indeed intended to use the night to send someone to warn the Chen couple not to say anything reckless before the emperor. But Qingxiu didn't give him the chance, insisting everything be resolved today. Li Er looked at Yuchi Jingda and said lightly, "I agree. If we're going to verify this, it should be today. I'm not tired and have plenty of time to get to the bottom of this." Yuchi Jingda was completely silenced, he couldn't say a word. Seeing his reaction, even the dullest among them could tell what was going on. Yuchi Jingda looked at Li Er with guilt in his eyes, still hoping the emperor might speak up for him. But Li Er's increasingly cold expression made it clear, he wasn't going to side with him today. The ministers started whispering among themselves, genuinely curious how Li Er would handle this. But from the looks of it, there was no way Li Er would deal with the matter lightly. Qingxiu, sensing the time was right, continued slowly, "That's all about the Chen couple. General Yuchi, do you still remember old Lu from Yinzhou last December?" Upon hearing this, Yuchi Jingda's face turned even paler. Old Lu was a very famous woodworker from Yinzhou. He was especially skilled at carving wooden statues. His favorite work was made from a particularly fine piece of desert poplar wood he had found in the Gobi Desert of the Heshi corridor. He nearly lost his life finding that material, and the sculpture he carved from it was his life's masterpiece. It was so precious that he refused to sell it no matter how much money was offered. When Yuchi Jingda visited Yinzhou and heard about the craftsman, he personally went to see the statue and immediately wanted it. But no matter how much money he offered, old Lu refused to sell. So Yuchi Jingda resorted to vile tactics. He ordered the local magistrate to frame old Lu with false charges, threw him in jail, and had him badly beaten. After old Lu was beaten half to death, the county magistrate sent someone to his home to notify his family, telling them to sell off their possessions to bail him out. Otherwise, he would be sent to Chang'an for trial, and whether he would survive or not would be uncertain. Of course, they were deliberately intimidating old Lu's family. In fact, those who beat and tortured old Lu weren't even government officials, but Yuchi Jingda's personal retainers in disguise. When old Lu's wife found out, she immediately tried to sell their belongings to save her husband's life. However, Yuchi Jingda had already arranged everything locally, no one dared to buy, even when she offered them at ridiculously low prices. In the end, Yuchi Jingda personally visited and offered just enough silver to match the supposed bail amount, buying that sculpture. Only then was old Lu released on bail. The difference was, old Lu knew they were in real trouble. As soon as he was out of prison, he sold off everything he owned and fled the region, likely never to return. Compared to other cases, old Lu's incident was handled very discreetly. Everyone involved kept quiet, and with old Lu himself gone from the region, there was no victim left to be found. If even this matter had been dug up by Qingxiu, then who knew how many other shameful acts he had uncovered, especially when considering the various crimes committed by Yuchi Jingda's precious son, Yuchi Baolin. At this moment, Yuchi Jingda finally felt an unprecedented fear toward Qingxiu. The latter's intelligence network was astonishing, far beyond what even the imperial court could match. This likely meant Qingxiu had already collected even more of his secrets and held them tightly in his hand. If all of it came to light, no matter how close he and Li Er were, even past friendship wouldn't be enough to shield him. However, Qingxiu at least gave him a shred of face. He didn't directly state the matter of old Lu and other disgusting deeds in court. Instead, he took out a prepared document and handed it to Li Er. This dossier contained all of Yuchi Jingda's misconduct, especially selected cases that were enough to make Li Er furious. As Li Er read it, his expression immediately darkened, and the rage in his eyes intensified. This time, it wasn't an act, he was truly enraged from the bottom of his heart. Only now, after seeing the solid evidence and reports collected by Qingxiu, did he realize that what he had previously known was just a fraction of Yuchi Jingda's wrongdoings. There were even more vile and outrageous acts that had been hidden. Yuchi Jingda had truly shown utter disregard for the law, oppressing civilians without restraint. And his good-for-nothing son Yuchi Baolin? His crimes were just as outrageous. Like father, like son. At first, Li Er had tried hard to contain his anger and avoid an outburst in court, but as he read to the end, he could no longer suppress it. He smashed the dossier to the floor with force. Your Majesty, please calm down. Wang Degui quickly stepped forward to pick it up and respectfully handed it back. You mustn't harm your health over this, your well-being is what matters. It's fine. Li Er waved his hand, but the words were squeezed through clenched teeth, full of anger. Originally, many ministers had wanted to speak up and calm Li Er, but seeing how furious he was, no one dared to say a word, they all kept silent. Things had already come to this. No words could help now. All they could do was wait for Li Er's judgment. Yu Qijingde said nothing. He looked to Gao Shilian for help, but the latter didn't even look at him, completely ignoring him. Earlier, Yu Qijingde had gone to Gao Shilian, asking him to join in opposing Qingxiu, since everyone in court knew Gao Shilian and Qingxiu had opposing political views. Although Gao Shilian was exceptionally capable and efficient in official duties, he had always harbored a grudge against Qingxiu. While Qingxiu hadn't gone after him completely, Gao still sought opportunities for revenge. When Yu Qijingde came to him, Gao thought this might be a good chance to humiliate Qingxiu in court. What he didn't expect was just how filthy Yu Qijingde really was, so bad that even Li Er couldn't tolerate it. Now that even the emperor was enraged, how could Gao still dare side with Yu Qijingde? He was just thankful he hadn't spoken up earlier. He had waited to observe the situation, and now he was glad he did. If he had stepped in too soon, he would have been dragged down by Yu Qijingde. Seeing that Gao Shilian remained silent, Yu Qijingde cursed him internally. Unreliable, as expected. But now that things had come to this, Yu Qijingde had no choice but to face the consequences. Seeing Li Er's rage grow stronger, he simply dropped to his knees. This minister deserves to die 1,000 times. And indeed, he did. Li Er looked at Yu Qijingde. The fury in his eyes gradually faded, leaving only sorrow. He had long known that Yu Qijingde had been causing trouble among the people, but he thought it wasn't anything too severe. Out of their past friendship and Yuchi's contributions, he let it slide. He never imagined things would spiral this far, so out of control, more arrogant than even the emperor himself. I've always tolerated you because of your contributions to the empire, but you've only grown more reckless, bullying men, oppressing women, doing evil with no bounds. At this moment, what came to Li Er's mind was the valiant Yu Qijingde who had once fought beside him on the battlefield. Back then, Yu Qi had even told him, if the day came when peace was secured, he would retire and live among the common people. And yet now, he had fallen so low. This is all my fault. I've been too lenient with the generals and ministers who helped me build the empire. Otherwise, you all wouldn't be acting this outrageously today. Li Er let out a long sigh. General Yuqi, while your merits are real, your crimes are now far too many. Do you think this can be resolved so easily? Yu Qijingde lay prostrate, trembling all over, unable to utter a single word. And not just him, several other founding generals and ministers were also inwardly cursing him. They were arrogant too, but not to Yu Qijingde's level. That's why Li Er hadn't targeted them. Now that Yuqi had caused such a scandal, they feared they'd be dragged down with him. Living freely as they had before? That would now be much harder. The decision is entirely up to your Majesty. I will accept whatever you arrange without any complaints. At that moment, Yu Qijingde looked as if his bones had been removed, kneeling motionless, his face ashen, full of regret. He seemed remorseful, but only Qingxiu knew the truth. Yu Qijingde was simply regretting that his actions had been discovered, or that he hadn't cleaned up thoroughly enough. If given another chance, he would have rather eliminated those he had abused earlier, leaving no trace. Li Er snorted coldly. This was exactly the response he had been waiting for from Yu Qijingde. Since you claim to be truly remorseful, I'll give you a chance to make amends. Li Er scanned the ministers in the court. Among them, any founding officials avoided his gaze. Although none were as reckless or bold as Yu Qijingde, most had their own skeletons in the closet. Your official rank will be downgraded by 3 grades. Your salary from both your position and your title will be suspended for 3 years. Your title will be changed from Duke of Wu to Duke of Yu. You will compensate all the civilians you abused, 5 times the damages. The Ministry of Revenue will investigate and calculate the total compensation amount. Once determined, you will pay it in full. This was a heavy punishment. Losing 3 years' salary and title income was harsh, though manageable. After all, as a duke, he wasn't relying solely on that income. But the downgrade in rank by 3 levels hit hard. Now that all border threats had been pacified, war was rare in the Tang Empire. As a military general, there was no way for him to regain rank through combat. Even if some regions still needed military action or expansion, Qingxiu was in charge of that. Qingxiu already had more than enough young talents under his command. There was no way he'd reuse a worn-out old warrior like Yu Qijingde. Unless Li Er chose to overlook Yuqi's past after some years and slowly promoted him again, there was little chance for his restoration. But the real blow came from the title change, from Duke of Wu to Duke of Yu. His noble rank and prestige had dropped significantly. It was clear that as time went on, his descendants would hold a lower-ranking title that would be looked down upon by those of higher rank. Even if that was a matter for 3 or 4 generations later, Yuqi Jingde had fought so hard on the battlefield precisely to ensure lasting glory and fortune for his descendants. He never expected Qingxiu to strike directly at his title. That crushed him. He was old now, with no hope of returning to the battlefield to earn merit. His son, Yuqi Baolin, was completely useless and would never be able to restore the title by his own means. But it was already too late. Yuqi Jingde knew that today, the emperor was using him as a public warning. And it didn't end there. After punishing Yuqi Jingde, his son Yuqi Baolin also had to face consequences. Li Er didn't show a shred of mercy. He demoted Yuqi Baolin by 5 ranks and expelled him from the capital, forbidding him from holding office or even living in Chang'an again. He also stripped him of his right to inherit his father's title. Before that, he would be placed under house arrest at the imperial prison for 2 years as part of the punishment. In addition, he would lose 5 years of salary and have to pay a large sum in compensation to the civilians he had mistreated. The whole court was terrified by these punishments. They could see Li Er was truly furious. Only Qingxiu remained calm. While others thought the punishment was too harsh, he believed it was too light. Yuqi Jingde had gotten off easy. Many of the civilians he hurt had lost their homes or lives, yet Yuqi's family could still keep their positions and noble status. In Qingxiu's eyes, that was far from justice. But of course, Qingxiu couldn't judge by the standards of 1,000 years later. After all, this was a different era. Li Er had already gone to great lengths to deliver justice. Looking down at Yuqi Jingde, Li Er's eyes were full of disappointment. "Do you have anything to say? Or do you think the punishment is too harsh?" Yuqi Jingde replied in a low voice, "Everything is as your majesty sees fit. I dare not question it." Li Er didn't waste any more words. He turned to the court and declared, "I know all of you risked your lives when the empire was founded. I have not forgotten that. But today, I punish General Yuqi not only to uphold the law but to warn you all. Do not let past merits make you arrogant. If anyone dares act like General Yuqi again, I will punish them even more severely." The ministers all responded in unison, "We shall remember," and none dared speak up for Yuqi Jingde. The emperor was clearly angry. Anyone defending him now would only drag themselves into trouble. Seeing the solemn faces of the court, Li Er moved on. "Minister Du, go ahead." At his call, Du Ruhui stepped forward to present the military reform plan he had been working on. This reform wasn't just the work of the Ministry of War. Li Er and Qingxiu had both contributed to its design and improvement. Qingxiu, especially, had merged the Tang dynasty's phubbing system with some of his own knowledge from the industrial era to create a new system best suited to the current time. This new military system was a hybrid. It wasn't purely conscription-based, phubbing, nor fully volunteer-based. Instead, it took strengths from both. The phubbing system remained, but only certain strong regions and households would be enlisted under it. When extra troops were needed, they'd be recruited first from among them. Other regions would use the volunteer system, choosing only the best recruits. This ensured a consistently high level of combat readiness. Also, soldiers no longer had to pay for their own weapons and armor. These would now be supplied by the government. This prevented disparities in equipment that could weaken combat effectiveness. More importantly, changes were made to soldiers' pay and rewards. Previously, under the phubbing system, soldiers who won battles could be rewarded with land. This was why even with minimal pay and personal costs, they were still willing to fight. A big win meant enough land and silver to make up for the expenses, and a few great feats could guarantee a comfortable life. Under the new system, military pay was significantly increased. Soldiers would also receive compensation based on service length and injuries, ensuring they could go to war without fear of being abandoned afterward. Of course, correspondingly, the amount of land allocated to soldiers after battle was greatly reduced, but the rewards in silver and cloth were doubled. Although in terms of converted silver, the rewards soldiers received under the new system were more than before, making it seem like the court suffered a loss. In the long run, however, it was actually a great benefit to the court. The court's land was limited, every piece given away meant one less. And once a large amount of land was out of the court's control, land annexation would easily intensify. The danger of land annexation was well known. It was the main reason for the fall of most dynasties. Simply put, as long as the court could hold back land annexation, the nation's life could be prolonged. So, the court only needed to use cloth and grain, resources that could be produced continuously, as substitutes. Even if, on paper, this seemed like a short-term loss, at least the land remained firmly in the court's hands. Every bit of land the court could keep meant more leverage. This was crucial. That was also why Li Er agreed to Qingxiu's proposal to reform the military system. He knew that after years of war, many who were allocated land had returned to their hometowns and quickly became powerful landlords, already working on annexing local lands. Letting these people go home as rich landlords, whose wealth would last 2 or 3 generations at most, was the best outcome for the court. These reforms truly opened the officials' eyes. At first glance, the system benefited the court and the soldiers as well. While the phubbing system had offered soldiers a chance to move up socially, it had required them to cover costs of armor, weapons, and even horses themselves. Many couldn't afford it and tried to dodge military service, which ultimately affected the court's ability to launch military campaigns. Back when the Tang Empire was just founded and they fought the Turks, there were instances where campaigns were delayed due to phubbing dodging service. Li Er had to use court funds to cover armor costs just to move those battles forward. Even so, that funding was considered a debt soldiers owed the court and had to be repaid with loot or post-battle rewards. Now, with increased military pay and court-supplied armor, weapons, and horses, many previously burdened but patriotic men could finally go to war. When Du Ruhui read out the final clause, everyone present agreed that this would definitely boost the army's strength. If a soldier is injured or disabled in service, the court will grant a large compensation, and after discharge, assign him a suitable job so he can support himself. This clause made sense to all officials, whether they knew much about military matters or not. Fighting in war is already a life-or-death task. Deaths are compensated, yet wounded veterans had received nothing. It was known that the old soldiers Yuchi Baolin abused had come to Chang'an to seek help from Qingxiu only because they were disabled and couldn't survive. When Du Ruhui finished, Li Er asked, "What are your thoughts on this?" "This is feasible. Though it increases spending, it clearly strengthens the army and reduces land distribution." "Exactly. Keeping more land in court hands and stopping annexation is indeed a good policy." "Agreed. Lord Du came up with such strategies, truly clever. We're not even close." "Right. The phubbing system was inherited from the previous dynasty. We continued it without thinking of improvements. Only Lord Du thought of such changes. We admire that." Hearing all the praise, Du Ruhui felt a little embarrassed. "You flatter me. This reform wasn't just my idea. Duke Qing was the one who pointed out that the old veteran system no longer worked. I worked together with him and His Majesty to develop these changes. Duke Qing deserves the most credit." His statement surprised the court, but it also made sense. If Duke Qing proposed it, no one would be shocked. Across the empire, only he could keep proposing such eye-opening policies and ideas. Qingxiu then said, "Everyone, this military reform is just a preliminary test. If anyone has a better idea, feel free to bring it up and discuss it with me. After all, no one can claim to be perfect." His polite words prompted everyone to respond symbolically. He was still being courteous as always. The new military system immediately shifted everyone's focus away from Yuchi Jingda's case. Soon after, everyone started discussing related matters, while Yuchi Jingda stood off to the side, utterly defeated, like he existed in another world. At that moment, he finally understood what it meant for joy to contrast with sorrow. Now, he was the true outcast of the court. He glanced at Gao Shilian, who was now discussing the new system enthusiastically, as if he had completely forgotten the agreement they made the night before to deal with Qingxiu. After the court was dismissed, Yuchi Jingda left the palace in despair. No one dared approach him. Though some of his friends and colleagues wanted to comfort him, they were afraid of Li Er's wrath, so they could only watch him walk away from a distance. Just as Yuchi Jingda reached his carriage outside the palace, someone called out behind him, "General Yuchi, wait." He stopped at once, his face turning ugly. He didn't need to turn around, he knew that voice too well. It was Qingxiu's, slow and slightly arrogant. Qingxiu ignored Yuchi's unpleasant expression and walked up smiling. "General Yuchi, why so rushed? Just now, everyone was discussing the new military system. Why didn't you give any suggestions?" Yuchi Jingda struggled to suppress his anger and kept it off his face. Then he forced a twisted smile and asked, "What does Duke Qing want?" "Don't dare. How could I make arrangements for General Yuchi? With Duke Qing's status, isn't arranging my fate just a word from you?" "Haha, if that were true, I wouldn't have needed to bring so much evidence today." Qingxiu's trademark smile irritated Yuchi even more. He didn't bother with pleasantries anymore and cut straight to the point. "You think I haven't suffered enough and came here just to humiliate me again?" Qingxiu calmly asked him back, "Do you think I'm the kind of petty man who would jump for joy at this?" Yuchi Jingda was at a loss for words. Indeed, given Qingxiu's abilities and methods, his current situation could actually be considered merciful treatment. "I don't know what I've done to offend Duke Qing. If what happened today has relieved your anger, then I ask you to show mercy in the future. Yuchi Jingda had completely humbled himself, no longer the arrogant and domineering Duke of Wu from before. Of course, now he was the Duke of Yu. Qingxiu looked at him with a half-smile. Yuchi Jingda felt a chill and quickly added, if Duke Qing still feels dissatisfied, please speak openly. I'll let you vent your anger. Qingxiu said honestly, you haven't offended me. And if you and your son really had a personal grudge with me, today wouldn't have ended like this. You don't really think the evidence I brought out today is the only leverage I have against you, do you? Yuchi Jingda frowned, clearly confused, and looked at Qingxiu. Qingxiu didn't beat around the bush. He lowered his voice and said, I remember back when the Turks were nearly wiped out and could only wander in the deserts of the Heshi corridor, they were extremely short on weapons, armor, and food. Isn't that right? Yuchi Jingda's heart skipped a beat. Cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. But he forced himself to stay calm and replied flatly, that's true. At that time, the Turks were being enslaved by the Tanguts and were about to rebel. Seems like Duke Duke Yu, has a good memory. Qingxiu's smile grew wider. But later, they suddenly managed to resupply with weapons and armor out of nowhere. And when I personally led the troops to defeat them, I found that many of those were discarded equipment from the Tang army. At this point, Yuchi Jingda didn't need any further explanation. He understood exactly what Qingxiu was getting at. Yuchi Jingda tried to keep his composure, but it was obvious he was losing control. His face grew increasingly uneasy. He wanted to speak several times but stopped himself. He tried to rub his forehead to hide his embarrassment, but his hand was shaking so much he had to lower it again. These nervous actions completely confirmed Qingxiu's suspicions. He was right. Back when the Turks revolted against the Tanguts, almost 80% of their weapons and armor had come secretly from Qingxiu. Of course, Qingxiu didn't do it for profit. Many of the weapons and gear were practically given away, just to help them cause chaos for the Tanguts. Later, when the Turks tried to take over the Heshi region, Qingxiu defeated them. Among the prisoners and corpses, he found another batch of Tang standard armor that didn't come from him. It was all discarded, second-hand gear. Some were just partial armor pieces. The equipment Qingxiu had supplied came from the Liaodong army. But these ones clearly came from the Hedong army. That meant someone else had also sold armor to the Turks. Only a few generals had access to Hedong army gear, and some were already retired. Qingxiu did a quick investigation and immediately figured out who was behind it. Before today, he was about 60% sure it was Yuchi Jingda. But now, after this little test, he was 100% certain. Yuchi Jingda now felt like dying. His secret had been discovered by Qingxiu. He cursed himself for being careless. He knew Qingxiu was actively targeting the Turks, yet still took the risk to sell them armor. He thought he'd been meticulous, using several intermediaries. By all logic, no one should have traced it back to him. How did Qingxiu find out? Qingxiu mocked him, the court has issued strict orders, selling iron ore or ingots to barbarians outside the borders, over 100 jin, is treason. And yet, for some extra silver, you risked your whole clan being executed by selling armor to the Turks. That's some bold business, General. I wouldn't dare compare. Yuchi Jingda instinctively looked around and, seeing no one nearby, finally dared to speak quietly, Duke Qing, let's find somewhere more private, shall we? Qingxiu raised an eyebrow. Sure. I was just thinking about having a drink. How about Baijuju? Yuchi Jingda almost exploded. He quickly said, no. Oh, come on. I'm paying. This isn't about money. Yuchi Jingda nearly spat blood. He was terrified someone might find out, and Qingxiu wanted to go to a crowded place? Was he trying to ruin him? Qingxiu snorted. You really think I haven't thought of that? My private room is safer than every bank in Chang'an combined. Seeing Yuchi Jingda still hesitant, Qingxiu added, believe it or not. Fine, let's go. Yuchi Jingda figured, might as well go all in. Qingxiu already knew his secret anyway. When the officials returning from court saw the two of them leaving together and getting into Qingxiu's motor carriage, everyone was shocked. Had they made peace so quickly? As soon as Qingxiu entered Baijuju, the entire restaurant greeted him warmly. Duke Qing, long time no see. You doing all right fighting in the western regions? Life out there must be tough, huh? Heard you opened up new territory and even brought back craftsmen? These regulars all greeted him, and Qingxiu responded with a smile. Though they weren't friends, he recognized many of them, and of course, wouldn't ignore them. Yuchi Jingda watched Qingxiu chatting happily with them and was confused. To him, though some were small-time businessmen, they weren't in the same league as him. Just talking to them felt beneath him, a waste of time. He stayed cold-faced and ignored everyone until they reached the private room. Then he couldn't help saying, "You really have the patience to waste time with them." "Waste time?" Qingxiu sneered, as if Yuchi was just spouting nonsense. "You're the one who's efficient, selling the court's discarded armor to the barbarians. Truly zero waste." Yuchi Jingda's hair stood on end. He instinctively looked around, but Qingxiu tapped the table and gestured for him to calm down. "Relax. If someone could hear us in here, I wouldn't be talking like this. I brought you here to make sure no one hears. Still, it's better to lower our voices when talking about this." Yuchi Jingda was so nervous his fists clenched on their own. Seeing his reaction, Qingxiu couldn't help but want to laugh. Then he casually asked, "General, you've done so much business with the Turks, how much did you make?" Yuchi Jingda really didn't want to talk about this, but Qingxiu wouldn't let it go. Left with no choice, he gestured casually to Qingxiu. "About this much." Qingxiu frowned. "That's it for one deal?" "One deal?" Yuchi Jingda was slightly confused. He didn't seem to understand what Qingxiu meant. "You mean, that was the total from the whole operation? Just that?" Qingxiu was genuinely surprised. "Just that?" Yuchi Jingda thought he hadn't explained clearly and emphasized the amount again, but Qingxiu still reacted the same way. To Qingxiu, that amount was no more than what his trade caravan earned on one trip along the Silk Road. It might not be much for him, but for someone like Duke Yuchi, it wasn't worth risking extermination of his whole family just to do business with the Turks. Qingxiu asked, "Your son Yuchi Baolin runs a casino in Chang'an. He's already cleaned out the rich kids in town. Do you really need that little bit of money?" Yuchi Jingda didn't respond. His expression darkened. Clearly, he didn't want to talk about it. Seeing this, Qingxiu understood. That good-for-nothing Baolin probably couldn't even run a casino properly. Losing money running a casino, that's something you'd only see once in the whole world. "Duke Qing, if I've offended you before, I ask for your forgiveness. As for my son, the same goes. If we can let go of past grudges, name your terms." Qingxiu said calmly, "We don't have any real grudge. As for the veterans, it was just Yuchi Baolin being blind. I went after him because of the situation, not because of who he is. If it were someone else, I'd break their legs all the same." That only confused Yuchi Jingda more. If Qingxiu was defending his own people, punishing Baolin would make sense. But why did he have to drag Yuchi Jingda down too? If you could act like a proper duke, not bullying the people, not committing all kinds of evil, not ruining families, I wouldn't need to bring things to court. Qingxiu poured himself a cup of tea, his face full of contempt. "That's it?" Yuchi Jingda asked, still confused. "That's it?" Qingxiu sneered and slammed the cup down on the table with a crisp clack, startling Yuchi Jingda. "Have you ever seen how the families you ruined live now? I don't know what you go to war for, but for me." Qingxiu hesitated but didn't finish the sentence. It wasn't that he didn't know what to say, just that he didn't think someone like Yuchi was worth explaining it to. "In short, I risk my life on the battlefield to protect the people, and you abuse them from the rear. How could I possibly tolerate that?" Yuchi Jingda didn't answer. It wasn't that he was stunned, he just had nothing to say. Back when they were fighting to build the empire, they followed Li Er's slogans about punishing the wicked and saving the people, but everyone knew that was just for show. Even those from Wagong village started out robbing and killing. Everyone had innocent blood on their hands. If they were really supposed to care about saving the people, well, Yuchi Jingda didn't believe he was capable of that. At one point, he even suspected Qingxiu was just using that as an excuse. "No matter what, if Duke Qing thinks I acted improperly, I'll change. As long as I stop bullying the people, you won't trouble me again, right?" Qingxiu laughed and countered, "Gao Shilian opposes me all the time. Have you ever seen me go after him?" That was true. Yuchi Jingda didn't hesitate. "From now on, I'll never oppress the people again. As for Baolin, he's been expelled from Chang'an, but I'll still keep a close eye on him. He'll never do those things again." Qingxiu nodded slightly. Even if Yuchi didn't watch Baolin, he'd have people do it. If Baolin dared to act like before, Qingxiu would make sure he regretted it for life. "That's all?" Yuchi Jingda thought hard, then asked, "What else do you want?" Qingxiu didn't hold back and laid it out. "Yuchi Baolin can't inherit your title anymore. Normally, the next in line should be your second son. But I remember your second child is a daughter, and the third and fourth sons are about equal in seniority. Let Yuchi Baoshu inherit your title." His third son, Yuchi Baoji, wasn't as arrogant as Baolin, but still not decent. The fourth, however, liked reading from a young age, was polite, and Qingxiu had met him a few times. He seemed the only decent one. Yuchi Jingda hesitated. It wasn't that he couldn't accept Baoshu inheriting. He had been weighing between the two sons anyway. But Qingxiu meddling in his succession, it didn't sit well with him. He could make that decision, but why should someone else dictate it? Qingxiu knew Yuqi wouldn't immediately agree. He stayed patient. "I'll give you half a month to think. That's plenty of time. Don't make the same mistake twice. Didn't Baolin teach you enough? What if your third son turns out to be just as useless? You figure it out." Every word hit home. Yuqi Jingda might not like it, but he had no response. This whole mess started because of Baolin. "Let me think it over? Is there anything else, Duke Qin?" Qingxiu didn't answer directly but suddenly changed the subject. How much debt did Yuqi Baolin rack up with his wild behavior? Yuqi didn't want to say, but Qingxiu's expression showed he wouldn't drop it. So he had no choice but to tell the truth. "That much?" Qingxiu was shocked. He had estimated Baolin's casino income, and those debts shouldn't have been a problem. It's a long story. The boy saw others making money through trade in the Heshi corridor and got greedy. In the end, Yuqi Jingda gave a bitter laugh. "If I'd known this would happen, I'd have let him stay home drinking and gambling." Baolin had gone into business partly because Yuqi forced him to. The old man couldn't stand him wasting away at home and pushed him to toughen up. And this was the result, a casino that lost a fortune. Running a casino and still losing money, Yuqi Baolin truly was one of a kind. If he had only lost money running the casino, it wouldn't have been a big deal. For the powerful Yuqi family, that amount wasn't much. But after getting a harsh scolding from his father, Yuqi Baolin was determined to prove himself and change his father's opinion. At first, he wanted to run a legitimate business. But with the kind of brain that could lose money on a casino, of course he lost even more doing regular trade. Later, by chance, he met a Western region merchant who had traveled the trade route. From him, Baolin learned that doing business along the Western route with Arabs and Romans could be extremely profitable. A single pound of pepper, bought in Chang'an for 3 taels of silver, could be sold in Arabia for 20 taels of gold, or even close to 100 in Rome. This kind of insane profit made him greedy, and he immediately formed his own caravan. But starting a caravan and purchasing goods required a huge amount of capital. Baolin couldn't come up with that kind of money himself, and didn't dare ask his father, so he targeted the underground banks in Chang'an that specialized in high-interest loans. Using his father's name, Yuqi Jingda, he easily borrowed a large amount, using land as collateral. The result was predictable. Baolin had no business sense. Halfway through the trade route, 7 or 8/10 of his goods were ruined due to poor storage. The rest? The unreliable crew he hired ran off with the goods. Only a few close aides barely escaped from the desert alive. If it had only happened once, that would have been fine. But Baolin thought it was just a lack of experience, so he borrowed more and launched 3 caravans in total. Only the last one made it to the western regions and traded successfully, and even then, they lost half. When his caravan left the western regions in disgrace, Qingxiu was there leading his army in a triumphant campaign, conquering large swaths of land and receiving tributes from many rulers. After losing so much money, Baolin couldn't repay his debts. He even had his men beat up debt collectors, so the leaders of those underground banks went straight to Yuqi Jingda to collect. Baolin didn't know how deep this ran, but his father did. He knew the kind of people who could operate illegal banks in the capital under the emperor's nose. Even officials more powerful than Yuqi Jingda were involved. Though his duke title protected him somewhat, those people sent representatives to negotiate, waiving most of the interest, but the principal still had to be paid. To pay them back, Yuqi Jingda had to come up with money however he could, including doing business with the Turks. Qingxiu found this funny. People in Chang'an thought Arabia and the West were overflowing with gold. As if transporting junk from Chang'an could earn you piles of gold in the West. What they didn't realize was that even surviving the trip to the western regions was extremely difficult, let alone doing business. They only saw the few who returned rich, not the countless who died in the desert. Now Qingxiu understood, today's punishment from Li Er, years of salary cuts, was a serious blow to Yuqi Jingda. He really was desperate for money now. "I've killed more people on the battlefield than these kids have ever seen, and now I'm stuck because of money, damn it," Yuqi Jingda grumbled, slamming back a cup of wine. Qingxiu mocked, "Seriously, you're this broke and still have the energy to mess with women and bully people? Doesn't look like you've changed much." Yuqi Jingda blushed and couldn't say a word in return. Still, he had shown Qingxiu just how desperate he was. Qingxiu, sharp as ever, realized this was the perfect moment to use him. Back to the point, "Are you really that eager to repay the debt?" "Of course," Yuqi Jingda answered immediately. "They waived the interest, but the principal's still real money. I have to repay it. I have a way to help you clear all your debt within 3 years. Yuqi Jingda's eyes widened in disbelief. "Ah, really?" He even stuttered from the shock. Qingxiu didn't answer. He simply called out to the servers, "Bring the food. General Yuqi has waited long enough." Immediately, dishes were served, followed by several pots of specialty wine from the western regions. Try this, fine grape wine from the west, and Hami melon wine. You won't find this anywhere in Chang'an. This is a rare treat. Qingxiu gestured for him to drink, but Yuqi Jingda was too distracted by the promise of debt relief to care about wine. He scratched his head anxiously. How about telling me exactly how I can repay all my debt in 3 years? What's the rush? Money is the last thing you should stress about. One trade route trip by my caravan can earn enough to cover your debt. That only made Yuqi Jingda more anxious. He lowered his head and pretended to savor the wine, but his mind was spinning. Was Qingxiu going to take him on a trade route? Lost in thought, he sipped the wine, and suddenly his eyes lit up. This Hami melon wine was way better than he expected. Light, sweet, with a subtle alcoholic kick, absolutely divine. This wine. He stared at the cup, completely stunned by how good it was. This wine is made with ingredients you can't even get in Chang'an. And not just here, even in the western regions, it only comes from a specific small kingdom. Qingxiu smiled and lifted his own cup. Come, let's drink another. Yuqi Jingda instinctively raised his cup and clinked it with Qingxiu's. But as soon as he drank, the thought of money returned and began gnawing at him. He couldn't help but ask again. Just now, you mentioned a way for me to repay all my debts within 3 years. Duke of Yu, why the rush? Qingxiu looked at him with a half-smile. It's just a bit of money, can it really be more important than tasting good wine? But, if you're really that short on money, I could just pay it off for you myself, it's no big deal. Are you serious? Yuqi Jingda blurted out without thinking. But when he noticed Qingxiu's clear look of annoyance, he realized he had lost his composure and sat down, slightly embarrassed. Forgive me, Duke Qing. I was just... Forget it. Since you only want to talk about money, let's finish this pot of wine and get straight to the point. How about it? Yuqi Jingda's frown immediately vanished. He quickly joined Qingxiu in drinking, going cup for cup with enthusiasm, completely different from before, when he didn't even want to touch the wine. Once the pot was empty, he eagerly waited for Qingxiu to speak, not even bothering with another sip. Qingxiu saw all this and smiled inwardly. This man was still the same brute who only knew how to fight on the battlefield. After all these years, he hadn't changed, still had that rough, street market attitude. Qingxiu had manipulated him over and over again, and yet he hadn't even noticed, all his secrets had been laid bare. Qingxiu wasn't in a rush. He simply ordered another pot of wine, then casually asked, I heard that General Yuqi has a piece of farmland in Bailing that hasn't been cultivated in a long time, it's gone to waste? Yuqi Jingda's expression changed slightly, but he quickly recovered and said nonchalantly, that's true. His Majesty allocated that land to me back when the lands around Chang'an were divided. Even though Bailing is mountainous, the soil there is fertile. Isn't it a pity to leave it abandoned? Yuist, Dukcheng. There's still plenty of fertile land inside the passes that hasn't been developed. Who would bother with a mountain? No matter how fertile it is, it can't match flat land for farming. The tenants don't want it, who would? True enough. But just leaving that land idle is wasteful. If you're not going to use it, why not sell it to me? This clearly put Yuqi Jingda on alert. He stared at Qingxiu, who didn't shy away from his gaze. As far as I know, you already own a lot of land, Duke Qing. Why would you care about that mountain farmland? Qingxiu's answer caught Yuqi Jingda off guard, you want the truth? Yuqi Jingda was stunned. He didn't know how to respond at first but eventually nodded. I'll be blunt. The farmland on that mountain isn't special. What I want is the large copper mine beneath it. Yuqi Jingda was shocked. He never imagined that Qingxiu would know even this secret. It was as if the man had seen through everything from the start. Even though Qingxiu hadn't spent much time in Chang'an in recent years, his people had been busy. To develop industry, he needed a massive supply of coal, metals, and other resources. He had sent people all over the empire to scout for mines. Of course, the area around Chang'an had long since been thoroughly surveyed. Thanks to his people's advanced training in mineral exploration, they had discovered many deposits that no one had previously known about. Whenever a site was identified, Qingxiu would have someone else buy it in his stead and begin mining, whether it was coal, copper, or iron. But unlike others, Qingxiu didn't sell the mine or for profit. Instead, he refined it and stored it for later use. One of his scouts had discovered a huge copper deposit in the mountains of Bailing. However, the copper was buried deep and difficult to mine, which was why the court hadn't discovered it yet. Otherwise, it would have been dug up long ago. That very land belonged to Yuqi Jingda. Qingxiu's people had tried offering a high price for it, but Yuqi refused to sell. He would rather let it sit unused than take the money. In truth, Yuqi Jingda had discovered the copper mine by accident. But the court had strict laws, only the state could mine copper. Even a duke had no right to touch it. Why? Because copper had monetary value. Once refined and cast, it could be used as currency. If private individuals mined it, the state would not only lose revenue, but the influx of unauthorized currency could also disrupt the economy. Yuchi Jingda knew this. He didn't want to hand over the mine to the court for a pitiful reward, so he kept it to himself, waiting for the right time to exploit it. But realistically, that opportunity would never come. Bailing was too close to Chang'an. Mining would create too much noise. Unless Li Er deliberately turned a blind eye, Yuchi wouldn't be able to extract a single chunk of ore without being caught. Even with his close relationship to Li Er, he knew there was no negotiating over copper mines. So he sat on the land, unable to mine it, unwilling to give it up. And now, Qingxiu had discovered it anyway. I'm impressed. In Chang'an, or anywhere in Guangzhou, you really miss nothing. Yuchi Jingda was completely convinced. So what do you want? To buy the copper mine from me? Qingxiu replied calmly, I'll pay off all your debts and let you make big money with me for 3 years, more than you can imagine. But in return, I want the entire mine, completely and intact. Yuchi Jingda fell silent. He knew how valuable the copper mine was, far more than the money Qingxiu offered. But right now, he was holding something he couldn't use, couldn't sell, and couldn't convert into money. Qingxiu, on the other hand, offered real cash that could solve his current problems. General Yuchi, you're a smart man. Clinging to something that can't be cashed out, do you really want to torture yourself like that for the rest of your life? Qingxiu said with a smirk. Yuchi Jingda clenched his jaw. Even if I gave you the mine, so what? It's not like it's coal, you can't dig it up anyway. That's not your concern. If I want it, I have my ways. Qingxiu gently turned his wine cup. At least I won't be like you, staring at it greedily but unable to touch it. Qingxiu's words hit Yuchi Jingda right where it hurt. What troubled him most now was that he couldn't turn the copper mine into cash, and he didn't even dare try selling it. If he sold the land as regular farmland, he'd suffer a massive loss, not a chance he'd make that deal. But if he tried to sell it as a copper mine, he just couldn't figure out how Qingxiu planned to cash in on it. Could he actually convince Li Er to let him mint coins? Even thinking about it seemed absurd. Li Er might give Qingxiu all kinds of power, but granting minting rights was out of the question. That would be the same as granting him independent rule, something that would directly undermine Li Er's authority. No matter how foolish he might be, he'd never allow it. Yuchi Jingda tentatively asked, Did His Majesty permit you to do something? That's not your concern. We make the deal, you give me the copper mine, and what I do with it after that has nothing to do with you. Qingxiu wasn't about to explain anything. And the money I'm giving you is enough to clear all your debts. Even if they waived some of the interest, it'll still pile up later, right? He was spot on. Those lenders had spared him nearly 70% of the interest, but if he didn't repay in time, the remaining interest would just start climbing again. And we're talking big money, if they weren't lending it to Yuchi, they could be profiting elsewhere. Now he was just sitting on it, delaying their business. Yuchi Jingda understood that perfectly, that's why he was desperate to plug this hole quickly. If he could really get his hands on the sum Qingxiu promised, not only would it plug the hole, it would cover the years of growing interest as well. Still, even knowing all this, trading a copper mine for it? He was struggling to accept it. Add 30%. After wrestling with himself for a while, Yuchi finally threw out a counteroffer. Qingxiu refused without hesitation. Be satisfied. Even if all that hilly farmland of yours were flat and tripled in value, it still wouldn't fetch this price. I'm already offering you more than it's worth. But it's a copper mine. Are you selling or not? Qingxiu didn't want to hear any more nonsense. Yuchi Jingda noticed the impatience and got cautious. He could sense this mine wasn't something Qingxiu absolutely needed. After all, with everything Qingxiu owned, his stacks of copper coins probably outweighed the mine's output. And that was just copper, not even mentioning gold or silver. Was he really that eager for this mine? Hard to say. But Yuchi was different. He urgently needed that money. If the deal fell through, Qingxiu would shrug it off. For Yuchi, it would be a disaster. Add 10% more. Yuchi drew his line, no less than that. But Qingxiu's response was even more direct. He stood up without hesitation. If you think the mine is worth more in your hands than the price I'm offering, be my guest. I don't mind. Yuchi panicked instantly and blurted, Fine. Your price it is. Qingxiu glanced at him sideways, not agreeing right away. His vague, ambiguous attitude made Yuchi even more anxious. Please don't try to bargain lower now. Deal. Qingxiu agreed without dragging it out. Yuchi finally let out a breath of relief. I'll pay the debt for you, but I won't hand you the money. Qingxiu laid down his condition, I'll go to them myself, pay it, get the IOUs, and tear them up, debt cleared. Agreed. Yuchi didn't even think twice, he agreed immediately. All he cared about was clearing the debt. Method didn't matter. Seeing this, Qingxiu smiled. The guy was desperate. Sure, Qingxiu promised to pay, but that didn't mean he'd stick to the original amount. He knew the backgrounds of those underground lenders in Chang'an. All it would take was a direct visit, and he could probably get all the interest wiped, just repaying the principal. In fact, they were probably hoping he'd do just that. The money had been tied up for too long, and with Yuchi demoted and unpaid, repayment was looking unlikely. They were more eager than Yuchi to get the debt settled. Now that this urgent issue was resolved, Yuchi's mood visibly improved. Losing the copper mine stung, but at least this way, he turned it into real money. I'll have the deed sent to your residence shortly. I hope Duke Qing will settle the debt quickly, Yuchi said expectantly. Of course. Qingxiu didn't waste words. He raised his cup, signaling a toast. Now you can drink in peace, can't you? Absolutely. Yuchi, now in high spirits, clinked cups and drank with Qingxiu, visibly relaxed. This wine really is excellent. What did you call it again? Hami wine. Hami melon wine. That fruit only grows in the western region's kingdom of Hami, so I named it after that. In all of the Tang dynasty, only His Majesty has tasted it before. Back in the second year of Zhenguan, the Tang dynasty's envoys reached the western regions for the first time. When they encountered the kingdom of Hami, the locals immediately acknowledged Tang as their superior and sent emissaries bearing Hami melons as tribute. But back then, the fruit hadn't been named as such. And due to the long, harsh journey, most of the melons had rotted. Only a few barely intact ones made it and were presented to Li Er. Naturally, those half-spoiled fruits didn't taste great. Li Er sampled them but wasn't impressed, and never considered using them to make wine. But Qingxiu, living close to the source, had easy access to fresh melons and started brewing with them. Even he couldn't bring fresh Hami melons back to Chang'an, only the wine. There was no refrigeration or cold transport in this era. Even Qingxiu couldn't haul fresh fruit across thousands of miles. However, even though he couldn't bring fresh melons back, Qingxiu cleverly sliced Hami melons into strips and made them into candied fruit and other products. Just these alone added up to nearly 1,000 jin of processed goods, which couldn't be transported back with his main force. After all, his supply convoy supported thousands of people, and there was simply no space left for melon products. So he had to arrange for his merchant caravans to bring them back to Chang'an later. Once Yuchi Jingda relaxed, he was finally able to enjoy the wine. Only then did he realize that, when sipped slowly, this Hami melon wine had a truly unique flavor. And the calmer he got, the more subtle and intriguing tastes he discovered. After a few cups, he was feeling good and wanted to ask Qingxiu for a few jars to take home. But before he could speak, a servant came in and whispered something into Qingxiu's ear, prompting him to get up to leave. General Yuchi, did you enjoy the wine today? Qingxiu rose to his feet. There's something I need to attend to at home, so we'll part here. As long as you deliver the land deed to my estate, I guarantee your debts will be settled immediately. Much obliged, Duke Qing. Yuchi Jingda bowed with clasped hands. As soon as Qingxiu stepped out, he quickly tucked away the half-finished jar of Hami melon wine. You couldn't buy this stuff in Chang'an, every sip was one less. Of course he had to take it back and savor it slowly. Qingxiu had left abruptly because Cui Yuran had sent word that someone from the Cui clan of Qinghe was visiting. The Cui clan of Qinghe was the last surviving branch of the prestigious 5 surnames and 7 clans. All the others had essentially been wiped out by Qingxiu. Outwardly, it seemed the Cui clan survived due to marrying into Qingxiu's household, but that wasn't the full story. They had long since seen Qingxiu's determination to crush the powerful clans, along with the court's and emperor's clear support of him. To survive the purge, they gave up some things. They publicly formed a joint gentry alliance with local governments to manage villages and counties, focusing on commerce and land development through tenant farming. In court, members of the Cui family kept a low profile, reducing their visibility and staying silent except when defending key interests. They focused solely on making money. It was this strategic retreat that earned them a relatively respectable outcome. To this day, neither the court nor Qingxiu had taken further action against them. In fact, Qingxiu had even quietly shared a portion of his business ventures with them, partly as a favor to Cui Yuran. The Cui clan understood this mercy very well. They regularly visited during holidays, always bringing gifts, never daring to neglect courtesy. Today's visit wasn't important enough for Qingxiu to drop what he was doing to see them. But since he was already losing interest in chatting with Yuchi Jingda, this gave him the perfect excuse to leave. As soon as he arrived home, Cui Yuran and her visiting relatives came to greet him. Husband. Seeing Qingxiu, Cui Yuran lit up with joy. She even quickened her pace, not caring if her curves bounced visibly. She threw her arms around his and said, "Why are you back so early today? I only sent word, I didn't mean for you to rush home. Let's just say I've missed you and wanted to make up for lost time." Qingxiu gently pinched her cheek, and she blushed shyly. Husband. Her relatives waited until the couple's affectionate moment passed before stepping forward to greet him. "Greetings, Duke Qing." Qingxiu glanced over, these weren't strangers. Every time he returned from the western regions, they came personally to greet him. No matter how late it was, they would wait. "You've come a long way. Really, there's no need to trouble yourselves like this." Qingxiu invited them to the main hall to rest. Urguzi had already ordered a feast to be prepared. Since Qingxiu had just eaten with Yuqi, he didn't eat much, just sipped wine with the guests. The Chui clan members knew very well their place compared to Duke Qing. On the surface, they shared a meal, but in truth, they were simply flattering him. After a few drinks, they began to speak more openly and got to the point. Patriarch Chui Fangyuan presented a gift list, carefully prepared in advance, mostly antiques, calligraphy, and other valuable items. To Qingxiu's surprise, the list also included specialty goods from Liaodong, such as ginseng, deer antler, and lingji mushrooms. "These things aren't easy to come by," Qingxiu remarked. "It takes more than just money. You've clearly put in the effort." He set the list down, clearly pleased. Chui Fangyuan smiled. "Don't mention it. If you like them, we'd gladly give up everything we have. These small gifts aren't even worth noting." His tone was light, but it was obvious he felt proud. Winning Qingxiu's approval made the whole visit worthwhile. What he didn't know was that Qingxiu's old subordinates from Liaodong brought back such goods every year, and better quality ones too. Once Qingxiu showed interest, the Chui family spoke more freely and started talking about their local industries and farmland. But truth be told, it's very hard to make big money in Chang'an just doing legitimate business. If you don't dabble in some gray areas, you lose money too easily. Chui Fangtong shook his head. Qingxiu immediately caught the implication. "From the way you talk, it sounds like you've got quite a few shady dealings in Chang'an?" Chui Fangtong was caught off guard. He didn't expect Qingxiu to press the issue and looked nervously at Chui Fangyuan. The elder waved it off. "If it were anyone else, sure, keep quiet. But Duke Qing isn't an outsider. If he asks, you answer, no need to hold back." Only then did Chui Fangtong speak cautiously. "Duke Qing, are you familiar with Chang'an's underground banks?" "Yes. Yongnian Bank and Huifeng Bank are the top two. Between them, they handle more than half of all the high-interest loans in Chang'an." Qingxiu named them casually. Of course, there were many others, hundreds of underground lenders in Chang'an, but only these two were worth mentioning in his view. And Qingxiu knew that among them, Yongnian Bank had loaned most of the money to Yuqi Baolin. They were his family's biggest creditor. However, after hearing him speak, Qingxiu suddenly became interested. "So you invested a lot of money into Yongnian Bank?" Chui Fangtong was slightly taken aback, then couldn't help but smile. "If you put it that way, then you aren't wrong. If someone else asked today, I would say we only invested part of the money. But since you asked, I'll tell the truth, Yongnian Bank is actually a Chui family enterprise." Qingxiu was shocked by this, the information he had didn't match. "As far as I know, the hidden owner behind Yongnian Bank should be someone on the current court." Before he finished, Qingxiu stopped him. "I'd prefer not to say more. But you should know who it is. That person clearly has no relation whatsoever with your Chui family." Chui Fangtong looked at Chui Fangyuan, who waved his hand. "I'll explain. The gentleman you spoke of is only a front. The Chui family paid a large sum to have him act for us. Without that, given our influence at court, the bank could never have grown that big. For confidentiality reasons, less than 5 people in the entire Chui clan know the real truth. We never leak it, hence Duke Qing would be unaware. Please forgive that." Qingxiu pondered this. He was surprised at how well they kept the secret. But it made sense, running an underground bank under the emperor's nose meant every detail had to be tightly controlled. Even a copper coin entering one's pocket had to go through many channels. Qingxiu didn't know how much they paid to bring that person in as a front, but it must have been huge. "Looks like you really worked hard to make this bank run." "Heh, you flatter us. Compared to Duke Qing's business, our bank's earnings are just a drop in the bucket." Chui Fangyuan said this and his eyes showed obvious admiration mixed with envy. Qingxiu traded along the Silk Road, shared in salt tax, even exploited mines. Any one of those was astonishingly profitable. Now salt tax was still decent, but salt prices had fallen and production was abundant. Salt tax no longer brought the gains it once did. But trade profits were now outrageously high. Trading with foreigners, even a single porcelain piece could sell for a gold price. Anyone who stayed in that trade and didn't become rich would be unnatural. Back then Chui Fengyuan had tried everything to get Qingxiu to bring his clan into that business. But Qingxiu always gave vague refusals. They didn't push further and gave up. In fact, my older brother and I once considered asking Duke Qing for help. Your status is higher and you carry more weight. Only, we know you don't favor that kind of business, so we didn't approach you. Chui Fengtong said with a smile. And indeed, he was correct. Qingxiu would never support their high-interest lending bank. Even familial ties through Chui Yuran wouldn't change that. Once Chui Yuran learned the truth, she was shocked. She couldn't help but say, "Brother, didn't the family decide years ago to avoid those industries? The waters are too deep." Chui Fengyuan shook his head. "Sister, these things can't be explained in a sentence or two. The Chui family is just too large. I have to find ways to feed so many mouths." Hearing this, Chui Yuran realized how much she depended on Qingxiu's name and resources. The Chui clan, though it had over 100 years accumulation, couldn't compare to Qingxiu's resources or power, so they chose this path instead. After all, among the 5 surnames and 7 clans, only the Chui remain. To survive this storm, they had already given up too much. Qingxiu, hearing Chui Fengyuan say this, became even more curious about the gray industry backers in Chang'an. He was just about to ask who really owned those industries when Erguzi delivered a message. Someone outside had brought something. "It's from General Yuqi's men. They insisted it be delivered to Duke Qing. Please look at it." Qingxiu instructed Erguzi to bring it in. It was a sealed letter, very intact. Opening it, he found the land deed for the Copper Mine Mountain Range, plus several IOUs for debts. These notes were from those banks to which Yuqi Baolin owed money. The first one was from Yongnian Bank. Chui Fengtong saw the stack and instantly recognized it. He couldn't help but say, "Isn't that proof of Yongnian Bank's debts?" Chui Fengyuan checked and confirmed. Why would Duke Qing still owe Yongnian Bank? Given Qingxiu's enormous family and power, the idea he had to borrow from those lenders was unthinkable. "This debt isn't mine." Qingxiu didn't hide it. He immediately told them about his deal with Yuqi Jingda. Of course, he didn't disclose the copper mine part. Upon hearing about Yuqi Jingda's affair, the two men immediately grew uneasy. They clearly remembered Yuqi Jingda's domineering way of later demanding that the bank cancel all his debts, else he'd use his status to report them to court and crush the bank. In the end, the powerful backer they paid came forward to intimidate, and Yuqi Jingda backed down, but still shamelessly demanded they scrap part of the interest. This huge Chang'an city, only you, Duke Qing, could make a deal with him. Chui Fengyuan said with genuine sigh. Hearing that, Qingxiu couldn't help but smile. It was too accurate. But back to what I asked, you used this large sum of money to buy his farmland on a hill? Wasn't that a big loss? Not a loss. Qingxiu laughed but didn't say more. With a glance he conveyed meaning, and Chui Fengyuan immediately understood. Their deal wasn't just about money for farmland. There were deeper things in play. He didn't ask more. But he had a thought. This was a perfect opportunity. He and Chui Fengtong exchanged looks, and they both got the idea at once. They really were going for it. They had previously tried hard to curry favor with Qingxiu, but he always found reasons to avoid them. Now this opportunity was just right. Duke Qing, now that this debt has been transferred to you, doesn't that mean we too have become your creditors? Chui Fengyuan laughed loudly. If it's like that, we truly can't bear it. What do you mean you can't bear it? Owing debt and repaying it is a given. Even if you forego interest, the principle is real. Even brothers must keep clear accounts. Qingxiu said carefreely. You speak sensibly, but everything comes down to personal sentiment. If you have to repay this debt, the two brothers feel we'd rather not. Chui Fengyuan's words made Qingxiu immediately realize what this man was fishing for. You mean? Chui Fengtong quickly said, this debt need not be repaid by you. Consider it our small gift to you on our first meeting, how about that? Qingxiu frowned. Of course he didn't need these people to excuse his debt. Though it was not a small sum, to Qingxiu it meant nothing, he could pay it off himself easily. If they used this as an excuse to waive the debt, wouldn't that mean he owed them a favor? Just for the sake of a sum of money, hooking himself into a favor he can't choose when to repay, Qingxiu found it troublesome. Chui Fengyuan noticed Qingxiu's change in expression and hurried to explain, Duke Qing, please do not misunderstand. Our intent is not to ask for a favor, but to express our gratitude. Gratitude? I haven't helped your Chui family. That's wrong. Your grace to our Chui family is like rebirth. Chui Fengtong hurriedly said, others might not see, but we do. Back in the day the 5 surnames and 7 clans were so mighty. Now only our Chui family remains. What does that mean? Just as Qingxiu was about to speak, Chui Yuran interrupted, brother, my lord never favored the Chui family excessively, it is you who managed the family wisely and accepted circumstances, without opposing the court, so the Chui clan has survived intact. Her words appeared to shift the praise solely to Qingxiu. But in fact, she was helping Qingxiu to let him off the hook for owing them a personal debt. No matter the true facts, this made it so they could not claim a favor from Qingxiu. The truth was, if Qingxiu accepted the money, in his own view he would owe a favor. Even if the two did nothing, he would never pretend to forget. Qingxiu looked at Cui Yuran, his gaze full of praise. Even when dealing with his wife's family, she stood beside him, not her family. That's a good wife. Gentlemen, you've heard what my wife said, you do not owe me anything. Qingxiu picked up the debt notes again. His stance could not have been clearer. This money was always meant to be mine to repay. No need to say more. Cui Fongyuan, seeing his chance at favor slip away, truly felt regret. Still, he was not dead set. He said, since that's so, we'll follow your lead. Even brothers must keep accounts. But speaking of this, you have supported the Cui family both openly and behind the scenes. If we still came looking for interest, that would be hard to defend. Qingxiu didn't mind this at all. He had intended to negotiate with those banks anyway to reduce interest. Among his debts, Yongnian Bank held 60% and the highest interest, almost 80%. Reason, Yuchi Baolin's background was massive, many lenders feared they couldn't recover the debt, yet they still had to attempt collection. Only Yongnian Bank had the nerve to collect. Thus their interest was highest. Cui Fongyuan had planned to erase all interest, but Qingxiu did not agree. He only promised to repay part symbolically. In his words, they had lent this large sum for years. No interest was being collected, and their income was affected. The Cui clan was still a major family. As Cui Fongyuan had said, they had to feed many mouths. Though today they failed to make Qingxiu indebted with a favor, by showing up they made themselves familiar to him and might be reliable for future business. It was not a wasted trip. They initially planned to leave, but Qingxiu suddenly proposed something that thrilled them. Are you interested in the Western trade route? Cui Fongyuan had already stood up to leave. Hearing that, he sat back down instantly. Of course. The Western trade route, whoever goes will prosper. If one trip succeeds, you can buy land and become a local gentry. Across all of Chang'an, no business compares. Cui Fangtong displayed a deeply eager expression. This profitable business was not for everyone. If you did a couple of small trips, you might make money, but for the scale of the Cui clan, that would be nothing. To do it properly you need scale, form a caravan, and that demands massive resources and connections. The Cui clan had repeatedly approached Qingxiu for connections, and he always found reasons to avoid. Now this opportunity seemed real? Qingxiu paused as if weighing something. They dared not prod further, patiently waiting for his next words. The Western route is not easy. You must be good at commerce, and you must have good relations with the military. You need to hire capable mercenaries for protection. If not, when you reach the Heshi corridor you risk being plundered, never mind doing business. The two listened intensely, though they had already done a lot of investigation beforehand. In fact they had tried, they once sent some people with a major caravan. That trip taught them how deep the waters were, so they dared not act lightly. But if Duke Qing would look favorably on us and help, maybe we'd save lots of preparation time. After saying this, Cui Fongyuan added hastily, no need for Duke Qing to do much, just provide a good route, help us set up the connections. Afterwards we handle everything. Cui Fangtong quickly added, we won't let you help in vain, Duke Qing, rest assured. Qingxiu smiled faintly, you think I'd help someone just for this amount of money? Cui Fangtong's face turned extremely awkward. He realized he had misspoken. Cui Fongyuan glared at Cui Fangtong and quickly tried to smooth things over, that's not what my younger brother meant. He's just worried that Duke Qing will be taken advantage of for nothing. Enough, no need to explain. Qingxiu waved his hand. Since I've decided to help you, it's not for some petty reward. Forget it. The two felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. As long as Duke Qing said that, it basically meant this matter was almost certain to succeed. Qingxiu ordered Erguzi to bring the map of the western regions he had drawn and laid it out right in front of them, so they could get a clear view of the western route. Starting from Chang'an to the western regions, or even to Arabia or as far as Rome, the path is almost all desert and wasteland. You'll need to carry more supplies, food and water, than goods. Also, the Tang army can only ensure your safety along the Heshi corridor. Even that isn't completely safe. If bandits seize the chance to attack, you'll end up dead all the same. And that's the easy part. Once you enter the western regions, that's when the real problems begin. Qingxiu tried to summarize the situation as briefly as possible, but even so, he ended up speaking for almost half an hour. At first, the two could keep up with what he was saying. But the more he talked, the more confused they became. Looks like our earlier attempt to test the waters barely scratched the surface. It's nothing like the full picture. Cui Fengyuan frowned deeply. It was clear now, this money wasn't going to be easy to make. Qingxiu said coolly, right now, no new trade caravans or guilds can be formed in Chang'an. The western route is too vast, and the troops can barely maintain order for the current caravans. Adding more just isn't possible. If you want to use the trade route, you'll have to register under another caravan's name and share your profits with them. There's no other way. Cui Fengyuan immediately asked, would you be willing to let our Cui family's caravan register under your Qingfeng Trading Guild? If so, whatever share you ask for is up to you. To his surprise, Qingxiu shook his head right away, which made his heart sink. He thought Qingxiu didn't want them to use his guild's name and was about to offer to give up all profits just to get a chance to gain experience on the trade route. But Qingxiu said, I don't need such a big cut. Just cover the supplies for the caravan. Of course, that means you'll have less space for goods. Cui Fengyuan agreed on the spot without hesitation. Even if it cost him money, he had to make it happen, let alone getting help from Qingxiu directly. If they'd gone with another trading guild, they would have had to give up at least 40% of their profit, some even demanded 60%. The two were extremely grateful to Qingxiu, though they didn't know that he'd had a new idea. His caravans no longer departed from Chang'an, but from the Gaochang area, which significantly shortened the route. Chang'an would just regularly ship goods to Gaochang, and his caravans would continue westward from there, far more efficient. Naturally, that left quite a few unused caravan slots in Chang'an. If he rented out those spots to others for a cut of their profits, it would be a smart way to make use of them. Now was a perfect chance to test it out with the Cui family. If it worked, he could lease out all his unused slots later. After the two left, night had fallen. Qingxiu had been busy with tasks since the morning court, yet he still didn't feel tired. Just before going to bed, Cui Yuran walked into the room, and Qingxiu remembered that tonight was her turn to share the bed. It's rare to have your family here, why not speak up for them? Qingxiu asked with a smile. Cui Yuran paused slightly, then a look of disdain flashed in her eyes. They count as my family? If not for you, those two men old enough to be my father would never have called me their sister. Though they'd written Cui Yuran into their direct family lineage, in truth, she was just a distant relative, so distant they weren't even within 5 degrees of kinship. It was only because Qingxiu had married her that Cui Fengyuan, trying to cozy up to him, listed her as his sister in the family registry. A man in his 50s calling a young woman in her prime his sister, his children must have had a hard time swallowing that, being suddenly one generation below her. Cui Yuran had no feelings for these so-called brothers, and even if it were her real relatives, she'd still side with Qingxiu. Since returning, Qingxiu hadn't spent much time alone with Cui Yuran. But tonight, out of appreciation for her loyalty, he stayed with her until late into the night. When she finally passed out from exhaustion, he slowly stopped. Several days later, after revisions by the Ministry of War, the newly drafted military reform laws were finally enacted and were first implemented along the 9 inland borders, before gradually expanding elsewhere. The new system started in Chang'an, and the first step was downsizing. Older soldiers and those with poor martial skills were removed from the front lines and transferred to auxiliary or logistical units. Those entirely unfit for service were discharged, but all were given severance pay. Some were relieved, too old or weak to keep up with the demands of military life, but without better prospects, they had stayed. Now they had money and could settle down somewhere. Those still capable of using a blade could find work at local escort agencies or martial schools, still a way to earn a living. The truly aged or infirm would receive regular payments and food from the state, preventing them from ending up homeless or starving. The ones unhappy were the freeloaders, lazy, unwilling to farm or trade, who joined the army for an easy ride. They were never suited for real combat and often ended up in militia or auxiliary forces. Now that they'd been discharged due to poor skills, they got minimal severance and were left scrambling to find another way to get by. The biggest winners, though, were the veterans discharged due to serious injuries or disabilities. The court not only issued them immediate aid but also granted them monthly food rations, directly easing their hardship. What's even more important is that the court also gave them some clean and easy jobs. If they did them well, they could earn a bit more as a reward. Compared to just giving out money, this made many veterans feel much more at ease. Many of them, though disabled, hated being treated like disabled people. The court clearly took their pride and feelings into account, which made the veterans even more grateful. The veterans brought to Chang'an by Zhang Tai were the first to receive the compensation and supplies. All of them wept with emotion. They had waited far too long for the court to finally respond. Of course, they didn't forget that it was Duke Qing who worked tirelessly to fight for their rights. Without his efforts, they would never have gotten a single coin in compensation. They gathered the compensation money given by the court and repaid every coin that Qing Xiu had lent them. They also bought gifts to thank him personally. Though Qing Xiu declined repeatedly, they insisted on returning all the silver and delivering the gifts, asking him to accept them. These gifts cost them quite a bit, but compared to the gifts Qing Xiu's mansion usually received, they were practically worthless. Even so, Qing Xiu told Urguzi to properly store all of the gifts and not to treat them carelessly or throw them away. Now that everyone has a livelihood, what are your plans for the future? Zhang Tai didn't hesitate. I plan to keep wandering around as a swordsman. I can't handle staying in one place too long. I'm gonna use the money to buy some land back home. Missing a few fingers doesn't stop me from farming. Me? I'll buy a cart and earn money by driving for others. With this leg, I really can't do heavy labor. Honestly, becoming an escort isn't bad either. I'm lucky, I'm not missing any parts. If I pick up training again, I could still be useful. The veterans started talking among themselves, grinning from ear to ear. At last, they saw a bit of hope. Even if they weren't on the same level as able-bodied people, the court at least gave them a way to survive. Even if life ahead would be tough, they could still see a future. Qing Xiu didn't hold back either. He said if any of them wanted to stay in Chang'an to make a living, he could help set them up. But if they had families and needed to return home, he wouldn't stop them. He'd even help pay for their travel and arrange a cart and horses. As for Zhang Tai, Qing Xiu had taken quite a liking to him. He had decent martial skills and a personality that Qing Xiu appreciated. If Zhang Tai could stay and become one of his household guards, he would welcome it. But judging by Zhang Tai's nature, he likely wouldn't accept that kind of life. As everyone was getting ready to leave, Zhang Tai deliberately stayed behind a bit longer. Qing Xiu had a pretty good idea why. Sure enough, Zhang Tai approached him directly and asked, Duke Qing, I boldly ask, may I see that sword manual of yours? I knew it. Qing Xiu wasn't surprised at all. What makes you think that sword manual suits you? What if you try it and it turns out totally different from what you expected? What if the style doesn't suit you? Wouldn't that be a waste of time? No. Zhang Tai was absolutely certain. Even though I only saw you demonstrate it once, I studied it a little afterward and found that this sword style is very suitable for those with a military background. I imagine that when you created this style, you must have drawn on some military blade techniques, right? Qing Xiu's eyes lit up. Zhang Tai really had a good eye. You're right. But military blade techniques aren't really suitable for wandering swordsmen, so I made some adjustments to make the style more accessible. Qing Xiu looked at Zhang Tai with admiration. You weren't just a common soldier in the army, were you? I was a squad leader in the army and had earned several military merits. If it weren't for that damn cannon shot, I probably... Zhang Tai's expression dimmed. Back on the Goguryeo battlefield, he had personally killed at least 5 enemies in hand-to-hand combat, not to mention those he shot with firearms or arrows. But fate was cruel. He was struck by friendly fire and forced to retire. Qing Xiu said nothing, only patted Zhang Tai's shoulder. Zhang Tai forced a smile and said it was fine. I've long stopped caring. Fate decides fortune. Compared to my brothers, some lost limbs, some died on the spot, and some lingered in pain for half a month before dying. I got off easy. All I have are scars, but my hands and feet are still intact. That's already heaven's blessing. Qing Xiu didn't waste words. All right, stay in Chang'an for a while and study the sword technique. If you can learn it, take it with you. Wherever you go, if someone wants to learn it, teach them. If it turns out the style doesn't suit you, feel free to explore all the sword schools in Chang'an. Whatever suits you, I'll help you learn it. Zhang Tai didn't expect Qing Xiu to treat him so well and was deeply moved. He immediately made a promise. If Qing Xiu ever needed him, no matter the danger, even risking his life, he would do it without hesitation. A few days later, the martial arts grounds outside Donghua Gate were unusually lively. It used to be the drill yard for the Imperial Guards, but after they moved, the area became unused. The court opened it up for public use in Chang'an. At first, only common martial artists came to exchange techniques and spar. But over time, it became tradition for the martial world to hold regular gatherings there. Of course, it wasn't just about fighting. Most of the time, people set up stalls to sell wound medicines, injury bombs, swords, spears, bows, and arrows. Most importantly, whenever someone developed a new martial art, sword style, or blade technique, they would come here to showcase it, to gain recognition and start their own school or lineage. Naturally, founding a school wasn't as simple as waving a new sword manual and shouting slogans. Usually, people would want to test the style firsthand and challenge the creator. If challengers recognized the style's strength, then the new school could gain a foothold. If things had gone the other way, if he had been thoroughly beaten, forget public recognition, he probably wouldn't even have the face to continue trying to found his own martial sect. But today, the entire training ground was packed, inside and out. It wasn't just martial artists from Chang'an, even many ordinary citizens who knew nothing about martial arts came to join the excitement. Even the martial artists passing by were surprised at how such an event had drawn so many people. The common folk weren't here for nothing, it was because Qing Xiu had stirred up a commotion again. He directly announced that he would publicly demonstrate a sword manual he had personally created, right here at this spot. And everyone, anyone at all, could come and watch. For the martial world, this news was like a thunderclap. There was no need to say much about Qing Xiu's martial skill. He had led 100 men to fight against 10,000 and always led from the front, killing countless enemies in battle. Such bloody achievements struck fear in both battlefield foes and the martial world alike. Now, this legendary man was going to found his own martial school. Anyone who could become his disciple would be extremely fortunate. Not to mention, he was Duke Qing. Just being able to call yourself his student would be enough to make anyone jealous. As for the common people who came for the show, their reason was even simpler. If it had anything to do with Duke Qing, it didn't matter if it concerned them or not, they had to show up. Early in the morning, the place was already packed. Even Cheng Yaojin, who had come early, couldn't squeeze in and cursed in frustration. That brat didn't even reserve me a seat in advance. We're all stuck outside, how the hell am I supposed to get in? Not only Cheng Yaojin, even many civil and military officials came to join the fun. Only Zhang Sun Wuji had met with Qing Xiu the day before and asked him to arrange a good spot with a clear view. Otherwise, with his old legs, he'd be stuck outside too. Among the crowd, one group stood out the most. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a gentle and refined appearance, followed by two older men. A group of people surrounded them, parting the crowd to make a path. The man in front was none other than Li Er, and the two elders with him were Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui. These two old men had no interest in swordplay at all. But since Li Er insisted on coming and had invited them personally, they had no choice. Li Er also didn't want to make a big scene, so he wore low-key clothes and joined the crowd incognito. He said, if they made a flashy entrance and scared off the common people, there'd be no point. It would ruin the fun for everyone, including himself. Of course, joining the crowd wasn't quite accurate. His imperial guards cleared the way for him, so he didn't get jostled. Your Majesty, should we have brought more guards? There are so many people here, only a few imperial guards seems unsafe, Du Ruhui said, watching the crowd press in. Several times, people nearly broke through the gap the guards had created. What's there to fear? Back when I toured the army, there were Hu generals everywhere and I didn't care. Why would I fear our own Han citizens? That's too small-minded. Li Er said, after being bumped slightly. He realized this area was too cramped. The venue wasn't prepared for such a massive crowd. No one had expected so many unrelated people to show up. Make way! Make way! A towering, muscular man pushed his way through the crowd with broad hands. He even shoved one imperial guard so hard he nearly fell, almost crashing into Li Er. The guard turned pale with fright. Li Er quickly said, it's fine, it's fine. This isn't your fault. Thank you, Your Majesty. The guard apologized in a low voice, not daring to speak loudly. He turned to glare angrily at the giant who had barged in, furious. He had nearly committed a major crime because of this guy. If he'd accidentally knocked over Li Er, and something happened to His Majesty, it would have been a disaster. If he didn't have to stay close to protect Li Er, he'd have gone and argued with that brute right then. Li Er also glanced at the huge man pushing through the crowd and was shocked by how massive and strong he was, stronger than any of his guards. But the man was extremely rough, shoving people to the sides with brute force. Ordinary folks couldn't withstand it and were forced aside, squeezed together. Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda also noticed the man. They didn't mind his rudeness, instead, they admired his build. A man like that would be perfect for battle. If this were wartime, I'd recruit him for sure. Yuqi Jingda said, clearly impressed. No doubt about it, this guy is naturally gifted. Cheng Yaojin stroked his chin. Back in Wagong Stronghold, we had a guard who looked just as big. That guy was so strong he nearly beat me in arm wrestling. Too bad he died on his first battle. Took an arrow to the eye and died instantly. Damn. While everyone chatted among themselves, Qing Xiu stepped onto the training ground. Of course, he wasn't alone. He brought several of his household guards, Zhang Tai, and his daughter Qing Ruyuan. When Qing Ruyuan appeared, everyone was puzzled. Who was this girl? Qing Ruyuan was nothing like the other noble children in Chang'an. She was young, yes, but more importantly, extremely low-key. Unlike other brats who caused trouble from age 3, she quietly studied martial arts and literature. The only place she regularly showed up was the sword training hall. She never flaunted her background to escape consequences. Even when she injured someone in a duel, she would pay a full silver compensation. Even officials who barely interacted with Qing Xiu didn't recognize her as his daughter. As soon as Qing Xiu appeared, the crowd erupted in cheers like a superstar had entered. He raised his hand to calm the crowd. When the noise settled down, he smiled and said, "Thank you all for coming. Today, I just wanted to share some martial techniques with everyone, but I never expected such a big turnout. I'm truly honored. Looks like the people of Great Tang still love martial arts. If this spirit lives on, our dynasty will surely flourish for thousands of years." His words immediately stirred loud cheers from the martial artists present. No wonder he was Duke Qing, his words alone could make people feel at ease. Since you all came, you probably already know that today I'm going to reveal a sword manual I created myself. You can all see it for yourselves, see how the techniques are, and whether they deserve a place here in Chang'an, or even throughout Guangzhou. If you think it's good, then I'm honored. I will pass this sword technique on to the world, and I hope those who are interested will study it thoroughly. At that moment, someone in the crowd couldn't hold back and shouted, "May I ask if Duke Qing is strict when it comes to accepting disciples? All of us who study martial arts dream of being chosen by you to inherit your sword style. Please let us know." As soon as the words were spoken, everyone perked up, waiting for Qing Xiu's response. Qing Xiu instantly understood, these people weren't necessarily here for the sword technique. More likely, most of them just wanted to become his disciples. If so, they'd truly miscalculated. "I never intended to take disciples." Qing Xiu shook his head. "Though I believe I have some battlefield achievements and know a bit of martial arts, I'm really not that skilled. I can't teach anyone, and taking disciples would only harm them." This reply disappointed many. They all knew Qing Xiu was modest, but this kind of modesty left them speechless. Some achievements, a bit of martial arts. If what he said was true, then everyone else in Chang'an might as well be useless drunks. Even Yuqi Jingda and Cheng Yaojin felt a little embarrassed, as if Qing Xiu had indirectly slapped their faces. But clearly, this wasn't the answer the martial artists had hoped for. Those who wanted to become his students were visibly let down. "But if you don't plan to take disciples, how will this sword technique be passed on?" Someone asked a critical question. Good question. Qing Xiu had expected this and pulled out a sword manual from his robe. "From the beginning, I never intended to keep this sword technique secret. Today, I won't just show it, I'm making it public. Though I don't plan to open a sword school, I will personally teach this sword technique to my household guards. They will then pass it on here at the training grounds. Anyone who wants to learn is welcome. It's completely free." The martial artists present were shocked. Qing Xiu was going to freely teach a sword technique he had developed through careful study? But the real shock came next. "Not only that, I've already had a set of printing plates carved for this sword manual. I'll print it into book form. Anyone who's interested can buy it for just a few dozen copper coins, the basic printing cost." Teaching it in person was one thing. If Qing Xiu had wanted, he could have instructed his guards to hide some parts, to hold back the essence. Even just being vague in explanations could confuse learners. But no, he was going to mass print it and spread it among the people. And each book would cost only a few dozen coins. This meant anyone, yes, even a child, could read and memorize it. Qing Xiu would no longer have exclusive rights to the technique. Even Li'er was surprised. Was Qing Xiu doing all this work for nothing? "I thought he was planning to start a new martial school and make money through discipleship. But this is it?" Li'er couldn't understand. Duruhui had some insight into Qing Xiu. Maybe this was his intention from the start? Besides, how much money can one make from starting a school compared to what he earns from trading? Li'er shook his head. "You're being too narrow-minded. If opening a martial school was just about taking disciples' fees, half of the martial halls in Chang'an would have to shut down." He knew full well that after training disciples, most martial schools lent them out to escort agencies as bodyguards, or rented them out to noble families as guards. Some even became part of underground gangs, using their strength to control docks or overland transport routes. They might only influence the lower-tier merchants. Those with real wealth, those who traveled the Silk Road, would never deal with such people. Still, that was a huge and steady income, especially with illegal goods being smuggled under the table. Even though Li'er had been away from the lower classes for a long time, that didn't mean he was out of touch. His intelligence networks kept him informed. Just from what Li'er said, Duruhui suddenly felt like a new world had opened up. He hadn't realized there was so much profit in the martial world. But unlike Duruhue, the martial artists and citizens present were even more shocked. They couldn't understand why Qingxiu was doing this. What benefit did it bring him? Unless, he had just thrown together a sloppy sword style and was using it to stir up hype and boost his popularity. But they would soon see for themselves whether the sword technique was real or worthless. Everyone, let's begin. Qingxiu stepped aside, leaving the entire training ground to his household guards. They were already prepared. At Qingxiu's signal, 3 drew swords and 3 drew sabers, demonstrating the sword technique Qingxiu had developed. From the opening move, every action drew the attention of the martial artists below. The sword technique was simple yet practical. Each move was fast and direct, simple yet adaptable. It looked full of openings but allowed for sudden counterattacks, luring the enemy in before striking. What was even more brilliant was that although the technique was called a sword style, it could be used with sabers too. In other words, even those who weren't good with swords could still learn and apply this technique. The more practical it became, the more they saw its depth and versatility. Even ordinary citizens who didn't know martial arts were amazed. Great! The crowd burst into applause and cheers, as if they were watching a grand performance. This scene made Qingxiu chuckle. These outsiders really thought it was just a performance and found it entertaining. But the interruption didn't affect the household guards in the training ground. They stayed focused and didn't pay any attention to the crowd. Only when each of them finished with a final move did the martial artists in the audience snap out of their trance. That's when they realized Qingxiu had shown them the real deal. He had truly poured his heart into creating a sword style that could be considered one of the best in all of Guangzhou. That wasn't an exaggeration. Anyone who had experience in the region knew, when it came to sword techniques, this set was absolutely top tier. No other school came to mind that clearly surpassed it. After the initial shock, they were thrilled. Such a top-level sword technique was nearly impossible to learn under normal circumstances. But now Qingxiu was offering it for free, with personal instruction available. How could they not be overjoyed? Of course, the instructors from martial schools and leaders of gangs looked on with dark expressions and dissatisfaction. They had worked hard to monopolize martial arts and squeeze their disciples for every coin. Now Qingxiu had thrown open the gates with a sword style that far surpassed anything they had, and even children could learn it, as long as they could read. Who would still go to them to learn martial arts? This was a direct hit to their livelihood. Duke Qing really doesn't play by the rules. Our martial world has its codes. Even the worst techniques shouldn't be given away for free. Exactly. He gains fame, but now we're out of a job. Where are we supposed to find students? He really doesn't care about us at all. You guys wanna die? Shut up. Losing the school is one thing, but if you offend him, you'll be out of life entirely. As the instructors argued, someone quietly reminded them, and they all immediately shut up. A little grumbling was one thing, but crossing Duke Qing? Not worth it. Chang Yaojin had been watching the demonstration carefully from the start. He noticed that Qingxiu had further improved the techniques he'd once helped refine. Everything now looked even more perfect. This guy really was a genius when it came to swordsmanship. Even more impressive, only a few people including Chang Yaojin knew that Qingxiu had created the entire style in less than half a month, and it was already peak quality. The sword techniques available in Guanyi now were mostly developed over decades by masters and their students working together. But Qingxiu, aside from a few suggestions from others, had developed 90% of it by himself. If the martial artists below knew that, they'd probably cough up blood on the spot. Old Cheng, this sword style is incredible, Yu Qijingde said. I can see traces of standard border army saber techniques. He didn't just draw from one school. Of course. But even if you take from many schools, you still need the skill to blend them, keep the good, and discard the bad, Chang Yaojin replied with a smile. As he spoke, he looked toward Li Er to see his reaction. Sure enough, Li Er was deep in thought. The technique clearly left a strong impression on this martial arts enthusiast. Seeing that the crowd had reached a peak of excitement, Qingxiu stepped forward, and the audience quickly quieted down. Everyone, I wonder, does this sword technique of mine deserve recognition? Does it deserve a place here in Chang'an? If you approve, I'll pass it on. But if you think it's not good enough or not worth learning, I'll never bring it out again, and you're free to criticize it however you want. No one could say it wasn't worthy. On the contrary, they were eager for Qingxiu to share the manual so they could start learning. Especially among them were many poor martial artists who couldn't afford to join a sect and didn't want to work for gangs. This was a perfect chance to learn a top-level sword technique freely. If someone else had revealed a new style, challengers would usually line up to test it out. Even losing to it could provide valuable experience. Some were thinking about trying, but the moment they remembered they'd have to spar with Qingxiu, they gave up. He didn't even need weapons or techniques to defeat them, they had no chance. No one wants to come up and try? Qing Xiu asked again, but still, no one answered. Some even shook their heads like rattles. Qing Xiu felt a little disappointed. He really had hoped someone would challenge him, but apparently, he had scared them all off. Just as he was about to take another step, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "I'll do it." The shout was thunderously loud, like a beast's roar. It grabbed everyone's attention. All eyes turned toward the source. There stood a towering, muscular man who looked like a small giant in the crowd. He was waving enthusiastically at Qing Xiu, face full of excitement. "Duke Qing, can I come up and spar with you?" "Of course." Qing Xiu smiled and agreed. It was his first time seeing someone with such a massive build. But with one glance, he could tell this man wasn't suited for sword techniques. Not that he shouldn't learn martial arts, on the contrary, with his physique, not training would be a waste. But finesse-based styles weren't for him. He just needed to build strength, train his body, and wield a heavy weapon. He'd be a walking death machine on the battlefield. "Thank you, Duke Qing." The man was so excited that he pushed straight through the crowd, ignoring complaints, and forced his way to the front. Qing Xiu wasn't pleased with this. The man's behavior was rough and inconsiderate, he clearly didn't care about others. Worse still, Qing Xiu noticed the man didn't seem very bright. His limbs were uncoordinated, he wore a silly smile, and his speech was slightly slurred. Clearly, he had some mental impairment. Because of that, Qing Xiu immediately gave up any idea of making him a household guard. Not only Qing Xiu, everyone could see that this person wasn't quite right. With that kind of posture, if he can even pull off a single clear move, I'll chop off my own head. Even if Duke Qing taught him personally, he still wouldn't understand a thing. But this guy looks like he's got some real strength. With that kind of power, he doesn't need to learn any technique. As soon as the man stepped onto the platform, the wooden frame creaked under his heavy, forceful steps. It wasn't that his body was heavy, it was that he had no control over his strength. Every step landed with his full weight and force. Seeing how he moved, Qing Xiu immediately felt something was off. He looked closer and noticed the man smiling at him foolishly. "I've always admired Duke Qing. My master told me before, if I could ever spar with Duke Qing, it'd be worth dying for. Even if Duke Qing kills me today, I won't blame him." He walked toward Qing Xiu with a silly grin, no salute, no stance, no form. Even the audience felt something wasn't right. He didn't look like a martial artist at all, more like a mindless beast. Qing Xiu's eyes narrowed, and he asked the man a question, "Who is your master?" As soon as he heard this, the man's silly grin vanished and was replaced by a savage, murderous expression. Now it was clear, something was very wrong. At the same time, the referee at the side of the platform asked, "Will you be fighting Duke Qing barehanded or with weapons?" Before he could finish, the man suddenly charged like a crazed bull. While running, he pulled a concealed iron hammer from his clothes. It was clear he intended to attack Qing Xiu directly. They were already close. The man rushed in like a lunatic and, with his long arms, swung the hammer straight at Qing Xiu's head. Everything happened so fast that even the crowd couldn't react. They could only watch in horror as the hammer came closer and closer to Qing Xiu's skull. An ordinary person would have had no chance to dodge, death was inevitable. But Qing Xiu wasn't an ordinary person. To him, the lightning-fast attack looked slow. With just a slight movement of his body, he dodged the hammer completely. The blow smashed into the wooden floor of the platform, sending splinters flying everywhere. The big brute looked confused when he missed, but without hesitation, he swung the hammer again, straight at Qing Xiu. Again, it missed. Qing Xiu remained untouched. What drove the brute mad was that every swing missed by the tiniest margin, as if Qing Xiu had calculated everything perfectly. A tiny miss, but the difference was massive. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't close that gap. Qing Xiu could have killed him easily, but instead, he chose to keep him alive, to find out who had sent him. Duke Qing? By now, the crowd had realized what was going on. Qing Xiu had been dodging dangerous attacks with precision, it was nerve-wracking to watch. But skilled martial artists could see clearly, Qing Xiu was just playing with him. Every dodge was deliberate, just to show the immense difference in skill. Li Er also noticed this. When his imperial guards asked if they should intervene, he waved them off. Don't you see he's enjoying himself? Since Li Er didn't act, no one else did either. Many still didn't realize it was a real assassination attempt, they thought it was just another match. Who is your master? Did he send you to fight me? Qing Xiu asked again. But the brute only became more aggressive, shouting louder and attacking harder. Fight me! Fight me! Stop dodging, coward! His madness escalated until he started yelling obscenities. Qing Xiu ignored the nonsense, though the man's hoarse voice was grating. To shut him up, Qing Xiu took advantage of a hammer strike to the ground. He stepped onto the man's wrist, leapt up, and delivered a sweeping kick to his head. With one blow, the man was knocked out cold. He dropped to the ground like a dead pig, motionless. Only then did the crowd finally breathe a sigh of relief. The fight had looked dangerously close. Even though Qing Xiu had been holding back. The guards rushed to carry the man away, but Qing Xiu stopped them and told everyone to back off. They didn't understand why, until they looked closely and were shocked. The man was bleeding black blood from his mouth. His veins were bulging and bursting. His skin turned red, then black. This man was poisoned. I don't know what it was, but even his blood is toxic. Don't breathe it in or touch it, it's contagious. Just as Qing Xiu said this, the man's body started convulsing violently. Within moments, he stopped moving, and black blood flowed from his ruptured veins. It was a terrifying sight. Many in the crowd instinctively turned away, unable to keep watching. Now, no one dared approach the corpse. But they couldn't just leave it there to rot. Once it decayed, the gas it released could be even more poisonous. Qing Xiu thought for a moment, then ordered someone to bring kerosene. They poured it over the body and set it ablaze. When the black smoke rose from the fire, many people stepped back instinctively, until Qing Xiu reassured them. Don't worry. The fire burned out all the poison. As long as you don't get too close before it's fully turned to ash, you'll be fine. Even though Qing Xiu said that, the crowd still couldn't contain their fear. Before long, everyone began backing away from the platform, and the area that had been packed just moments ago suddenly felt spacious. Li Er wanted to approach and speak with Qing Xiu, but the imperial guards by his side firmly refused to let him take even a single step forward. You are the ruler of the realm, you can't take that risk. Even the slightest exposure to the poison could harm your royal body. That's absolutely unacceptable. With everyone insisting, Li Er gave up the idea of going closer and instead stepped back along with the rest of the people. This whole thing today, very strange, Li Er said with a puzzled expression. That big fool got on the stage and went straight for Duke Qing's life. Every move was aimed to kill. He even took some kind of contagious poison. If Qing Xiu had used a weapon and the man's blood had splattered on him, wouldn't that have been fatal? Du Ruhui understood immediately. It's clearly an assassination. They were prepared in multiple ways and deliberately sent someone who wasn't mentally stable. Even if he failed and was captured, he wouldn't be able to reveal anything useful under interrogation. Fang Xianling didn't say a word, but he remembered that the man had brushed past him earlier in the crowd. He quickly took off his outer robe, not daring to wear it again. By now, everyone could see it clearly, this man was out for Qing Xiu's life. And looking back, it was obvious how close it had been. Whoever sent him really meant business. Who would dare to do something like this, trying to kill Duke Qing? Good thing he could defend himself. It's not like this is the first time someone tried. Look at how many villains he's dealt with, of course they'd want revenge. If he didn't have such strong skills, today really could have ended badly. The crowd buzzed with speculation, and Qing Xiu could hear it all clearly. He didn't feel particularly threatened, just disappointed the man had died without revealing anything useful. Using a brainless brute with nothing but strength as an assassin, not a bad plan, he thought. Though many had tried to kill him before, it had been years since the last attempt, especially one this brazen, right in public. And with everything that had been happening lately, even if he couldn't name the mastermind, he had a good idea which group it was. Everyone, there's no need to panic, it was just a small incident. It won't affect anything. Qing Xiu wiped his hands clean and tossed the cloth into the fire. Anyone else want to spar with me? Don't worry, if you come without killing intent, I'll hold back too. The crowd was amazed by how calm and composed he remained, completely unaffected by what had just happened. If it were any of them, they'd never be able to act so unshaken after a sudden assassination attempt. And no one could guarantee there weren't more attackers hiding below. What if another one charged up, a poisoned corpse ready to explode? Could he dodge again? The martial artists exchanged glances but stayed silent. Father! Suddenly, Qing Ruyuan called out, her face full of worry. Maybe stop for today. It's too dangerous. The crowd was shocked, this girl was Duke Qing's daughter. Everyone in Chang'an had heard that Qing Xiu had a daughter, but no one guessed it was this heroic girl carrying a sword as tall as herself. Wait, is this girl also some kind of martial arts prodigy like her father? She can't be more than 6, and she's carrying a sword that heavy? Wow! At that age, most kids can barely walk straight, let alone carry a blade. Qing Xiu didn't care about the crowd's chatter. But hearing his daughter's concern, he smiled and said, all right, we'll stop here for today. Since it was his daughter asking, he didn't want her to worry. Everyone, since no one wants to come up, we'll end here. But if anyone wants to challenge me in the future, you're welcome to visit my residence anytime. Then he ordered his men to bring a few stacks of sword manuals up to the platform. Originally, Qing Xiu planned to sell these cheaply, not to recover costs, but because giving them away for free might attract people just looking to snatch a freebie. But since things were interrupted midway, and I'm annoyed by it, I'll give these manuals away for free. There are over 300 copies, whoever grabs one first, it's yours. The crowd instantly grew restless. Chaos was about to break out when Qing Xiu added, but not everyone can take one, there are conditions. You must be a trained martial artist. Others can still get one later, but not today. After this, they'll be sold publicly for just a few dozen copper coins. After he said this, those who didn't know martial arts looked disappointed and stepped back. Still, they hadn't lost their chance entirely. Once it was on the market, they could still get a copy. With Qing Xiu's approval, martial artists in the crowd rushed forward, eager to grab one. Half the crowd consisted of fighters, and the 300 manuals were distributed quickly. Some martial sects also managed to get copies and hoped to study the technique to improve their own styles. But that was wishful thinking. Qing Xiu's swordsmanship was so refined that they wouldn't be able to understand it easily. Even if they understood a little, there was no way they could integrate it into their own systems, let alone improve it. As for surpassing Qing Xiu's technique, that was completely out of the question. Duke Qing, what's the name of this sword technique? Someone suddenly shouted from the crowd, catching Qing Xiu off guard. Ever since Qing Xiu created this sword style, all he focused on was how to refine and improve it. He revised it many times. But he had never thought about giving it a name. He used to think the name didn't matter, what mattered was finishing the sword technique first. And so, he kept putting it off until now. Come to think of it, if this sword style is going to spread widely, it really needs a proper name. Looking at the daughter in his arms, her face lit up with a bright, joyful smile, Qing Xiu suddenly felt calm and peaceful. I created this sword style to make the user move as light and agile as a kite. I'll call it the flying kite sword technique. That's what he said, but truthfully, he just wanted to include his daughter's name in the sword style. Good name. To everyone's ears, the name of the technique was instantly eye-catching, easy to say, and clearly not the name of some common style. If anyone studies my sword style and reaches a level that satisfies me within 1 month, I'll make an exception and name them an official promoter of the technique. Qing Xiu promised, though I won't formally take them as a disciple, once they're recognized as a promoter, my estate will fully support them. Whatever request they make, so long as it's reasonable, I'll agree to it. This immediately stirred interest among the gathered martial artists. Who wouldn't be tempted? If they really became an official promoter for Duke Qing, even though he didn't call them a disciple, surely it wouldn't be unreasonable to ask him for some travel funds? Or even request a guest pass to his estate, now that would bring serious benefits. With that token, anywhere they went in the Tang Empire, they'd be treated with respect. The hidden perks would be unimaginable. Qing Xiu then left with his household guards and daughter, while the remaining martial artists fought to read the manuals. Everyone wanted to study the technique as soon as possible. 2 days later, Qing Xiu was strolling slowly through the garden with Su Xiaochun. Qing Ruyuan, full of energy, wandered happily from place to place, nothing like her usual focused and disciplined self when training. Now, like other girls her age, she was carefree and innocent. When this garden was first built, it only had some basic plants. It was looked after, but nowhere near as colorful and beautiful as it is now. It was Sister Cui who cared for it so attentively. That's how it became what it is today. Su Xiaochun clearly loved the flower beds and spoke fondly of Cui Yuran. He admired her for keeping it so well. Exactly. Back then, she insisted on doing some flower business. I thought it was just a way to pass time, so I helped her out. I didn't expect her to turn it into this massive garden. Cui Yuran had always been thoughtful. She never asked Su Xiaochun for anything, except once, when she asked to plant freely in the garden. Of course, he had no reason to refuse. Besides, he liked her a lot. Daddy, look at this flower. I really like this one. Qing Ruyuan suddenly shouted happily, squatting in front of a flower bed, eyes wide with excitement. She knew every flower here had been carefully grown by Cui Yuran, with each one hand-picked and cultivated. She wouldn't dare pick one. She knew Aunt Cui would never scold her, but it would make her feel bad. The little girl didn't want to upset someone who loved her. So she just gently stroked the flower, like petting a kitten. When Qing Xiu came over, he was stunned. It looked like a blue rose. A blue rose in this era? For a moment, he wondered if he was seeing things. But after taking a closer look, he realized it wasn't a rose. It only resembled one. Oh, it's a Chinese rose. Now he was sure. But really, roses and Chinese roses are just variations from different breeding directions, so the resemblance made sense. Still, the blue color surprised him. In modern times, people love novelty. Red roses are too common, so breeders put enormous effort into developing rare colors. Among them, the blue rose was the most popular, and the most expensive and rare. Even in the industrial age, cultivating one took huge effort and time. Yet Cui Yuran had really managed it? Seeing Qing Xiu's stunned expression, Su Xiaochun laughed. Never seen one before, huh? It's weird, right? I thought so too the first time. Who knew a flower could be blue? Qing Xiu asked, how did Yuran do it? It's complicated. Su Xiaochun crouched down to look at the blue Chinese roses, eyes filled with affection. At first, she didn't know how. She just picked the darkest colored rose and used it to grow the next batch, then picked the darkest again. She repeated this over and over. But that method was really slow. Even with my help, it didn't move fast. Later, Sister Yuran found that using specific soil types helped deepen the color, so she started experimenting with the soil too. Su Xiaochun spoke casually, thinking it was just hard work. But to Qing Xiu, it was something else entirely. This was the kind of artificial breeding used in the modern world. She even knew how to use different soils and fertilizers to influence the next generation's traits. Cui Yuran had serious talent for plant cultivation. If she were born in modern times, she'd be a top-level horticulturalist. Qing Xiu looked around and saw flowers in this garden he'd never seen anywhere else. Many had been selectively bred so thoroughly that they no longer resembled their wild ancestors. Likely only Cui Yuran could still recognize their original forms. If Yuran were to sell these specially cultivated flowers, they'd be a huge hit. Just this one blue Chinese rose alone would cause a sensation in the market. He didn't even need to sell it outside. Just claiming that in this prosperous era, a blue rose bloomed in the Duke Qing's household as a sign of divine fortune would already be enough to astonish even the emperor. Thinking of this, a brilliant revenue plan suddenly popped into Qing Xiu's mind. Such excellent cultivation techniques would be a real waste if only used for personal hobby and not turned into profit or widely promoted. Cui Yuran probably still thought it was just a simple hobby of hers. Little did she know, if she really made good use of it, the profits from this little hobby would far exceed her imagination. When I get the time, I really need to have a good talk with Yuran and ask her for some insights. Qing Xiu's thoughts went far beyond just selling in Chang'an City, the Central Plains, or even the borders of the Great Tang. He even thought of selling these flower bouquets to Arabia, and as far as Rome in the distant west. You know, the heads of various regional governments have their preferred types of flowers, and some even designate them as their national flowers. Besides that, most countries prefer certain colors to represent themselves, just like how Arabia currently reveres black and green. Just imagine, if the king of Arabia favored lilies, and Qing Xiu happened to cultivate a black lily, then the price of such a flower in Arabia could be insanely high. For royals and nobles, they're not into practical things. The more beautiful yet illusory something is, the more they admire and desire it. While Qing Xiu was fantasizing, Erguzi suddenly came to report that a guest had arrived. Who is it? Qing Xiu casually asked. This. Erguzi hesitated for a moment, then carefully said, the person is wearing a large black robe, covering their face completely, unwilling to reveal it. But they're carrying the noble guest jade token from the residence. With that, I couldn't refuse them entry. And it's a first-tier token. Although Qing Xiu would issue guest tokens to trusted and recognized people, not all tokens were the same. They were divided into 3 tiers. The third-tier tokens were for relatively reliable partners. When they came with the token, guards wouldn't chase them away, and Erguzi would decide whether to report their visit or even turn them away if deemed inappropriate. The second-tier tokens were better. Guards would treat the holder respectfully and escort them to the waiting hall in the residence. No one could drive them out except Qing Xiu himself, and the visit had to be reported immediately. This level of token was usually given to close friends or highly trustworthy individuals. Fewer than 10 people had this kind of token. The highest, first-tier token meant the bearer was considered a member of the household. They could enter the residence directly without needing to be announced. No one could stop them, no matter where they wanted to go. Only Qing Xiu's closest confidants or secret agents received such tokens, and only he knew how many of these were issued. Erguzi had seen it only once before, held by Xueren Gue. The man in the black robe was the second person he had seen with this token. But strangely, although he could have walked in directly using the token, this person chose to follow all the formalities. Also, Erguzi didn't mention something else. He found the man's voice very familiar, but just couldn't recall where he had heard it. After hearing this, Qing Xiu more or less figured out who the visitor was. He asked Su Xiaochun to take Qin Ruyuan out for a stroll while he went ahead to meet the guest. He didn't go to the main reception hall but instead waited in a hidden, windowless room. Soon, there was a series of rhythmic knocks on the door. Qin Xiu didn't hurry to let the person in, but waited until the knocking stopped and said, "Come in." The door opened. A tall, burly man in a black robe walked in slowly. But instead of sitting as Qin Xiu had indicated, he lifted his hood first. "Duke Qin, I've pretty much finished my investigation." Beneath the black robe was a weathered face, marked by a long scar stretching from the forehead to the corner of the mouth, his eyes cold and fierce. It was Chen Rusong. Back when Qin Xiu had him return to Chang'an with the merchant caravan, he intended to give him a large sum of money to go home and live peacefully. But this man couldn't stay idle. After settling the brothers brought back from the western regions, he proactively sought out Qin Xiu, saying he wanted to help. He had grown used to living by the blade. Now being told to settle down like a regular citizen was something he just couldn't do. Qin Xiu understood how hard that would be for him, and knew his temperament wasn't suited for civilian life anymore. Which worked out, because Qin Xiu's intelligence network always needed more capable people. So he took Chen Rusong in. Though Qin Xiu's intel network was huge, he was very careful about keeping identities secret. Each operative only had a single line of communication with him. They only knew the people in their line, they had no idea how many others were in the network. The reason was simple, just because Qin Xiu used them didn't mean he fully trusted them. Some of them didn't even realize they were working for the Duke of Qin. Chen Rusong was assigned to take over part of the network, staying hidden from the eyes of the others, making Qin Xiu's identity harder to uncover and saving him effort. Chen Rusong didn't disappoint. Within just a month, he had fully integrated the part of the network assigned to him, significantly boosting intel gathering efficiency. This made Qin Xiu trust him even more, directly giving him the top-tier token to allow unrestricted access to the residence. Back in the western regions, this man had risked his life for Qin Xiu. Even if asked to be cannon fodder, he'd do it without blinking. He deserved Qin Xiu's trust. Yet even so, Chen Rusong still asked to be formally announced every time he came to see Qin Xiu. Although he'd been away from Chang'an for a long time, he remembered every corner of the residence as if he'd never left. "Speak. Just give me the important stuff." Qin Xiu didn't waste time with Chen Rusong. Chen Rusong took out a booklet from his chest and placed it in front of Qin Xiu, then reported. "That big fool is named Zhang Dali. He's been mentally deficient since childhood, vicious and aggressive. He's injured many people over the years. He also eats a lot, and his parents went bankrupt just trying to feed him and pay for others' medical bills. About 3 years ago, Zhang Dali suddenly disappeared. No one in the village saw him again. In truth, he was taken into the household of Han Wuwei, the Vice Minister of War, and made a personal guard. Han Wuwei even gave his parents a large sum of money. But this was done very secretly, it cost me a lot to uncover this." At the mention of Han Wuwei, Qin Xiu thought for a while before recalling who he was. Supposedly, this man was a Vice Minister of War, someone of considerable status in the court. But compared to the heavyweights Qin Xiu usually dealt with, he was still far from significant. Based on the current intel, it seemed like Han Wuwei was the one behind the assassination attempt. He discovered Zhang Dali, this mentally deficient but incredibly strong guy, 3 years ago, and likely trained him as a death soldier. Maybe because Qin Xiu's military reform affected his interests, Han Wuwei tried to play this card, and even used poison to make sure it worked, just to eliminate Qin Xiu. At first glance, it seemed that simple. But Qin Xiu could tell from Chen Rusong's expression that it wasn't just that simple. A Vice Minister of War wouldn't dare assassinate me. And training death soldiers isn't something he could manage easily, Qin Xiu said calmly. "You're absolutely right. Han Wuwei is only one part of it. This case involves many people, and it runs deep." Chen Rusong took a breath, as if preparing for the weight of his next words. "To be exact, there are far too many people who want you dead. It just happened that the military reform issue pulled Han Wuwei into it too. More precisely, it dragged the entire Ministry of War into it." The implication was clear, not just Han Wuwei from the Ministry of War wanted Qin Xiu dead. Qin Xiu frowned. Among these people, Han Wuwei is probably not the mastermind. He might not even have had much say in the matter. He was probably coerced into handing over the asset he'd cultivated for 3 years. No matter how well Han Wuwei hid it, as long as he raised Zhang Dali, there would be traces. With enough effort, it could always be traced back to him. Someone like Han Wuwei definitely understood this basic logic. If that's the case... Qin Xiu glanced at the booklet Chen Rusong had just given him, and a vague realization dawned on him. This booklet probably listed all the people involved. He flipped through it and saw that most of the names recorded were powerful court officials and nobles. Chen Rusong had carefully annotated their names, positions, and statuses to make things clear for Qing Xiu. As Qing Xiu had suspected, most of the names were from the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue. The Ministry of Revenue handled major financial disbursements. Over the years, people in the Ministry of War had collaborated with them, skimming off funds under the outdated militia system. Falsifying reports, exaggerating achievements, such methods were nothing new. Now that Qing Xiu had completely overhauled the militia system, it disrupted their financial chains, and of course the Ministry of Revenue wasn't happy. After all, cutting off someone's income is like killing their parents. Surprisingly, some familiar faces also appeared in the booklet. Several were descendants of the once powerful 5 surnames and 7 clans. These scattered nobodies think they can stir up trouble? Qing Xiu tossed the booklet aside and sneered. The major forces of those noble families had long been dismantled. Anyone truly capable had already been crushed by Qing Xiu. The ones left were mostly useless trash, not worth mentioning. He didn't expect them to still dream of toppling him and reclaiming their past glory. Of course, maybe they just wanted revenge. How did you compile this list? Don't tell me you wrote down everyone who ever nodded at Han Wu-wei? Qing Xiu asked, half jokingly but also seriously. He didn't want innocent people to be dragged in. You can rest assured. Anyone slightly normal, I absolutely didn't include. Chen Rusong patted his chest to guarantee. Also, quite a few of these people weren't found through Han Wu-wei. They're all more or less connected to Zhang Dali. That reassured Qing Xiu. And also, Chen Rusong added, even if some of them weren't directly involved in this assassination, they've long been making plans. Better to prevent future threats. Qing Xiu understood what he meant. Now that things were clear, Qing Xiu didn't intend to show mercy. Sort this list. Those who can be dealt with publicly, report them to me. For the ones not convenient to handle openly, you decide. Qing Xiu's instructions were clear. Chen Rusong immediately understood. Qing Xiu planned to use 2 methods. One was lawful, eliminating them openly using the court's authority. The other was to allow Chen Rusong to mobilize all available resources and hit them with their own tactics. At this point, Guzi suddenly came in to report. Chang Yaojin and Li Er had come to visit. At such a moment, Qing Xiu could guess why they were here, so he agreed to meet them. Even if he refused Li Er, the latter wouldn't complain. But after all, Li Er was the emperor. Qing Xiu, as a subject, still needed to show some respect. Farewell. Chen Rusong didn't speak much, he just left. Qing Xiu, of course, wouldn't receive Li Er in this hidden room. He went personally to the main hall. At that moment, Li Er and Chang Yaojin were chatting. When Qing Xiu arrived, Li Er immediately looked him over, checking for injuries. Are you feeling all right now? Li Er asked cautiously. Don't worry. Qing Xiu knew what Li Er was concerned about. I've been careful all along. I didn't get poisoned by that thing. Just look at me, do I look poisoned? Chang Yaojin interrupted, even so, you still need to be careful. His Majesty just sent the imperial physicians to examine the body. That poison isn't ordinary. The one trying to kill you this time, definitely not a simple character. Qing Xiu laughed, of course. This time I messed with people who aren't simple either. Hearing this, Li Er swallowed the many things he had been planning to say. So the 3 of them sat facing each other in silence. No one spoke. The atmosphere was tense and oppressive. To ease the awkward atmosphere, Li Er took the initiative to speak. Duke Qing, you understand Du Ruhui. He would never lay a hand on you, and he was also a strong supporter of the military reform. I understand, Your Majesty. Qing Xiu nodded. I've already investigated thoroughly. Lord Du has nothing to do with this matter. In fact, if I had been successfully assassinated, the next target would surely have been Lord Du. Hearing this, Li Er was finally relieved. He had been worried Qing Xiu might, in a moment of anger, wrongly direct blame at Du Ruhui. Chang Yaojin added bluntly, this matter likely has nothing to do with Yu Qijingde either. That old guy may act rough and behave poorly, but he's not capable of orchestrating an assassination. I know. Yu Qijingde doesn't have the brains to come up with such a plan. Though harsh, the words were somewhat reassuring. I can only say, this assassination attempt involved a large and complex network behind the scenes, and it's not just related to the military reform. To be precise, the reform was merely the fuse. Qing Xiu shared part of the intelligence Chen Rusong had gathered with Li Er, though he had filtered the information. He couldn't tell Li Er everything, just enough to make him aware of the possible scope and summary of the situation. Li Er wasn't too shocked by what he heard. It was within reason, though still unexpected. Given all the sweeping reforms Qing Xiu had carried out over the years, toppling many noble families, and even inventing the water wheel which caused many local landlords to go bankrupt, his popularity among the people grew daily, and so did the number of his enemies. Though most of these forces had already been dismantled by Qin Xiu, the leftovers weren't worth mentioning. But if they gathered together, they could still form a powerful group. Han Wuwei, as Vice Minister of War, actually did something like this? Li Er couldn't understand why Han Wuwei would risk everything to assassinate Qin Xiu. The benefits didn't match the risks at all. At most, the military reform touched his off-the-record income. Painful, but not worth dying for. As for assassinating Duke Qin, though he acted very discreetly, the risk was way too high compared to the potential gain. Even if he succeeded, once it was exposed, he'd lose everything he had. He might even bring ruin to his entire clan. The crime of assassinating a duke, heh? Your Majesty also finds this situation suspicious, right? Qin Xiu asked with deep meaning. Li Er confirmed Qin Xiu's judgment. Yes. I don't think Han Wuwei is as mad as we thought. So, what do you plan to do with him? Good question. That depends on how far your Majesty allows me to go. Qin Xiu threw the question back to Li Er. This was a matter that needed careful thought. Li Er didn't respond immediately. Although Qin Xiu had tremendous power in the court now, there was one area of authority he still couldn't touch, and Li Er dared not let him. That was the power to appoint or dismiss officials ranked 4th grade or above. In the Ministry of Engineering, Qin Xiu could appoint and remove people at will, but those were mostly craftsmen and technical personnel. No real administrative officials. No matter how high-ranking, they were just given more silver and a set of official robes. But this matter needed a thorough investigation, not just for Qin Xiu's sake, but also for Li Er to stabilize the court. If they dared to assassinate Qin Xiu and do Ruhui today, who would they target tomorrow? Above a duke, could only be himself. Even if he could use the imperial guards to protect himself day and night, hidden attacks were the real danger. Could he afford to take that risk? If there was to be a thorough investigation, Qin Xiu was the most suitable candidate in the entire court, both in capability and position, and he was the direct assassination target. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. But besides you, I also need to have a hand in it. Li Er rubbed his chin. The assassination of a duke, how can I ignore that? If you get any intel, report it to me immediately. Of course, I will help you resolve this quickly. That's acceptable. But your Majesty hasn't said what's the maximum authority you're giving me. Qin Xiu was most concerned about this. After all, this was also helping Li Er. If he gave Qin Xiu no authority at all, that wouldn't be right. Li Er paused for a moment, then said, if the officials involved are too highly ranked, I'll need to consider carefully. How about this, if you find someone suspicious, you can investigate immediately. But once you confirm something, report it to me first, and the court will handle the judgment. This made things very clear. You can investigate anyone freely, but you can't decide their punishment. That right must remain with me. Still, Qin Xiu was very satisfied with this. Having the authority to investigate any official in the court, that was already a huge amount of power. As for punishing them, if he were Li Er, he wouldn't give that power either. Once given, who's really the emperor? Li Er had already compromised enough. Anyway, given their mutual trust, if Qin Xiu said someone should be executed, Li Er would go along with it. Still, Li Er couldn't help but remind Qin Xiu, if someone isn't too closely involved, try to show some leniency when investigating. After all, we're all officials of the same court. Don't make it too ugly. Don't worry, Your Majesty, you know me well. Qin Xiu understood Li Er's point. I've always handled matters fairly. I don't use opportunities to eliminate political opponents. And even if I wanted to eliminate them, I wouldn't need to use this as an excuse. His words weren't pleasant, but they were reassuring. You brat, you really don't hold back when you talk. Cheng Yaojin laughed. That said, only you would dare to push military reform this hard. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't even survive to issue the decree the next day, they'd be dead in their own home already. As soon as he said it, Cheng Yaojin realized it wasn't the best thing to say and quickly glanced at Li Er. What are you afraid of? It's not like I don't understand anything. Why are you so timid now? Li Er scolded playfully. The ruler and his ministers all laughed out loud together. Li Er had truly fought his way up from the battlefield to become the emperor of Great Tang. What shady business hadn't he seen? He understood clearly, too clean, and there would be no fish. The world wasn't black or white, it was all gray.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment, I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.